levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, levitate. Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. You can't kill my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You can't kill my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in, but it's time now. You ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. They let you down, but you get up. They let you drown, but you don't stop. You show 'em you're a phoenix.
Get ready for verse 2, Electric Boogaloo.
You see the truth behind the veil, and you know that they're just looking for attention. Oh, you don't let their ruthlessness prevail. Oh, it's time now, light your fires for ascension. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. They let you down, but you get up. They let you drown, but you don't stop. You show 'em you're a phoenix. always something, no, it never ever changes. Just like that. I get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost nighttime, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that. I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again. 'Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. 'Cause you fucking love it when I feel it. 'Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. 'Cause you fucking love it when I feel it. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. 'Cause you fucking love it when I feel it. 'Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof.
The return of CVAL is now. Hello everyone and welcome to the 2025 CVAL Championship Series. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is none other than the ever so talented Zobi. Zobi, this is a landmark moment, right? We're back for 2025. We're here to usher in all of these amazing collegiate teams. What better way to start off the whole series than by bringing in the upper bracket matchup between none other than West Virginia University and Concordia St. Paul Blue.
But let's take a step back here for a second, right? We have 32 of the best teams in the nation seeded into an upper and a lower bracket. We can go ahead and take a look at that format. And Sam, this has been a year. Conferences, regional conferences from the east, west, north, south of the United States, having top 4 seeds auto qualify, and then 8 more voted in by a committee that, you know, not to toot my horn, but I was a part of. And it made me appreciate the work that these teams have done to get here that much more, Sam, to say the least. So it's dangerous if you're starting out in the lower match, which is our bottom 16 teams. I mean, you never wanted to be like that 16 or like 32 seed going up against Winthrop or Maryville in your like first round. So they fixed it this year, and it makes it so much more competitive.
It does. I mean, looking at the way that the competition format is laid out, this is exciting, right? And it all culminates towards the grand finals that are going to be happening in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the end of May, beginning of June. So a lot to look forward to here with our competitors, a lot to look forward to here, especially if you're these collegiate teams, especially when we talk about the prizing that we have for our winners, for our top 4 teams. First place is going to be take home at $16,000 per team scholarship prize. Second place is going to be getting that $8,000. Third, 6, and fourth, $5,000. So this is a lot on the line, right? Especially when you look towards that big grand prize in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, no matter where you are, right, as a collegiate student in your journey, you know, that pays for textbooks, or if you're getting ready to graduate, you know, maybe an apartment lease, you know, security deposit, right? Like, it can definitely be one thing in the minds of all these players, but I know a lot of them are just doing this for honor, right? Like, they were talking about the seeding, you know, they're throwing around, you know, fighting words in the Discord channels, right? Like, they are here for the spirit of the competition. And I mean, I think there's definitely grounds for upsets. I mean, we had the biggest upsets, I feel like, last year in CVAL, and I am expecting nothing less this year around.
Yeah, a lot of expectations were set up, a lot of expectations were demolished, and I expect nothing less here for 2025, Zobi. But as I said at the beginning, at the top of the broadcast, we have our 2 teams ready to go to start off the broadcast for today. West Virginia University versus Concordia St. Paul Blue. These 2 teams, right? West Virginia University, 5th seed, was able to bring their way in by winning CVAL South. Concordia St. Paul Blue, one of our invited teams, number 12.
Yeah, they were voted in because despite being, North number 5, right, and in that conference in particular, they had like a bad draw going up against Baker time and time again, but it was really their performance in NECC Division 1 that I think inspired a lot of members of the committee to vote them in, me being one of them, because they were going up against teams like Northwood, like Baker, like MBU, and like Tamu Maroon, your previous champions. They have beat now more than once on occasion. So they have definitely, I think, proven to the committee they deserve to be here, but now they need to prove to the community by making a deep run, by, upsetting a number 1 seed of a region like West Virginia University would be a great way to kick off their upper bracket run.
Yeah, dethrone the current leaders of the South, right? Get them pushed away and, again, upset those expectations. But now we're talking about map selection. We're talking about where we want to go. And Zobi, you and I were discussing a lot in the green room. Like, what are the maps that we're going to be going to? We were expecting, right? We might see a split. We might see Pearl. We might see some crazy things. But what we didn't expect was the ways that it went about going towards these maps of Fracture, Ascent, and Pearl.
Yeah, speaking of upsetting, expectations, we expected, right, like Fracture to be like the pick of Concordia. We expected, Ascent to be the pick of West Virginia. And the reason for that is we have not seen this team, West Virginia University, as a 5 play Fracture in over a month. And it's like one of the go-to maps for Concordia St. Paul. And Ascent's that map that is stable, but not the best showing for Concordia St. Paul. But it's been a pretty good map that I think West Virginia has put a lot of work into fine-tuning their double sentinel formation. So it'll be interesting though, because we're gonna probably see a double sentinel versus double sentinel, and then if we make it all the way to Pearl, I mean, there's a 13-0 under the belt of Concordia St. Paul on that map. I'm not gonna shame the team it was against, but it was a pretty good team.
Yeah, it's a pretty good team, right? So you're looking at these maps, you're looking at, wow, all right, this is how things are going to go down, and this is going to be the start for Upper Round 1. If this is going to be the start of the broadcast, we can only, who knows how the rest of the day is going to be going, right? Because we still have another matchup after this when we take a look into the lower rounds, but then also tomorrow and for the subsequent weekends to come here at CVAL. And man, I look at these maps, I look at Fracture, I look at the way that, right, we talk about how this has been a long time coming for West Virginia University to step back into this map. And that's not even to talk about how often that Concordia St. Paul Blue plays Fracture as well. And I also love the composition that they decide to run with, right? Because typically you see for this map that Cypher, you typically see that for KJ or something like that, but they go crazy. They go
yeah.
And I love that idea. I love that setting up and demolishing through what is been the meta for Fracture.
Well, as we get ready to ramp up the game, we should probably introduce the players that are competing as well. For CSP, you're going to have Cubby, Lerner, Payne, Santi, and Ostino. For West Virginia University, Inox, Guck, Excite, A77, and Dinks. And we're getting that first look, and it does look like for the side of West Virginia, they are going to stick with the composition they ran a little over a month ago. And for the side of CSP, I'm so sorry, Sam. We're in the big leagues now. Maybe CSP is going to be taking things seriously, departing from the ego agent for Payne on that chamber. And they actually do some role swappage as well. They let Santi, have the reins with that Cypher, and they go for the controller.
I'm okay with this though, right? You get rid of the chamber, you know that there's a lot on the lines. You don't want to go into the lower bracket. Do whatever you can to avoid that fate. And if you can start things off right with Fracture, that gives you so much of the wiggle room in this best of 3 map series. So far on the other side though, it's looking like normal times here for West Virginia. It's looking like stock standard Fracture for them. What has been working and what has been the go-to formation for this squad that we haven't seen here again in over a month. And so I really think the big head-to-head talking point that we need to have right now is the difference of the duelists, right? We have a Raze versus the Yoru.
I think they just, they both can get past the Cypher setup since we don't have a Vice this time around, which is refreshing in the new meta to say the least. But one is like, oh, we're going to break the trips with a paint shell. One is I'm going to TP past you, and the mind games of the clone as well, so player can break it and follow it up. So I think one definitely requires a little bit more communication than the other, that being that Yoru, but you also think the Yoru in itself is more self-sufficient, selling fakes, being aggressive, rejoining with the team. So I think that's why he's become such a dominant pick. I feel like if you asked a Riot game, dev, when the Yoru rework happened, that he would be one of the most picked duelists in this meta, they never would have guessed it.
No, yeah, it's so interesting for the juxtaposition between last year going into this year, where Yoru was kind of like that sleeper agent. You would only pick him if you really knew what you were doing.
Maybe
and only
Bind.
Yeah, maybe Bind. But now it's almost a necessary pick for almost every single map. But now it is time, Zobi. We're stepping into the map of Fracture, West Virginia University, giving us a look at the attack. Concordia St. Paul on the defense. Well, swap that around. Concordia St. Paul on the attack. West Virginia on the defense.
Oh, already some aggressive salvos here just to prime things out. I like the deep insert of the raise over towards A main, but we talked about it. Lerner or Lemur gonna disrespect all this Cypher util the clone, the gate crash, and they're buddy-buddy with the breach too, so there's not much challenge other than that initial dink damage.
All right, Lemur up into the high ground, taking a look at heaven. A77 just could not get away from this Yoru. No matter how hard they tried, now it's gonna be Concordia St. Paul with the takeover of the B site. WVU trying to get back around. Lemur almost got their toes toasted. The spike is planted.
That was just steamrolled up. I mean, you had the knowledge. A77 knew they were coming and even had the HP advantage, but sometimes just duelist diff. But this is what we're looking at. The pinch, the secondary forces from that A main presence early on showing in the late stages. Surrounded, can they hold on?
Oh, that's a great way to hold on. An even better way to fight back. Synon's only with a 1. West Virginia University looking down to their final 2 players, trying to make a fight back, and it's just not meant to be. Excite the last player standing to deter whatever could happen here, but they still need to defuse the spike. Stop them chewing through 3 more players. They may have taken down the 1, but far too many numbers and far too much time working against them. Concordia St. Paul takes the pistol.
Nicely done. I mean, just the recognition, right? They have Lemur, posted up there a little bit over towards B main. Like, they're not occupying that space like you might expect from, a Brim, from a Tejo. Those players you're going to see later stages, playing post-plant utility till the bitter end. And they recognized that they could, be coming for that pinch play. I feel like that's a very common tactic nowadays on Fracture, so handled well. Now, the buy-up comes through. I like Lemur with the Vandal, right? They're already aiming, exhibiting on that pistol. Look at this, the slower approach. Very smartly so they can ensure they're not running into a 5-stack running face-to-face with them. And now that all that utility has been burned A main, they can be pretty sure that it's a safe scale up over towards B.
Hold back. All right, here comes the clone from Lemur. No Cypher util though. Anti-eco. Not gonna expend too much utility. Just playing for exit frags wherever you can. Eyes all over the place. West Virginia University starting to take a small read into this. No sound heard on A. Rotating back over towards B. Under the tunnel instead of playing onto the actual B main side itself. Right? And just have A77 lurking on their camera, waiting to make their presence known. It's going to have to be decisive, and at best, I'm going to guess only one they're going to be able to take here. But on the other side is going to be the big power player, Lemur, with a Vandal taken out, but Santi has the immediate trade to A77. Now finally, Concordia St. Paul making their moves on this B side yet again. Cage is going up, Spike going down. Oh, and Inox, no utility, no flashes, nothing. Just a dry swing, loss of life.
And now you can see the remaining players, right? All kind of grouped off here. Ding's probably playing for exits. The other two looking like they're just trying to die to the Spike in the situation. Or, I mean, a right click. That's a weapon. This could put you right back into the fight. But looks like they're having issues collecting it. Oh, okay. And that's where you can, nope, creative utility usage. Guck finds their way onto the site here. This is getting dicey. I mean, they've gotten sight, expending a lot of this post-point utility, and there's still time to work with.
Yeah, Cubby just gonna disrespect that. They run over the mollies. Go, wait a minute. Nah, there's no more time now at this point, but now you're just playing for the exits wherever you can. Team's trying to do some fancy parkour maneuvering, and Ostino doesn't get away with the Vandal. This is a big win for West Virginia University. They may have lost the round, but they've set themselves up so cleanly to deny CSP's bonus.
Yeah, I mean, early stages of that round for CSP, I'm like, this is a little slow, for having the weapon advantage. And it was ultimately West Virginia, starved for information, got desperate. We saw A77 push, that gets pieced out, and they take the B side as a result. But, I mean, that slow, methodical approach from West Virginia, kind of that mentality setting in, like, we're not going to win this round, it's our, eco. And they made it hurt, like you mentioned. No Vandal, some Sheriffs ablaze, and for the first time, not an A main fight, but a B main fight. And it comes away with the first blood.
If you're West Virginia University, you're not going to try and go too crazy unless you're Guck, right? I mean, a double kill now for them. This Brimstone going insane off that just one smoke. inside of Concordia's spawn. And they're going to keep going for as much as they possibly can. Got to be careful about this. They're finally going to back away. Not going to tempt fate any more than they have to. Then just play off timings. Go for the reswing, maybe? No. It's just play with your team, play for your life, and play to hold on to as many of these weapons as you possibly can.
I like that. You talked about how, again, on the eco, went a little searching, got punished for it. But this is nice, right? If your raise makes contact main, breach can pivot, you know, stun the line, and you still have control. That's exactly how Dinks is playing this. Again, safety the key, but when it's that outlaw and a headshot to complement it, Cubby can drop you just like that. So the smokes, the stun, none of it matters. But what does matter is Guk playing the role of a sentinel on this side. 3 kills on for an ace now.
30 seconds left.
I'm thinking they're one away, too, from their ultimate. This is big tidings for them. Cubby has to make that magic happen, but it's going to have to be against Guk. It's just one away from the ace, and they know they want it. They're so hungry for it. They're not going to sacrifice anything for this round. Lemur has full HP. They got the Outlaw back in hand. And they know as long as they land their shots against a weak player, could have taken it, but not meant to be. Inox gets the final one. West Virginia looking good.
I mean, it's honorable, right? You already got the trophy. You already got the orbital strike, right? So yeah, give those orbs, those kills to the players that, like the Rolling Thunder, that are going to need it here later on. But a little bit scary there that Concordia wasn't able to make too much grounds. I know their bonus was obliterated there by the spike, by the timing from West Virginia on the eco, but aside from that, they do get the dimensional drift coming into this first rifle round, so taking it over towards A main. We saw it, right? The switch up. We saw Guk fighting with Dinks over towards B main, but this is what we get to see finally, is what it looks like when Concordia St. Paul and West Virginia University both want this A main control.
Concordia St. Paul, bit of a rough bonus round for them, but now stepping into another dimension, Lemur. They're not through A main. Didn't quite go far enough, though. He didn't clear Dinks. That's going to be a double kill for them. They're not going to back away, finally bring themselves out from the dimensional drift, but it doesn't matter. Excite was already there. Right behind your back. And Dinks going to close it out with a triple kill. West Virginia University, the blink of an eye, has just tied up Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the vision there from CSP, right? The reverse sight clear from Lemur off the dimensional drift gate crash in, but it just wasn't fast enough, right? The counter came immediately out of West Virginia. They never dislodged Dinks since nobody was fighting it head on A main. So that orbital strike, right? It divided the players. You have to respect it, fall back deep into spawn, or fight it forward into Dinks, into that additional utility. And clearly it works out, because now you're tied 2-2. Your economy is reset here yet again, Stingers and Sheriffs, but what better than a death ball arcade for an eco round to speed things up, to claim the tempo back in your control?
This is exactly what we want. This is exactly what Concordia St. Paul needs. Good TP in from Lemur. No one to contest that space just yet. A lot of noise being made. Guk is going to take their chances to reload the weapon here. A77, that's going to be bad though, right? Suppressed, that means all their utility is gone. And Lemur is not gonna let A77 live in this heaven for free. West Virginia University falls for B. Concordia St. Paul planning it towards the more of the safer positions.
So our first retake with rifles for the side of West Virginia. We saw them do it with less, but for now it's faltering. Some nice utilities meant to dislodge Pain, but they are getting by until finally the salvos are gonna force them out to take the fight regardless. Dinks, re-clear. They're starting to speed up here. They're not getting stalled out like they were previously when coming through A main, but the players, so much utility and time is dwindling.
Nice from Santi, and ain't even going to invest an extra little bit of an ultimate
Got
here.
it.
Oh my gosh, you're going to push them off the defuse of the spike. Unox trying to hold down this angle. Get the heck out of dodge if you can, Excite. Play for those exits. Play for someone coming in your direction. Got to be super careful about that. Oh, Santi walked right back into the spike. That's all right, though. Concordia, a little bit of bumps in the road, but they're back in the lead.
And you can tell them laughing about it, you know, realizing what they had done. But that's a beautiful round, to say the least, right? Again, I mentioned taking control of the tempo. I think they realized B-side pretty easy for them to take unless, you know, West Virginia University correctly fights forward on that site. And that doesn't seem to be their default, right? That seems to be like the off round is when they try that. But what I'm seeing now, are they gonna try a pinch between the Cypher util and the player's dish? This could look good, especially with a showstopper in hand, but Concordia St. Paul can outpace it, they'd be good. Or if West Virginia University doesn't fully commit.
Ooh, okay. Santi knows how this is played, right? Looking behind them. Got to be careful on what could be peeking on the other side of the smoke, and they realize West Virginia University knows that this arcade push could be so deadly. It was in the previous round, and they got to make sure it isn't going to be for this one. TP over into the corner, but you're really just gaining millimeters at this point. Concordia St. Paul throwing the stealth drone up into heaven. This time, though, A77 not going to be caught by that. Rolling Thunder, though, catching both Guk and A7S7 inside of it, but Lemur too as well. Still, though, it's going to be the guided salvo from Covey to eliminate A77. Lemur putting up a masterclass showing with their aim. Brimstone is gone. West Virginia University down to 3 players on what is now going to be a Concordia St. Paul. Spike plant soon here, but they're still tepid about making that happen.
And this post plan has been so clean. Santi has these really offensive trap wires. If you saw in the eco, they fouled a kill through their cage from main. Enox through the smoke, that's rough. And then also Lemur is this forward presence that always finds one in the post plan after taking the site for the team. So they've checked the box of doing their role and they expand upon it. But I think you got spotted out on your tablet. It doesn't matter though.
Wow, okay. In coordination with each other, in sync. Almost it feels like to, yeah, Dinks, it's only an operator and you're not gonna waste that. And a 1v4, that's going to be tough tides regardless, even if they weren't using an operator. Especially with having to get rid of the spikes, so much working against them. Now you just save and hope that you can hold on to that Vandal to go into the next round. But for Concordia St. Paul, really cracked this B-side exec. It's just strike the weaker side, overwhelm A77. Can't do anything with their utility if they're dead.
Yeah, we really haven't had to see like the West Virginia A side retake, but I'm thinking it's gonna be better shaped up than the B side one we've seen. So I really want to see this operator. I want to see the aggression, maybe over towards the B side. You know, put your Cypher back on A. They did it 1 round and it worked. I mean, that was that rifle round essentially, and I think they're gonna listen to me. Look at that, the last second swap up. There is some utility there as well. So maybe instead of a sole commitment from the Cypher, it's gonna be split. So you have some padding between this breach and raise, but. Aside from that, we'll see if it works out. It's a little bit easier to retake as well. I mean, yes, you have the op for your duelist, but look at all the ults that are online.
Okay. Concordia St. Paul deciding that the arcade push isn't worth it. Realizing that, okay, they might be putting more reinforcements over in this direction. Finally going to go on to the A side push. And what's looking like so far a relatively slow push. This is how Concordia St. Paul has been playing through Fracture. They're waiting for the right moments, right timings. Surprised they're giving up the ultimate orb. Lemur can go back, grab that, get the dimensional drift, and really play through clearing out the site. Here comes in the stealth drone again.
Oh, it spotted him.
Yeah, just barely. But didn't suppress them, and that's the key bit of information that needs to be at the back of Concordia St. Paul's mind, right? They can still use the fault line. Oh, this is going to be big from Gok. They can maybe have taken out Lemur there, but nope, here it is. Lemur backing away, picking up the ultimate orb, and that's going to be the dimensional drift expended. Back onto the side they go, looking over in all the directions. Saw 2 players. CT, Guk holding it close. You're going to have to be careful here, though, right? You run away!
Yeah.
Guk holding on by a thread of health, but alive.
30 seconds left.
That's the A side, but I mean, look at all the ults, right? They're going to unleash absolute hellfire. As soon as that spike gets tapped, here it comes, Armageddon, the stun so you can't get away. And I'm surprised that no one falls. Oh my gosh, what is this?
Tip of the barrel, betraying Excite at the most pivotal moment. On the high ground, A77 looking out through drop. Pain, making sure that whoever's in sand's gonna be alive. Dinks, just enough time to be able to pop off with the operator. It's just down to the final 2 players, but Guk barely had any health. Remember that, right? It's just a shot from Lemur, and that's all you need to do to get rid of them. A pink shells to push Lemur out with a quick gate crash. Dink's gonna grab the operator, but look out behind you. Is Ostino gonna have the timing? Are they gonna be able to? Oh my gosh, they just jumped right back into it. Concordia St. Paul winning on all avenues.
Yeah, I mean, previous op save, you kept the novelty factor. That time, you killed somebody with it. They knew they were gonna hunt it down and not let you get away with it, but silver lining, you used 1 ultimate. The sad thing is you didn't convert off of it. So you'll still have the Link Thunder, you'll still have the Showstopper, but the economy has been shattered. And I want to go back to something you mentioned, Sam, as well. Concordia St. Paul, they had that slower, you know, methodical approach that round, that kind of defaultsy look. I think it's because they had PTSD. The last time they took DPA main space, remember what happened? Orbital strike, they got splintered and obliterated. So if you have these false contact points, maybe West Virginia would overinvest.
Concordia's been playing it so well.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. I know, it's maybe they should have been the one in charge of the operator. Still, though, it's Dinks backing away alive. Again, though, your players are just operating on such low HP. They're not going to be able to go too much further. Guk leaving behind a small amount. Oh, that's diabolical. Guk seeing the stealth drone at the right moment is going to get rid of that. Prevent them from being suppressed, too. Now over on the other side, Dinks keeping an eye on tunnels, making sure they're not weaseling their way in through there. Excite's going to sojourn in that direction before deciding maybe not the best idea. Play with the squad, play with your
That's so
numbers
smart.
advantage.
If you saw, and I love this cam from Santi as well, it spots out all of bench side, it spots all of arcade. So they saw that triple trio re-clearing all of arcade and said, okay, we're dipping. We're going quick into the A side, but they're met head on by the rotation from West Virginia. And now they're on for a thrifty.
They gotta be ready to take these fights. Cock, it's so close. A77. That sheriff in their hand, they've turned into a demon. And they're looking just as deadly with it as well, right? Flush them out. The
They don't know Excite's on
aftershock,
site.
claim yours there. This is where Excite has a lot on their shoulders. Lemur, just the
one
one shot.
shot.
They see. But they had to be patient. They had to be careful. They can't let this slip away. Without Stino looking at Excite, Inox walks in for the killing blow. West Virginia University. Down but not out.
Again, A main, PTSD, Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, you name it, West Virginia knows the exact time, the opportune moment to utilize it to convert around. I mean, thrifty, buy around, it doesn't matter. That was clean. You know, the mind games don't work. And again, I mean, that was a good round, like call-wise, right, from Concordia. You see 3 players in arcade on that spy cam. Yeah, you want to speed up over towards A, but that deep trap wire from A77, so they knew a player was coming from drop, and finding that kill on Asante was everything, because then they knew that this was going to be the A pivot.
And give it up to A77, who's been kind of quiet so far in Fracture. That was a pivotal round that, for them to be able to pop off like that, really gave West Virginia University, like you said, the legs they need. Going out, Lemur and the rest of the squad deciding that, okay, we played it quiet one time, now it's time to do it our way. Go fast, be decisive, just push on the site. So far, it's looking like it's clear. The site's stepping all of the Cypher utility. And in fact, they're going to plant it just on the other side of that trip.
Oh, Santi, you got away with it once. There's no way you can again. I mean, Excite has even stunned it, but they don't clear it. Oh, the reveal is late as well.
Oh my gosh.
The ult was invested on top of it? What?
I just look over to the other side, play back, figure out what's going on here. Cubby making a lot of noise. This A main, but they're playing together, and it's perfect for the post plant right now too.
They're lined up.
Line up like that. Oh, the high-low though. I got a little nervous that there may have been a collab, but Concordia St. Paul, where there's a storm, comes out the other side.
Yeah. Again, when they control the tempo, whether it's an eco or whether it's a buy round, things go pretty well, I'll say. Especially they can get out of A main. That's the big ticket, right? If they get stuck in A main, it's like game over for in West Virginia's book. But I did like how we saw West Virginia play that, right? It shows they're trying to improve mistakes from the past. Think about Guk, right? What happened last time? Lemur ran them down. I mean, yes, you did dimensional drift, but you can still gate crash in and get flash, stunned, Tejo missiled into oblivion. So they play from drop. They play safe with A77. They went for the reflood. It just didn't work because of that, again, forward position from Santi. But this is A77 flashbacks to the second round eco.
The good news is, right, it's a Cypher for a Cypher. Both sides getting rid of their ones, but it's so important for Concordia because now look at what they're doing. Lemur seeing everything with the dimensional drift, may even dip into CT real fast. Just to take a quick look at May over on the other side before gate crashing over towards the side. Pain though, sneaking all the way in. That's a smart stealth drone from Excite to discover someone who's playing close. Guk walks away with a kill off the Ghost.
Yeah, again, orbital strike, intelligently used. Gets at least a chance here in the numbers advantage department for West Virginia. And that's the thing is you lost your Cypher, the stability. They don't know where the players are coming from, unlike usual, and they're set up in these deep post plants. And now Enox is setting up the duelist who has that weapon, and it's history.
Maybe. That's all right. You don't give the numbers, you don't give the ones. West Virginia University in coordination, in sync with each other, all swinging at the same time. Far too much for even the best of yours to fight through. West Virginia University making this fracture getting more and more even.
Yeah, 6-4, keeping Concordia St. Paul off of that advantage at the half. And now, I mean, even pretty much breaking the bank, they're going to have to save for the last round of the half. This is a smart call. Dinks, again, don't know how I feel about the operator just yet. from him, but we'll see if it sways me before the end of the half. Look, they heard me. They doubted, and they're like, okay. And they go back to the Phantom, especially when maybe your call from IGL is, let's fight B main. And it's going to be a bloody one at that.
All right, well, they decide no Phantom, Outlaw. They realize this is an eco round, but that's kind of crazy. Don't get taken out by the guided salvo. That could have been big for Concordia had that worked out. But now you're going back over to the other side. One clone's going to feel the fury of that Outlaw, but this is Concordia, complete disrespect. They're still going to try and push through this utility before finally seeing her mind say, let's just back away. Let's not go too crazy with that. Try to play for the dispersal. I know, she's firing through the smoke and doing so much.
No one finished off, though. The fake, you saw 77, PTSD tracking it down. But this is what's interesting from West Virginia. They like to overcommit on the rotate. And I mean, you can credit when your Tejo's deep jiggling be A main. But then it usually gives at least a semblance of site control over to Concordia. So I expect them to get the trade and the A site. But we also could see, yeah, as soon as contact is made, Tejo backs out. This team, rotates immediately. But that's why I think Concordia kept the Brim and the Cypher there. Because they're going to make noise. They're going to keep these players fixated while you scale up A. But that cam throws a wrench into everything. Do they stay? Do they go? They don't know.
30 seconds left.
It's just all over the place. They're really trying to make their decisions based off this, and Pain's gone. You lose all of your smokes, all the opportunities to cover yourself on A, and Excite is there. This cage gonna play against you too. You're gonna try and play it inside of it, but other than that, you're gonna lose a lot off the back. Okay, a classic demon from Santi. But still gonna take theirs. A smidge of damage, but nowhere near enough to stop the pinch coming through. Unless Lemur just goes crazy like that. Hello, the Sheriff. Popping off massively. Concordia St. Paul making this Thrifty look more and more viable with each passing second.
All right, so one's main from Santi's heroics. You don't know where the other is. Spike's tapped, but you found one. The trade good. The stun is as well. Guk holding their cool, but the stun, the Phantom, it's halved. And Lemur just calling their bluff, and it doesn't matter. 3K that refused to follow. West Virginia still holding on.
Took a clutch to make it happen, and a really smart smoke from Guk. Smart enough to be able to hold on to the half, and I think Cubby may have gotten a little too excited off their special delivery to just walk into the smoke. Confident as can be, rather than playing with their squad mate Lemur. They've gone in a completely different direction, trying to capitalize on opportunities here, but now we're in a one-round differential, Zobi. One more round in West Virginia University could tie things up. Concordia St. Paul could bring us into a 7-5 first half.
Last round, the operator comes out to cap it off before the act is over. We talked about tempo, and Concordia St. Paul, they're trying to throw themselves through A main, but this utility combo, lethal, has to be respected. Want to see what the speed up looks like after the fact, right? You have the orbital strike to clear out the site for util, but you do have the proactivity this time. It's not just, one player holding the site like Guk or A77. It's the entire team rotating over minus that operator.
A lot of actions going on here. The investment of the orbital strike from Concordia. Now you're TPing on the side. Inox is going to back away, play on the high ground, but Cubby has the execution sentence locked in. Concordia St. Paul, the quick takeover of the A side. West Virginia looking for the retake, but that neural theft is going to give away everything they need to know. Now an Armageddon A77. Oh my God. They're alive, but just by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, gotta watch where you step. And now, I mean, you've used a lot of utility without much trade out. You gotta rely on something like the showstopper. But do you have any information off of it? No, look at where these players are tucked.
Oh my gosh! Lima was so focused on trying to get rid of them. Now they're just being taken out one by one after another.
Aftershock.
They still played it for long. Hostino, they gotta go ahead and do it sometime today. A77 holds the line. West Virginia University, with less than a second to spare on the defuse, ties it up in the first half.
And Sam, I mean, we knew this was going to be a banger, so we were like thanking admins for selecting this to open up CVAL, and you said it, seconds matter. And because seconds matter, right? You might want to check out Exit Lag. They ensure a better and faster connection, from the roots to the game servers. So it eliminates those latency issues, the connection issues with a single button press. So make sure to use coupon GG well played, GGWP, to take your connection to the next level with Exit Lag.
Yeah, see, I definitely need that. anything I could do to help me make sure I land my shots better in Valorant. Though we have been noticing that it might be player issue, but I'm hoping that maybe with exit lag it could maybe dispel that. Maybe dispel that myth. Maybe just maybe make me feel better about myself. But yeah, make sure to go and check out exit lag. That's West Virginia University now, though, on the attack. Concordia St. Paul Blue giving us a look at their defense. Look at how far that stealth drone is going out. Not going to quite get the surprise, but they do see a sneaky little cipher. Maybe that might lend some credence over to what could be happening on this pitch, but the Brimstone smokes and the way that they're set up, excite. You're actually giving the spike to your duelist to plant it on the high ground.
This is definitely a pistol of all time, but nobody's taking sight. They haven't cleared out main, and look at how deep the players that duo just went, right? So they know there's nobody main, but Dinks has fought forward. You thought you were safe. You thought that was firmly your control in this turf war, but it wasn't. My concern here, though, is it's not planted for anybody. You have to rely on this post-plant utility, and Ostino's got it half.
Yeah,
they didn't realize
here?
what?
What's going on here, Zobi?
Huh?
Where's the rest of WVU? Where were they?
You just salvo default. When Spike wasn't planted default, Excite.
What's going on here?
If they lose this map, I'm looking back at that moment. We thought it was a beautiful play, and it's maybe Dinks just realizing, wait a minute, I have Spike. Sometimes that happens, right? You're like in enemy territory, and you're like, wait a minute, I have the Spike. What do I do now? And that means that Concordia is now 2 for 2 on pistols. This is the round we're going to look at, though. Remember, West Virginia, they were a little silly on the eco and somehow found every single player for CSP, right? So can they make it a little bit cleaner to maybe have a little bit more standout at the start of the half?
Okay, now this is looking a little bit more like Fracture that we all know and love. West Virginia leaving behind Brimstone, though, leaving behind Guck. Wait, it might work out for... Oh my gosh, Guck, you're playing your hand a little too early here,
Whoa.
buddy. Got a little impatient on the shots, wanted to get the right click. It's still going to be Cubby taking them out. West Virginia University losing out on a massive player like that. A massive player like Guck is going to hurt you massively here. But A77 still has some bite, though they may be traded out by Ostino. It's an opening, maybe. I don't know. Cubby's going to make this opening. Going to take that door and just shut it right down into their face. This Tejo player popping off. Concordia St. Paul. They're not going to suffer the same anti-eco.
And I mean, we gotta highlight this player. 15-7 right now. They have the Cypher tech from the drone that can jump all the way into B heaven from their attack app to the deep spawn when they're able to get on the defense here. And then they're also fragging. They're following up Lima really well. I mentioned at the beginning in Agent Select, right, how Yoru is very self-sufficient, this lone wolf kind of agent, doesn't need the support of their teammates, but Cubby has been playing it like they are that supportive, like, duo, and it's worked out really well in terms of tradability, in terms of impact, and now, I mean, maybe they're splintering off for the time being, but that's just because this is the bonus that we are waiting on. Concordia can seal the deal, can trudge on towards their opponent's map pick victory if they can win this round.
And this is good, right? You managed to suppress Santi. They couldn't do anything. They were stuck inside of their concuss. That gives Excite the opportunity to land their headshot, but you gotta watch out for Lemur and this Bulldog. Quick jump over to the other side. They're gonna keep themselves alive in Arcade and continue the good fight over in High Ground. Well, the good fight didn't last very long. Inox is gonna make sure of that. But they have to chew through one more player that has deposited themselves inside of Arcade. Pain. Oh, this could be good timing. Out goes the flashbang. This is crazy. They're playing on the edge
Talk about tech.
of this heaven play. And they get the kill on the Inox. Dinks, though. So deadly. So crazy. West Virginia University. They needed to stop the bonus, and they did.
And with that Phantom Dinks aren't enough, they finish it off in addition to that, right? No 140s here. Nice transfer onto those two generator players. It felt like maybe just a bad timing, you know, like CSP were caught out, especially after the heroics from Pain and clearing out heaven space. The teeter was good, though, made sure there was no heroics out of that final player from CSP. Denied the bonus, keep a good amount of weaponry coming forward. There's some light shields across the board, so the damage was done by CSP. You know, a win in their playbook. But the lead that they have is narrow at best. As they look into the first rifle round. Early info, early clearance. Nothing.
Nothing. Now you gotta be wondering where things could really be going down. Well, if you were wondering, you're not gonna be wondering anymore. Dinks making a showing here with a showstopper. Gotta be careful.
There's
Also,
so
cyber
many
utility
trips.
here. Oh my gosh, and they even got toasted a little bit by the molly on the ground, but the showstopper's gonna push them away from that. Lemur all over this site. They're looking in all directions. They're just making the call out. Dinks hiding behind box. Just shoot, shoot, shoot. Santi, perfect on the uptake, perfect on the fight back. Finally, Inox is going to get this spike planted. It's in a bit of a dicier position, and they're going to put down the guided salvo. Inox can't get away from the hailstorm of bullets.
And this looks like, again, experience difference, right? Wallbang angles aplenty. You never destroy the trap wires on site, right? This is the reps on Fracture starting to shine through. The protocol's clean. The heroics right now aren't enough as just 10 HP. Excite, you have the salvos, but they're not going to get there in time. And even if they did, I mean, you're already getting swarmed by players like Santi. Who knows? You're one right-click classic away from demise. Concordia, that was like, I mean, aside from the flawless, perfect round.
I don't think like 3 of those kills they even saw anybody, right? It was through the smoke. It was either call-outs by Lemur, trips,
Yeah.
and maybe even some just crazy shooting through the smokes too on top of that to realize where they're planting the spike at. So this is Concordia. Like you said, the protocols are tight, they're crisp, and the communication is clear. Here's where you need to fire, shoot, go for it, go for it. And West Virginia University is just leaving so much gaps in their defense against the retake, right? Like, you didn't get rid of any of the trips. A77 just walks into it, and they're demolished.
And that's, again, where comms come through. Again, places a lot on Dinks' plate, right? You're trying to clear the site, trying to clear the utility, and trying to fight forward after the spike went down like Lemur did on their attack half, and none of it connects. Now look at this. You saw the Armageddon. We know that's online here for Cubby. The drone spots out too. Does it trigger the trap play? It seems like they're toying with the idea, trying to draw these players in a little bit. That's why there's that deep trap wire there, right? As soon as it gets broken, they know that they're deep enough that that Armageddon can push them into the fight. This is a gorgeous setup, and it looks like CSP is going to waltz right into it.
Oh my word. Yeah, look at Excite. He's like, where do I go from here? It's right in front of me. They somehow survived that, but it's just farmed right into the guided salvo. Cubby, a master of the utility. West Virginia University just could not escape the explosions. Wow, man. They're still gonna try and make this push, right?
They still didn't break the trip.
There's a trip right there. You gotta walk into it. Now you're just gonna back away, but at this point, West Virginia University, they're running down the clock. It's 40 seconds left to go. Concordia St. Paul, just, it's an iron grip on this map.
A77. With this sheriff, they've opened up rounds quite well for West Virginia before, especially when a Rolling Thunder's in the mix. It's not possible. You got smokes. You also got disruption players like Pain nearby. They're actually gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. The salvos don't come online soon enough. Just gonna play the full retake here.
Yeah, Guk taking some chances, taking some pot shots through the smoke. Actually did a good amount, and it's even gonna grab the kill. Guk is just gonna waste every single bullet they possibly can, but if you're getting results like that, is it really a waste? West Virginia University down to their final 3 players. Here's the Rolling Thunder, though. Pushes them up in the air. Inos goes for the swing off a stinger. But Pain, even through the concussion, is still able to land the 1 headshot they need. A77 holding this side, but they're gonna have to fight back. It's all about the post-plant hold with the mollies. Delay, delay, delay. And it did just enough.
Whew, and boy, oh boy, I mean, consistent performance from Guk, but I've been waiting to talk about this player, right? Winthrop alumni from that historic run, being the first collegiate team in Challengers, right? Coming over to West Virginia, really pushing this team to the top of the region, I'd say. And you pair it with a player like Excite, who also has that experience on a team like Nightblood from Tier 2 space, like, I think this is what is strong for this team, and that was a pivotal round to clutch up, right? You would have lost your eco, would have been already double digits for Concordia. That likely would have been 11th, and then you have no real wiggle room to develop, to change. So when they needed it, a hero emerged, and after a beautiful trap play as well from CSP that would have demolished any sense of confidence, that is great to nullify everything that just happened.
I'm liking this difference, though. Lemur really wanted to push out. They want to take care of this A77 alert, but Cubby didn't have their weapon out. Dinks is just going to go in at the speed of light. West Virginia picking them apart piece by piece. Lemur over to the other side. Flashbang over the top. Maybe play from here. Ostina, though, a little too early. That's going to be another flashbang. You got to look towards heaven. You got to look towards the sands. Here comes the clone. Dinks not going to fall for it, though. Time to back away. Playing for the safety. Santi. It's going to be Excite, strong-arming them into the next round. Yeah, scary tides here for Lemur. It's still a gate crash back on the side, but Einok is precise on these headshots. How's Ostino to try and pick up the remnants of Concordia St. Paul, win a 1v4, and get a spike defuse with less than half health. And Guk is going to make sure that, that's not going to go any further. Trade a Bulldog for a Bulldog. Maybe enough time to get a new Vandal? No, not quite.
Whew. And West Virginia, they're the masters of A main. You can't convince me otherwise. A site, this is a great time, I think, for a timeout from CSP because we've been, I think, tooting their horn a lot, right? Like, they've been very clean on the rounds they win. That round, it looked really muddy, right? Like, their flash timings were off. I mean, Lemur was getting body blocked by their own clone trying to swing. I think you saw, like, it felt like Asina was trying to swing right rope, and it was before Lemur's flash went off. And then the flash from Asina caught Lemur as well when they were trying to swing sand. And it just felt like they were very antsy to take the fights against West Virginia, and every fight they did take was alone, and West Virginia won it. So I don't think this is necessarily a big picture change up from the timeout for the side of CSP. I think it's more just a grounding element, just like, hey guys, stick to your fundamentals. We're more repped on this map. We have a very deep strat book, evidence being that beautiful trap play over towards A main that unfortunately didn't convert around. And I think, like, West Virginia, I mean, you're one off. It's just been, you haven't been able to pull out ahead, right?
It's a good opportunity, like you said, for a CSP to get the head back on straight. I mean, credit to West Virginia too as well. They lose A77 early into the round, but still recover cleanly off the back of that. And we're still looking at the squad, right? The economy here. Concordia St. Paul, a pivotal round, and they need to win off the back of their timeout. Otherwise, right, economy's broken. West Virginia takes the lead. They can go even further beyond that. It's only 2 rounds separating them. A map 1 fracture victory.
All right. Change up here. Dimensional drift. Looking like they just want more information, right? Off rip. So they are trying to fight. A beautiful stun comes through. I talked about a resyncing of utility. Well, what better way than that?
Oh, but they realize Dinks is behind here? They do, right?
They do.
They know. They haven't seen the rest of the squad, so you got to watch out behind them. That stealth drone going to get them everything. Now it feels like the attack is on the defense, and the defense coming back in for the attack up through A main. Smokes are going to go down and try to deny that vision, but now Santee taking control of Sand, so they realize someone's in heaven. They do. Payne has the fight. West Virginia University down to their final 2 players. Not looking good here. All swarming in through Sands. The aim is going to have to be next level, but that flashbang from Lemur, and then Payne to put the nail in the coffin. Concordia St. Paul, if there was ever a timeout, that was the one. This is a flawless round for them, and a great one to step into the double digits.
Wow, timeout to flawless. And it looked clean at that. I mean, fun fact, I don't know if you saw it, right? I'm pretty sure Dings had Spike again and dropped it off out dish before fighting at A main because they realized they were about to take it with them. And I mean, I think it was the orbital strike, yeah, from West Virginia. It got them the A site. But again, just the deep commitment from CSP gave them so much grounds to retake that A site. It also felt like just a hard read coming out of the timeout that fortunately went the way of CSP. And speaking of hard reads, they just battered WVU so hard in the A site that they are full committing to the B site in what looks like a quiet approach as to not scare WVU away from this site.
Instead of playing out for these aggressive pushes, Concordia is just going to let them come to them. It's all about making a lot of noise on B that they're not going to do anything with. Try to draw the rotation back, but Concordia is not going to bite onto that just yet. Here it is, flashbang. That stealth drone not going to see very much, but A77 has a massive opportunity here. There's 2 players, though, and they're not getting enough information from the cam, from anything, that they really want to take this swing through tunnel. Now that they hear the fault line, right, it's just even more so of a calling card to just back away, regroup with the squad, maybe play for an exit frag on someone who may have gone out through B too much. Regardless, though, West Virginia University, oh, Dinks! So much damage, and there's a small gap in the smoke. Someone could have possibly seen that there. Guk is going to plant it down on the ground, but here it is, the orbital strike. It denies the spike plant too, and Dinks roasts you to a crisp from the skies above. Inox swinging out of the smoke. Fights back against Payne, but now you didn't have your back covered from drop. West Virginia University has to readapt the plan very quickly. Oh wait, look at this though, look at this. Look at this, look at A77.
It's been spotted out though, the neural theft.
Yeah.
May have just taken the wild card win condition from the side of West Virginia. We've seen them though, when they have an ult like in Armageddon here, they're usually able to turn things around, but when Spike is down this late into the round, oh, can you recover? The answer seems to be possibly yes.
But they're gonna have to. A77!
No, you got off!
They got off the spike! Life sacrifice for nothing! Concordia St. Paul! It's 2 more rounds to go.
Wow. that round, like from an analytical perspective, felt like it went on for eons, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like it starts out right with West Virginia about to walk into this massive trap setup from CSP, right? CSP's always been fighting forward, right? And this time they conceal all whereabouts of information. And West Virginia's like, I don't know, something feels wrong about this site, and they go back and basically get a free A site that just looks free because there was a complete retake plan for CSP off that orbital strike. And I mean, it required heroics. That's what we saw, like Inox they were trying to do, and unfortunately, takes again some crazy plays that come a dime a dozen. So now, map point on the verge of it here for CSP. Cubby denied some information, but you're gonna know soon enough, right? The satchels, the stun. This time it's played a little bit more out in the open on top. Let's see if the development's better this time around.
But you're still leaving Dinks alone on this island, and look at it too. They barely have any HP. Now they're going to be rolled in by the dimensional drift. Pain knows exactly where it is. The callouts from Lemur. It's just next level. This player, next level on the Yoru and Ostino. Blown up by the Aftershock. So like you said, it's playing a little bit better, playing a little bit more in the open. A77 this time has better showings to be able to fight back with the rest of the squad. But now we're looking at an Armageddon. We're looking at every single piece of utility, every single piece of ultimate, but they still have to go back and actually fight for the site. Here it is though, West Virginia University blowing them all up to Kingdom Come. They get it to the half. It's gonna have to be heroics from Lemur. But West Virginia University flying high above that, stays off defeat.
That was the theoretical limit of every piece of post-point utility we could get. I think the only thing we didn't get right was a showstopper and a paint shell from Dinks because they were dropped immediately from that dimensional drift combo from Lemur. I mean, if Lemur got that kill on Enox, there was time, right? The sacrifice from Tubby wouldn't have been in vain, but 10 to 11, we mentioned it at the end of the last half, and now West Virginia University does not go down without a fight. They keep it within one. Economy's not great for CSP if they lose this round either. We could go the distance here, or even see a West Virginia snipe if they can hit any vein of consistency within the ore.
Locating target.
And West Virginia University. But Concordia St. Paul on the ropes, but how much did it cost you? The investment, massive. Only ultimates used just to be able to hold on for a smidge. You still have the showstopper, you still have a neural theft, but Santi's just gonna eke right on by here, right?
They love doing this.
Cage, yeah, exactly, right? You catch them off guard, you make them think something's happening here. Fortunately, though, they have presence of mind to just back away. Lay on the side, not swinging to two players that could rip their heads right off. West Virginia University finally making their presence known over on the high ground. Guck gonna land first blood onto Santi. Dinks looking around with the showstopper. Now not having to worry about any pesky trips or anything like that. Fires off the showstopper. Doesn't get the frag they were looking for, but man, look at that brimstone. It's tough tides.
Ooh. And now, I mean, ooh, the flank was almost good, but the 1-for-1 trade, that's one of your big weapons gone. And now, I mean, the neural theft spots out where you are. This is going to be a decision. I mean, maybe recover the weapons, maybe save. I mean, again, these are your 3 post-point agents still alive. I don't see a world where they can win this unless we see over-peaking from West Virginia. And even then, Incendiary has landed.
Yeah, and look at that too, right? You're gonna have Excite trying to play safe. Cubby
really
kind of knows where they could be. That is a crazy investment of an ultimate there. You're trying to push him back. You're playing for the ping of the spike. There it is. The fault line comes through, followed by the guided salvo. Excite is just chewing them alive with this utility. And Cubby has no chance to be able to do anything. West Virginia University has managed to tie things up at the 11th hour.
Trust me, they'll know what.
And I mean, for Concordia, you gotta know when to let things go. Maybe it was a miscomm, a mistiming thing. They didn't have the salvos online, and communication was like, they're like, okay, Enox doesn't have an aftershock, you can stick it. They're out playing too deep off site, but again, the delay, the timings, and the post point are there. Like, for a team that we said doesn't have as many reps on this map, that's clean. I'm surprised we didn't see another CSP timeout, to be honest, right? That was their first one we saw previously of the game from either team, and you get one back in overtime. Because now, I mentioned it, West Virginia, a real opportunity to take 12 before CSP can. And CSP, they're looking a little lost in their identity. Look at this, right? Solo plays all around the map. Cubby solo Sand, Lemur going deep, you know, Dish here alone. Is this gonna be another, like, Flood retake off the Rolling Thunder type vibe? That's the only thing I'm getting right now from the lay of the land.
And Cubby's the one with the hero rifle too, but the vault line and had to push them away. Dinks trying to get ahead of the curve. Gonna see the Tejo here just yet, but a paint shell thrown inside of CT is gonna push him back even further.
That is the
Control of
plan.
The high ground. Now you're looking over in all the different directions. Lemur, it's just a sheriff to their name though, right? They have massive utility flashes to work with. You gotta wait for the rest of your squad to be able to go for the retake.
Ostino cannot die here. We need that Rolling Thunder investment. And they're trying to just wait for information. And here the Orbital Strike comes proactively, but the players weren't there.
Wow.
Duck! As they jump out of heaven?
What in the world? It's just going right into the meat grinder. And now Bane can't even jump down in through drop. There's a molly right at their feet. And look at this too. The second they make any noise, Dinks is just decisive. Next level, West Virginia University. One more round to go.
Wow. I mean, at least you didn't invest the Rolling Thunder for Concordia. But, I mean, West Virginia, that's, again, very smart Orbital Strike investment. Guk is, like, single-handedly controlling the tempo of the opponent with their util, whether it's the post plant, buying on the timer, whether that one is shutting out a thrifty retake strategy. And, I mean, you know you got your 12th, right? So that was the round to win. Like, if you lose this, it's like, oh, we are going to overtime, but you don't lose the game. So, utilize the resources as they come. You get control here. A little bit of utility invested, really for a fake out, it seems like. My concern, though, is the crossfire. There's a deep commitment A. Drone? Probably. I was gonna say, they don't pop it. They don't see them on the rope. Oh, no.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that could have been really bad for Concordia had Lemur fallen there, but Gay crashed back over to safety. Smart from West Virginia University to come back over through the ropes to avoid the stealth drone, but they're still caught out and they still have to readapt the strategy. What was gonna try and be this A hit, now pivoting back towards B, leaning into the hands of where all of the Cypher trips and utility is set up. But that's also kind of been the name of the game too so far, right? It just hasn't been able to get the value they've been looking for. Molly trying to slow things down, but there's enough of a gap that they can walk through, but they're kind of funneled in this direction. First cage is going to come up. Another cage inside of Heaven, play outside with a flash and a fault line. Wide swing from Lemur, but God, oh my God, what is this player made of? A Rolling Thunder right into the guided salvo. Now it's just the final player. But they realize they're right here. Now it's the 1v1. Hey, 7-7, half HP. Ostino seeing them with the fallen comrades. Neural theft. They had to do it at 11 HP. The margin of error. So close, but map number 1, it's overtime.
Whew, I can feel the team like dogging on him if he lost that fight. 15 assists, gets the kill when needed. Yeah, I bet Ostino's the one to take the time out there. They're like, guys, I need a minute.
listen, gang, listen, my heart rate. I don't think it's supposed to be in the 200s. Oh my word.
Like, the shot doesn't align, the correction though is good, and especially like, A77 wasn't even looking at him! Okay, just brush it off. You got the round done, mental reset, 12-12, the sides swap as well, so this was it was a 6-6 half, right? So this was both teams, they're both 6-6 halves. We can't even say what was a better half. I mean, it feels like scoreboard-wise, CSP is a little bit more well-rounded. Guk is like about to drop 30 bomb on Brimstone, right? Like,
yeah, Brimstone of all things, right? But look at the assist too, right? 17. You're talking
yeah.
This is Guk, and the way that they manipulate Fracture into their favor against Concordia is unbelievable.
It's clean, and speaking of cleanliness, we kind of talked about it in Agent Select, right? Some of the role swaps, right? Pain, I think, better on the Chamber, but they are the smokes player to every other map. Santi, though, like, that setup, that reflood on B was so clean. Like, they are a confident Cypher, and I think that's what they were playing into, was keeping them on more consistent roles across maps, instead of forcing Santi onto an off Brimstone that they're only going to play once. So, we'll see if it works out when they change it for CVAL Champions. I mean, reminder, this is West Virginia's map pick, right? Like, we knew this was going to be competitive because this feels like it would have been a Concordia pick, and it might have even caught CSP off guard, but they came, they're here to fight, and we've gone the distance to overtime, so let's get it kicked off here with CSP back on the attack. West Virginia, aggressive defensive clear out of B main, but it's all been spotted up by Santi.
Yeah, CSP, we haven't had a look at their attack in quite some time, right? Feels like it's been forever, but now we're back on it. We're seeing this arcade push that worked out so well for them, but this time, right, measured tempo rather than flooding into it. And also, Lemur's not here to gate crash into that corner. They could have played for the pinch. No, instead, it's just pulling West Virginia. Look at that, 3 players into arcade. no one found there. Maybe even leave behind a fault line to try and sell this even further. Coming out through tunnel, this is going to be big from Pain, right? Especially if they can maybe get rid of Dinks. Oh, no, Santi has the first blood. Inox eliminated. Gok, though, this is the one. This is the player. This is the villain. This is the demon, but exercised from the map. West Virginia University losing their ones across every avenue, every angle. Number 4 Gok, right? It was 1v3. It was going to be tough times for them regardless. Concordia St. Paul, when they're on the attack, this B site is theirs.
And the last 2 players, I mean, that site has some, you know, hurdling utility here, but Salvo's in 20, only special delivery in hand. It's difficult between these two. 1 cage for the cross, which A77 is going to try to utilize here, but again, it's layer upon layer of players. Like, this is the trademark CSP post plan, right? And they have it perfectly coordinated of who takes the fight when and where, so that things don't slip away, that there's always a trade like that. And now Excite's in the 1v4. Now Salvo's back, but how far is that going to get you?
Oof, yeah, Excite. Make sure to keep the flank safe. You're in a 1v4. You gotta really make sure, but they're gonna use the utility instead. Pain was already posted up so far ahead. It was unthinkable for Excite that someone could be that close, but Pain is. And they brought the Pain, and Concordia St. Paul just needs the one more to close out Fracture.
It's just good crime scene.
And CSP, I mean, this is the half, like, you came very, very close to closing out, right? You sat on 11 for so long, and unfortunately it just did not go your way at the last second, right? Like, look at that, the 3 rounds in a row that West Virginia almost put up, almost 4, right, to close it out, to snub the 13-11, right? This will be a great way to just close it out once you get to overtime. Here we go. Interesting utility usage here. Deep Trapwire should keep Learner at bay, but CSP, they look ready just to fight to counter. They don't want to retake against the plethora of utility that we know West Virginia has.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Santi just sees him off of an intuition, but so is Inox. Through the smoke, Santi eliminated West Virginia University. This floodback, these attacks from both sides, so angry. And even Guk eliminating Lemur, who's been the powerhouse player for CSP, may have just sealed the deal for this round.
Cool. I mean, I talked about it, that proactive running interference on the site control that Santi tried to do, but it was just like you mentioned, Inox, insane. Again, the post plan, once the spike is down, CSP knows they are riding off that round, or at least fighting an uphill battle, and goes West Virginia's way, so we run it back. We couldn't just have 1 overtime stand, double it.
Yeah, double it. We're really getting our money's worth for this upper bracket round number 1. Zobi, and a timeout this time, though, from West Virginia University. They had been struggling so much on the defense to try and crack the Concordia St. Paul attack, so this is the perfect time for them to really get their heads on straight. It was so many different moments in the first overtime round that they kept losing over and over against a multitude of fights on Concordia St. Paul during their attack, so they got to make sure that they keep things in check, right? They don't want to have this overzealousness to lose out on the ones. And especially too, when you look at what that arcade play was, West Virginia University held onto that for so long before finally backing off, and Concordia St. Paul had the read, they had the re-hit, and then you get rid of Guk. That was just, for Concordia St. Paul, everything they need. And then before you even take the site, before you even planted the spike, it was just only 2 players left for West Virginia University to try and play for the retake.
Yeah. I'm definitely trying to get in the minds of West Virginia here, because this is their first time out of the game. They fought all of the ones in standard regulation. But I think that was a good time for CSP actually to get a timeout, right? They utilized theirs right off a rip, trying to snowball those 2 rounds and avoid what they're now trapped in. And we talked about it. West Virginia is like the map 3, map 5 demons. They have stamina to spare. They can go the distance. I mean, CSP's brought some of the best to 3, but it's your first series of CVAL champs. You want it clean, you want that confidence, and I mean, a head-on fight, collision A-main, we know who usually wins these out, and it's West Virginia.
Oh my gosh. But it's still going back and forth, it's going everywhere. Inox. If there was ever a time to pop off, if there was ever a time to prove your worth, it's here, it's now, and it's in double overtime. But there's still a moment, there's still a chance for Concordia St. Paul to wrestle this back into their favor. And look at that too, West Virginia, it's not taking any chances. All 3 players connected to each other. And Pain couldn't land the first shot. Dings with the pre-fire. Cubby's all on their shoulders. Looking around over on the other side. The corner. The swing! West Virginia University, a perfect timeout. That puts them in match point again.
And I don't want to say West Virginia changed anything necessarily, right? I mean, Inox is doing insane work just on an individual level, it feels like. They retracked both of those players A main. And I mean, it continues, right? The rule is that West Virginia is the masters of A main. And it shocks me that CSP went for an A main play like that. And that they didn't get out as soon as the utility started flying, right? Concordia only gets it if the site is given up, like, or if they like outplay and like force rotations from West Virginia over to B, or if they like go really quick and get ahead of that utility. So neither of those factors go their way, and the round follows suit. Now West Virginia is one in double overtime with the opportunity to put it away in 2.
Pain. Surely someone checks this box. Surely you don't let them get away with it.
Down B.
Hostino! They have the trade on their fallen comrade, but now they gotta look down towards tunnel. Santee! It's unbelievable what we're witnessing here, Zobi! Now it's down to A77, a 1v3. They even have to go and get the spike out of Arcade. Hope you're ready for triple overtime. Map number 1 is not over yet. Say that A77 could really give us some surprises, but it's gonna have to be the shocker of a century. Oh,
and
my
there's
word.
a trip. Like, you're not even getting over to Arcade without this team knowing. Unless you get an insane timing while someone's looking away from drop on that rope. I've seen it happen, don't get me wrong. But Cage procced. CSP taking 0 chances here. They want a chance to run back their mistakes. Trap wire broken. Expected some retaliatory utility, but nothing comes their way. They're just gonna trust in the triangle.
Yep. Oh my gosh. 15 HP though, right? Both of them going in for it. A77 just could not reconfigure the aim in time. It doesn't matter so far, Zobi. If the attack half isn't working, it's the defense half holding on. The script got flipped off the back of that WVU timeout. Man.
21 assists. Tostino's 19. Inox is up there as well. I mean, 14. They're the ones catching up in the kill department to Guk. They didn't like that I said that this wasn't as well-rounded of a team. Guk's definitely cooled off. Or maybe just Inox is stealing the flame. But they've done their job. I mentioned it again. A main, CSP feels like it's the key to tipping the scale in their favor, because it's been that location of disaster beforehand. So they can crack the code here, they can win. The difficulty is they have yet to do so.
Oh my gosh.
Every time.
Every time they lose someone,
See?
and then they just walk onto site. No eyes on heaven. Inox gets away with it for free again, and Lemur has 20. Oh.
Time to jump.
But Excite didn't cover sand. They were looking so doggedly on the main. And Inox is going to take the bait on the clone. They get back over here. Lemur grabs the spike. Gate crashes over onto site. Gets the spike planted for the 3v3, but it's 25 HP. You're going to have to work for miracles, but that gives them the dimensional drift. Oh, and Cubby.
Oh, you have to win this.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Cubby wins.
They got it.
Wait a minute. West Virginia University on the ropes now. Lemur seeing everything with the dimensional drift. Rips out in heaven. Over on the other side, here it comes. The guided salvo to delay things out. Inox can't do anything but wait. And then you're going to even slow it down further. Lemur now finally working their way back in through this. Inox lands the first headshot. But they really just got to go in for the jiggles for this something. But Cubby does not care. They want this map done. They want Concordia St. Paul Blue to win.
Switching sides. Match point.
I mean, we said it. The key to victory was cracking A main. And Lemur did it, right? We talked about how it was literally copy-paste from the last overtime cycle. How that fight panned out, right? They were able to punish Guk, but then Enox comes in and refrags all of it for like a 2 special. And Lemur just slips through. They get past the hard part, even with that HP disadvantage, right? It's just, again, the post-plant's clean, individuality clean, and it's unfortunate that I think the stun from Enox caught Dinks on that A fight. That might be what spells disaster here. Sides are swept. CSP on the defensive. Did you see that operator? First time here as well for Lemur to sport it, but it says B take, and the numbers for CSP are here.
I'm digging this though. Like West Virginia University, they're getting done with this map. They're like, we're just gonna do it clean and simple. We push onto the side. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Pain! That double kill. It's all over. One more to go. Concordia, St. Paul Blue, the underdogs, fighting back, landing the first blow against West Virginia. And I know that Guk can work wonders, but it's the first of many that they have to work through. all isolated ones. They're in charge of the spike, so it's not done yet. But this is gonna have to be a miracle and a half for Guk to do anything here, Zobi.
I mean, there's a player to do it. It's the one that's about to drop a 30 bomb, right? If they clutch this. 2 off from the orbital strike as well. I mean, you're probably gonna get a kill before you get the spike planted, surely.
30 seconds.
And that would be the ult confirmed in the post plant, but you gotta get that far first. 4 players staring you down. It's kill on sight, and the firing squad is ready to send us to Ascent with a CSP up 1-0. The stun doesn't align, but the shots for Santi do. And 16 to 14, 30 rounds it takes for map 1 to go the way of Concordia St. Paul.
That was an insane map of Fracture, an insane way to start off the 2025 CVAL Championship Series. This has been next level from both of our teams, right? And you're looking at the number 5 seed versus the number 12 seed. You're like, okay, this should be a done and dusted map. This should be quick and easy. But to bring back the topic that we had at the top of the hour, at the beginning of the broadcast, expectations are being shattered. And of course, this is just map 1, right? We still have possibly 2 more maps left to go with, unless Concordia St. Paul can close things out early on a map 2 banger. But man, with the way that map number 1 went, I would not be surprised, especially with what we could get out of map number 2 here, Zoe.
Well, we are going to have to wait and see. I will say, you get double Sentinel versus double Sentinel. And I mean, I don't know what to say. Fracture, Ascent, Pearl, right? Like, we talked about it. It felt very wishy-washy. Like, that this was the first pick for West Virginia. It felt like a risk knowing it was right up Concordia's alley. But then we also said that, like, West Virginia's strong on Ascent, right? It's been like a coin toss for them, but they put so much work into it, right? Like, there's a really strong possibility we get a 2-0 for CSP here. And there's a really strong possibility we see Pearl. If it goes to Pearl, ooh, I'm not gonna call that. We'll call it when we get there.
Yeah, we'll call it when we get there, Zobi. We'll also call Ascent when it gets there. After this break, we're gonna go do a very short one, right? We just went through 30 rounds of Fracture. I'm sure both of our teams need a small break. I'm sure we all need one, so make sure to go out there, hydrate, grab a snack, stretch, because when we get back, this is gonna be the Ascent map that could determine one of our teams is moving on through the upper bracket, one of them being banished to the lowers. We're going to map number 3 when we get back.
That's on me. I probably should have just waited.
Ooh. That was good stuff, though. That's great.
I mean, I should have just asked during break. It would probably made more sense logically, but.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
Jump up above and go say hi.
Yeah. We're lonely.
Yeah. Leave the casters by themselves for too long and things get accidentally refreshed. What a map. I think definitely the big thing we can talk about when we get back is the West Virginia.
It does go to map 3 though. I mean, like, do I have like a favorite coming in? I really want CSP to win. I mean, CC bias probably showing in that regard a little bit, right? But like, this entire map pool favors them too now.
Yeah.
Like Ascent, like Pearl, like I was trying hard to be like, this is their pit, or like they played Ascent. Their CSP throw this series, I'm gonna be like,
how long is this break?
5 minutes?
Okay. I'll be right back.
crazy we could get a Masters Toronto without EDG right now? It's like, we were both saying it wrong because I was saying Enox, you were saying Inox. Inox.
Yeah.
Like
And
I'm like
Enox.
it's like this. Like it's like and then it's not Santi, it's Santi, like with a U. At least that's how you think about it. Like that also looks like a U in it. So yeah,
Santi.
I mean, I already did a big whiff calling saying learner instead of lemur while they're reading out the roster. Oops, my handwriting.
We good. I actually think that was a really good map from us. Really good calling.
First few rounds, bumpy, and then it like even out. We're like, we're good.
Yeah, we came back hard.
I also can breathe now, so we're fine. Like, what? Oh, we've been talking for like, we said we were lonely. We came up like already like 2 or 3 minutes ago, bro.
Deep in the dark.
Oh, we are hot mics, by the way. Thank you, viewers. We love you.
We know how to pronounce players' names. Don't worry. This
I
is all
think
just
it was
jokes.
delayed. They said they fixed it. You fixed it? We're not hot mic'd anymore?
That I'm invincible.
Never mind, they fixed. I
Nobody
don't know hot mics.
gonna bring me down.
Mics were hot and break.
Did Paul just message you as well?
No, Infernos is close.
Here we go.
Save his cat.
Oh, they heard me dissing freaking West Virginia!
I'm invincible. Nobody gonna bring me down. That I'm invincible. Nobody gonna bring me down. All my hope was fading away. I'm not gonna make it to the end of the day. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible. Nobody gonna bring me down.
Invincible.
I'm invincible. Nobody gonna bring me down. That I'm invincible. Nobody gonna bring me down.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 CVAL Championship. We just had a triple overtime map 1 banger of a series that went on between Concordia St. Paul Blue versus West Virginia University, with Concordia taking the win there. We're going to map number 2 of Ascent, Zobi, where, right, if Concordia can close things out here, we don't even have to worry about map number 3 of Pearl.
Yes, and your unbiased casters are reporting for a duty here. I mean, like, everyone likes a good underdog story. CSP coming in, like you mentioned, 12 versus 5 seed in the CVAL seeding. and CSP taking map 1, coming into their map pick, and I mean, you know, I said I would protect the team's honor, but the 13-0 Baker on Pro for crying out loud. Like, if we make it to a map 3, like, from an analytical POV, it feels like COP is slated to win this. But I gotta highlight this, and I literally have this right now because I was, like, taking a deep dive into Ascent, which if you know me, like, Sam, I hate Ascent.
Yes.
So the fact that I did this is crazy, because the side of West Virginia has gone through every double Sentinel, like, combination you can on this map. They've gone Vice Cypher, they've gone KJ Vice, they've gone KJ Cypher, and they seem to have, like, landed on the Deadlock Killjoy, and as you see it getting locked in here. And I am hoping that we get to see, you know, a little bit more comfortability out of them as a result of these swap-ups.
I'm hoping it will be too, right? Being able to settle on the composition that you feel the most comfortable with, the one that you think you're going to get the most value out of. For West Virginia University, though, right, this is big tidings for them to have to try and accomplish this map. Boy, you know, Zobi, we're in this new era of Ascent where it had been so long the Sova, KO, KJ, Jet, Omen, that to see the differences here between our two compositions have wildly different compositions almost, it feels like, is such a breath of fresh air for the map of Ascent, where it's been solid for so long, but now we're getting different strategies, we're getting different ways of play, we're getting different looks from Tier 2, Tier 1, Collegiate, and the fact that it's trickled down this far to be able to see them trying out different things. I mean, right, we have a Cypher and a Sage versus a KJ and a Deadlock, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I mean, if we go from, like, the aggressive double initiator dive duelist of Arrays and a Yoru to the double Sentinel, it's kind of crazy to think about the pacing changes. Now, I mean, I think my eyes are going to be on how Ostino plays. They were, like, on CSP, like, they were doing their job, don't get me wrong, but, like, individually, like, they won the most important round they had to win, you know, to get them to overtime, so that can't be overlooked, but it could be, again, comfortability, and maybe they're a battle stage, we're gonna see them step up, but I do think, again, when we go back to comfortability, though, as well, for WVU, this switch up where it was Enox finally settling on to this Deadlock, we've seen it when they're locked in, obviously, over on the Breach, over on Fracture. Can that carry over? And then Guk, I mean, you were aggressive on the Brimstone, what's the Omen gonna entail?
I'm so curious to see how Dinks is going to do on the Yoru also, right? Where we saw Lemur put on a masterclass performance with Fracture. Dinks is going to have to do the same exact thing, but now with their backs against the wall on Ascent. This is West Virginia University needing to close out this map to get themselves to that map number 3. Otherwise, Concordia St. Paul is going to keep moving on to the upper bracket, and West Virginia University will banish themselves down below. But is going to be West Virginia University starting off on the defense. Concordia St. Paul giving us another look at the attack. It's making their slow ways in through Catwalk before Lemur pokes back in towards mid. Keeping all eyes, right? 1 through tree. 1 seeing if anyone's going to pop out through mid. Look at how far Santi's gone up too, right? The cage is there, and they left behind a tripwire and deposited themselves close to the ultimate orb. That's crazy though, right? That swing happened there. Could have been deadly. Inox finally deciding, all right, this is the time to put up the wall. Right timing too. Thumbs up. It's gonna force a lot of the ammo out from CSP to break that wall.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Like, the fact that we have, like, the full, like, Yahtzee almost of Sentinels here, right? They're the same idea, though, at its core, right? A wall and an info Senti, right? And I think that's interesting. Like, yeah, the Deadlock, I feel like the Annihilation brings something that, like, a Resurrection doesn't necessarily in terms of, like, site entry potential, but bring back your Duelist and it's the same thing. So, we'll get to see what exactly happens, but the pistol round, the fact that it feels like Concordia's is hesitant is a little telling, I think, of the Double Sentinel, but now the speed up comes, right? Santi had the control, the breakthrough of the Yoru here. There's not much util for the pistol, actually, to delay this B take.
Yikes, through the smoke. It's so crazy, but excite. Giving us an exciting look at that double kill from them. And Concordia St. Paul, they can't even get the spike planted. It's at stairs. You're really going to have to be fighting for it here. Payne's finally going to pick it up, planting it inside of the smoke, and that's when WVU begins to swarm in back towards this poor lone Omen by themselves in the pistol. West Virginia University finally breaking the pistol round streak of Concordia St. Paul, grabbing the first on Ascent.
Cool. There we go. Mentioned it, a little dicey on the exec. The Killjoy does a good job just buying that time for the pinch to come in, keeps them corralled on the stairs of all places. So I mean, seeing again, it's gonna be like slow starts and then ramp up really quickly, and it's who can really fight. stronger head on, but that's the first pistol round for West Virginia. And coming in, you know, being down one map, that's a great change of pace. We get their first kind of look at a buy and what it looks like coming into the second round. Looks very respectable, right? Dinks, Outlaw, makes sense. Multi-range weaponry here. Excite. The Odin and Tree, you know, maybe the tiles contact will be interesting, or the areas, I should say, will be good for contact there. But this,
Trying to
that's short a
outpace.
bit of punish.
Yeah, trying to outpace it, trying to get ahead of A77, going back to lane, but they were set up, ready to go with the turret firing in their back too. It was just never meant to be. Not only that, right, but you have your deadlock set up at stairs. It was going to be tough for Concordia St. Paul. Even tougher now that they don't have their smoke player to cover this A site. Finally going to go back around. Cubby's not hearing too much noise being made, but whatever play, whatever plan they're going to have to work around with is going to have to be doing it without smokes, going to have to be doing it without the protection of the flank from their Cypher.
They really don't have anything now to block line of sight on this Outlaw, right? Just gotta hope they miss, and this is Dinks we're talking about. And even if you deal with Dinks, Guk is there. They had the most expensive weapon in hand. I mean, like, packing a punch-wise with that Bulldog. And it shows, caps off the round. They keep these weapons, they keep it clean. So this is going to be a bonus, I think, not to mess with. And you can see already, right? Like, full shields. Can't risk it against Dinks and an Outlaw. And I'm hoping the weapon advantage now will instill a little bit more confidence into CSP to go for a more tried exec. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. Do I think we could go, like, 9-3, 9-3 halves with a double senti for your defense? Yes. But that's going to be a painful half, I would say. 2 halves.
This is, I don't know if I can do like quadruple overtime 2 times in a row. All right. But I expect both of these teams to bring us to that score line. Enoch's going to back away. Santi again depositing themselves here. Knowing they're safe too. New changes on Ascent, right? That metal barrier protecting them from any crazy Odin spam or Sheriff spam. So got to watch out for a little bit of incoming fire in that direction. Dinks feeling a little antsy, wants to rotate back over to A. Santi seen by the Owl drone. It's going to put up the cage, protect their escape. I probably don't want to keep pushing that any further. Again, it's just all about drawing the eyes back over this direction. But for West Virginia University, this has to be some sort of an idea that, right, it's just a cipher. The rest of the team be here. And Inox is a step ahead of the game, puts the wall up at tree. It's going to be broken. The Owl drone's going to go through. And Concordia St. Paul looking like they finally want to start making their approach. But it's not. It's just all fakes. It's just all trying to manipulate them back over. But it's still going to end on B, and WVU knows this.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't break the Killjoy turret early. This looks like a pistol copy-paste, but you didn't dislodge any players. The Ares spam, the Outlaw right before the smoke is placed, right? It felt like it was a full A command that just stop, change, re-exec B. It was never a fake.
Crazy.
It was a last-minute ditch effort, and the effects are showing.
Yeah, finally, Concordia's going to grab something, but it's just all for nothing, it feels like. It's Ostino. They're alone. They have 26 HP, and they're running out of time. They're forced to fight Inox because they know what's at stake. They can't lose this weapon. They're going to try and get out as many players out of here as they possibly can. They do manage to win that fight, but they lose the round. West Virginia University gets their bonus.
Wow. And again, it's coming. It feels like after you had such a util-heavy composition over on Fracture with the bridge, the Tejo, it feels like they are just out of ideas here. Like, Ostino, they, number one, I mean, the stage 4 and 2, congrats, you know, the eco frags, you know, nom nom nom, keep your weapon. But they had some lineups on that exec. I don't know if you saw that deep garden slow. So they have set plays for this map, it looks like. But it just feels like they're not confidently leaning into them. And sometimes you don't need the util. Sometimes you just need to lean and take the fights, and they're not doing that together. So we'll see. I mean, Santi usually doesn't really get punished over towards B main right now. But I mean, I just want to, I don't know what I want to see yet. Like, comes the lineup we talked about, right? But there's deep A main control. There's 3 players here.
Another thing that's scary too, right? Dinks has that operator. We hear the first shot go off. It misses. Gate crash away. Santi has the tray, but Inox. Oh, the movement text is just next level. And Ostino trying to break it. Dinks! We're finally looking crazy with that operator. But it doesn't matter. Inox is going to send Ostino packing in through the gates. West Virginia University just feeling undefeatable on Ascent.
Wow. I was going to say, is the timeout coming? Santi calling it here. I mean, I did say West Virginia, like, this is the map. Even during the break, I said, right, they have the most reps in, right? Like, even if it's been mixed results, and that's showing here right now, and also individuality right now, keying through. Mentioned Dinks and the operator. Well, Excite from on the B site, right? Like, even if they're not playing it now, right? This is a map that every player in Valorant like starts on, like the bread and butter, and it's showing. Aside from that, what else is going wrong? We kind of mentioned for CSP, like, the first few rounds that things were going south. It felt like it was, like, disjointment and taking dual fights out of maybe lack of utility. That round, it was, like, the deadlock usually prevented them from taking the fights together, right? They wanted to pinch onto tree. Like, the gate crash with the hero rifle for Lemur. If you notice, Ostino handed that weapon off. They had the Phantom. And then the wall just disrupted all of that.
And Concordia St. Paul is just... The attack, they roam all over the map, right? They try to manipulate West Virginia like they did on Fracture, but that's where the reps for WVU is coming in so handy, where they may not have had it on Fracture. They were willing to sacrifice their first map to maybe get better tides on the second one, and so far it's looking like that's been the right call for them. And not only that, right, Concordia has been looking so good with the Lemur dimensional drift, but when you're just getting already hammered down by an Odin through mid, it makes it so difficult to do anything with. Lemur's still going to try and lurk up through Cat on a judge play, but anyone was crazy enough to try and take that swing against him, especially with an Odin, right? They're just going to get spammed to infinity. Finally, though, stepping into the dimensional drift, Excite's going to respect that, back away. Lemur looking in all of the directions, but they didn't clear out of tree, so they go back over in this direction. They really want to catch Inox with the judge. First out comes the clone. They shoot that. Nastino has the resurrection onto Cubby to bring them back to life. West Virginia University struggling against the ultimates thrown at them by Concordia. And A77 still alive, and man, oh man, they dodged the first recon bolt, but they're stuck in lane now, just swinging across over to the other side. Sandy has the trade, and that's where you just start spamming with the Odin. It hurts so much. Oh my God, Gok!
Last player standing.
How do they keep getting away with this?
My jaw still dropped, right? The bird is a plane, it's a battle sage, and Guk just shoots it out of the sky. I mean, that was an insane shot from the shadows that now is giving them a chance to win this round. Santi, low HP. If Pain loses this, oh.
Yeah. Okay, here it goes. And this is smart too from Guk. You don't know where Pain is, and you have to assume that they were left behind, and that's why they TP'd inside of Market. They're gonna break down the door, but how far ahead of this curve can they get? Santi has 39 HP. It's a headshot or nothing for them. But it doesn't matter as long as Pain has landed their headshots. Finally, for Concordia St. Paul, breaking the streak of West Virginia and getting their first round on the board.
I mean, again, great attempt out of Guk. Insane rebolstering the B site, right? You kill them from the shadows and you run, right? You're like, this is one of the players in the server that needs to be feared. And get back to the A side, they get a spike down, and I think you mentioned it was a matter of timing from the TP across that Pain didn't take the fight CT to then also getting there in time. The awareness from Guk shows how developed of a player they are, but just again, you mentioned the HP differential, and goes the way of CSP out of that timeout. They did go a little bit faster right off the dimensional drift, right? They got past the wall mid. They, you know, had some more aggressive tendencies on the stage. All that looked really nice here, but we got to see a few more rounds. 4-1 right now. How many rounds is enough, Sam? With a double senti comp on attack. 4?
Well, that's enough from A77. Yeah, 4. I mean, honestly, maybe even 3, right? If you can get away with that much. The ideal number is 4.
What is
but
this?
I think this... Okay, Guk. Yeah, all right, they're heated. They're angry that they lost that. But this is where Inox, also in that location too, is going to really catch them off guard. And you're more than happy to sacrifice your deadlock for Guk to go crazy like that. West Virginia University upping the pace, upping the tempo, and getting right into the face of Concordia, who so far has just been playing Ascent so glacially.
the Sentinel call out from A77 on Asante after the wall bangs, or sorry, after the body shooting that already happened. But I completely agree, and that was so great. Like, you gave CSP all this time to learn how you were playing, right? And that's what the timeout showed, right? That they found a concrete counter and they executed on it. So what do? You change up everything. I mentioned previously, right? Santi was getting B-main control for free. There was no challenge for it beyond like the drone pinging him out to scare him away. So A77 fights forward, wins it, that's a player dropped. You fight A main, that's a player dropped. And they do it again!
They just know. They just know. It's
We on
Santi's.
eco and they
This has got to be some sort of ego play, I think, from Santi now, but hopefully going to be learning their lesson, letting cooler heads prevail. This is going to be deadly, right? Look at all of the players here. It's
Whoa.
Guk. Nevertheless, not even blinded out by that. They're going to try and take another fight here. Oh my god! You go right to the god itself, the Excite Odin. And Kobe tries to shut the door. They try to close it down, but and the only thing closing is the light in their eyes. And then Dinks runs in with the couple of shots from the Shorty and West Virginia University, moves confidently into 6 rounds in this half.
And there was something we knew we wanted to highlight here, and you may have heard tidbits of it, which is that West Virginia University is a 3-map, is a full series team. Both best of 5s, they went the distance. A lot of their best of 3s, no matter what the opponent is it goes to map 3s. And you'll see this, right? A close map into a stomp, into usually a close map to end the series. So West Virginia University, I think the double Sentinel definitely contributing to the problem at hand of being 6-1 favor the defensive starting team of West Virginia. But still, it leaves very little room for error once the sides swap. So, Concordia, again, we're going to ask for an answer. We want 4 rounds. And look at this. Santi learned their lesson. They got it a dodge, but that's so much free real estate now for West Virginia. They are sure this is an A exec.
Absolutely are, but you don't clear
No way.
A77 from that corner. Cost Lemur their life, and they still get to keep going even further beyond that, but now Payne's going to take their chances against A77. Posit themselves up on the high ground. Excite. Oh my! How did they get away with that? But Payne's gonna fight back with a 3K. Stepping into the shadows, they heard the glass break, and they're all the way back over to B. This leaves in a very dicey position Ostino. They can't get, they can, all right? There's enough room. But Excite picks up the operator, goes crazy with that. Now you've left your poor Omen by themselves. It's an ace or nothing.
I mean, low HP for Nox here. Or sorry, full HP for Inox, low HP for Excite. They get the timing, but again, it's a matter of like if you clear it. And I mean, heads on a swivel. They're in every nook and cranny.
One enemy
And
remaining.
it's so smart to have Excite go first, but this is the master of mischief. This is an Omen, right? Mind games and all in one net, one wall. Can they get past in time? They have no util. And Enox is going to call their bluff. They're going to make it to lane, but there's no time and stick or nothing. And there's that ace clutch you were asking for, Sam.
Payne accomplishing the near impossible. Still set aflame by the spike, but you get the round, and that's all that matters for Concordia. Just enough money, too, to be able to make the full buys across the board they need, except for maybe Santi, right? Gonna go light shields. Ostino, same thing there. And Lemur has the judge on lockdown. And for West Virginia University, they're still doing relatively okay. They're still able to buy the massive power weapons. An operator is still able to buy the Odin. They're still looking good. They still have these dinks, dimensional drift to fight back with. But that's also where Concordia St. Paul has their dimensional drift that gives them so much every single time.
Yeah, I mean, that round, clean. Metro Drift has been a good win con for CSP here. Back online, clearing out, guiding again, the shots, the utility. Santi as well finally finds one off on their lonesome here as well. The judge, I mean, it's never been shut down. We asked for 3 minimum. Looks like we're going to be granted that here unless we get heroics from A77. You know, put your money where your mouth is type of clutch. And Ostino's laughing at them like, come on, clutch it out. Show us.
At least you know both of these teams are still in good humors, good spirits. We got the movement. Yeah, A77. They're just looking for exit frags, and I don't think they're really going to be wanting to play for anything more than that. It's 1v5
Maybe try
to
for the op?
defuse the spike. Yeah, maybe try to even play for the op, but that's also going to be a tough call here. Payne on the high ground,
You
Lemur on
don't
the low
expect that.
ground. You absolutely do not. And then throw it in a recon bowl for extra measure. Lemur, okay, they want to get the operator for themselves. They're going to be playing Attack Yoru Operator.
I was thinking maybe just like throw it towards side so you can't recover it, because then A77 might run in right before the spike explodes, right? And then they get out of dodge. Odin, you know, this next best that you could recover here. Oh, they almost don't. Oh my gosh. You heard Excite's like fear, like grab my Odin, please. Because they've been going to town on that operator. But look at this. You asked for the Lemur op. The Santi one I actually really like, right? He's been getting a lot of heat on the opposite side of the map. That could help shut down that ounce of aggression, that confidence from WVU.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little worried about here, though, for Santi. They gotta make sure to back up the aim with the operator. Land that pivotal shot. That way you can start the trash talk yourself. But we have a timeout from West Virginia University, right? They were doing so well at the beginning of this half. They're losing out only on that one round before getting 6. And ever since then, it's just been all falling apart against Concordia St. Paul. And they didn't even need a timeout to make that happen, Zoe. It was just pure strategies on the fly. And again, it's just Lemur able to farm these ult orbs, getting towards that dimensional drift that gives them so much legs to work with here. And every single time they get that, it's all the call outs, all of the information gathered. Concordia St. Paul, I think, toying around with different beats on their tempo as well. With that ultimate, they push in fast, they overwhelm WVU. And in pivotal moments too, where Payne was able to walk away with an ace, I'm sure the WVU needs a moment just to even get their heads back on straight.
Yeah. I mean, CSP, have they cracked the double sentinel attack? In my mind, not yet. Like, it still feels like, again, ace, rogue move from Payne. That's not strategy. That's just lock-in, clutch, adrenaline. And, I mean, I think the ace steamroll, again, off the dimensional drift, they've won the dimensional drift rounds because the opening frag goes their way, and it's usually onto a sentinel as well. But look at this. They're doubling down. They're going for the aggression. I talked about that op, overwhelming it. Well, what if it's the entire team this time instead of a solo Santi?
Something that Cam would have come up a little sooner, right, to figure out where they're going and how far they were going to push out, because that could have been the call to just start spamming through the smoke and get rid of somebody. But West Virginia University really wanted to push out of B main. Going to be denied that. I think they could have gotten a free pick on a Santi. This time, though, everyone there, Santi's not going down without a fight, not without their team to trade them out. This time around, though, WVU is just all about playing on site, not giving up any numbers here.
I'm not quite sure who got revealed. I think it was a drone out over towards Cat. So they know there's still groupings outside of Tayo, so nobody moving except for the players from A over towards the B side. You've heard more footsteps, you got more confirmation, you're out of deadlock delay utility, at least for the time being, right? Wall destroyed, net utilized, so 40 seconds left. And Dinks just waiting for the opportune moment here. Oop, the Sage Wall doesn't quite go the way they were hoping. And with that, so does their plan go out the window. Payne, who was on a heater, led a solo expedition over towards A. But you haven't destroyed utility. There's 30 seconds left. It's going to be a meat grinder. All the players for West Virginia are here.
Yeah, and look at all of that KJ utility. A77 not going to be blinded by that. But it doesn't matter if they don't even get a chance to use any of the utility. They managed to get the swarm grenades off, but Payne, it's landing that headshot, landing that frag.
Oh, no.
Gives the opening. Cubby not stopped out here. Oh, you missed the shot, Santi. You can't just be doing that. Ostino, though, on the flank, left behind for so long, catching Guk off guard. Now we're going to have Dinks ripping out of that, but it's just going to be right on top of that. They didn't know Cubby was behind them. And now it's up to Inox. 1v3, right? One player still left below on health, but Ostino has the flank in through tree. You're hearing all the spam fire through from there, too. It's on the back of your mind. It's literally on the back of your mind. No, oh, my God. Now you look behind, but the Scholastic going to work against you there. Concordia, St. Paul Blue. Doesn't matter if there's a timeout. They still got the round.
Whew, if Enox got even a second kill there, like on Ostino, I would have been impressed. Right? Like, that felt like an unwinnable situation, and they were somehow, you know, gaining ground on it. Not the round you won, I think, following a timeout, but it's still... That was dangerous, and the fact that Concordia pulls it out there, I mean, from some missed shock darts, the follow-up, like you mentioned, Ostino saves that round. Like, Santi falls to the operator tree, you don't expect a second sentinel to be lurking. And even after door gets broken there, the immediate dart, like, they held their ground so great. And speaking of holding ground, A77, the gap in the cage.
Yeah, there's a gap. All right, there's still a revive to bring someone back up, and you're gonna bring back nonetheless the ace extraordinaire, but it's gonna be right there. Ostino's gonna get cooked by the Hunter's Fury. And now Concordia St. Paul is back in a similar position. Santi barely has any HP. Look at that. It's gonna hurt them massively. Payne in the flank, though. Payne in the flank. No one's looking behind them. It's gonna be in the smoke there. They're gonna dip out for a moment, but they had to land the shot, and they do. But that's also where the shock dart from Excite's gonna eat Santi alive. Cubby seen by the recon bolt. Spam through the wall, but Payne on the other side of the world has to run back in towards the site. Guk is gonna pick up the Phantom. Payne has 20 HP. It's simple work here for Guk, but they're gonna make it flashy with a headshot regardless. Took West Virginia University some time, but a thrifty brings them another round.
Before the switch.
Yeah, ouch. That wasn't even just a headshot. It was a running phantom headshot, by the way. Like, that's nutty. And you mentioned, right? Like, the fact that it's a thrifty round that gets you the lead on the half, on your double sentinel half, mind you, it is important. And now gets you the money for the last round that you need. You're pretty set here. I mean, that was a great counter to the res, and that just set them up for success, right? You had the pickings of every single player getting half HP'd by the Hunter's Fury. And if that's what it takes to win a round, though, that's rough. CSP now. Trying to end on a strong note. We mentioned how strong the AXX have been, but it's usually off of Lemur with the Dimensional Drift, and they are so far off, you're not going to see it this half. Speaking of Lemur, 3 and 10. So they've been getting shut down left, right, and center after, dropping near 30 over on Fracture. 31 on Fracture.
Yeah, those big numbers. Not so much this go around, right? But different possibilities on the attack. Drone gonna spot 2 inside of there. Ostino just jumps into Excite's Odin spam. That's gonna hurt. You're gonna feel that one in the morning. West Virginia University. Cubby has a great trade with the Guardian, though. Now they're gonna try and push A77 back even further. And that recon bolt has seen Dinks and Santi. They get their revenge arc accomplished. There's no way. There's no way they get ahead of the Crab Net.
That's gonna be a gun as well now. And they have the Hunter's Fury, so this lockdown's not gonna do anything, which is why the timeline's accelerated. And Lemur shut down last time on the proactive, the heroic approach, but this time they come away with 2. And you know where the deadlock was. Now they're close, their tree, and Crossfire of Death, the wall won't matter, because look, Santi's gonna be heaven anyways.
Yep. You're not gonna expect that. Concordia St. Paul just needs to get rid of this deadlock, just needs to get rid of Inox. Oh, and Santi, a little bit of spray, took him some time to get there, but it all happened nonetheless. We talked about 3 would be okay, 4 ideal. Concordia St. Paul, though, exceeding expectations. It's a 7-5 first half. Now WVU has to start their attack against this double sentinel of CSP.
Ooh. And, I mean, their team connection has to be on point. Their communication, their strategy, and their technology all needs to be at its peak. And one tool helping as an official partner of the CVAL Championship is Exit Lag. They ensure a better and faster connection routing games or PCs to the game servers, which eliminates connection issues with a single button press. So make sure to check out Exit Lag with code GGWeldPlayed or GGWP and see if it works for you. Maybe, like we said, it'll help you in Valor, or it helps these players, because mention it, double sentinel now on the attack. Got to put up the same numbers or better as what CSP was able to do. And CSP, they're the masters of aggression. What are the masters of the shots?
Oh my God, Lemur had me jumping out of my seat there for a second. And Ostino beats Inox, grabs a sheriff. Now West Virginia University has no choice but to try and go fast. Payne's gonna paranoia them out, but Tings didn't even get inside of the smoke. And A77 loses their life against Cumby. This is all falling apart for West Virginia on the attack. Concordia St. Paul masters of holding on. 59 HP for this Omen. They walk right into Santi. Oh my gosh, but they missed the first one. They're not gonna miss the right click.
Down mid.
Cumby may have been assassinated by Dinks, but 45 HP in a dream, Zobi.
I got to Spike.
Spike recovered, silver lining, but Santi, again, is so good at playing around their utility. Like, look, the immediate position over towards main. Dinks gonna be granted the 1v1 against their clone. But Lemur, just go for the knife at this point. He almost got the timing with the regular old way, the shots. We'll get the job done, and that's what I love about a 7-5 half. A pistol, and things are essentially tied, caution to the wind of a thrifty in the second round.
Concordia St. Paul, 3 for 4 on these pistol rounds. Loving that look, right? You take these chances, Lemur gambling with their life. And to get rid of Excite so early on, you get rid of the Initiator, you get rid of a lot of the info utility. West Virginia University was just playing right into the hands of Concordia. Not only that, right, but with Ostino beating Inox in main, yeah, it just looks even better. And that shock dart, Cubby, the master of utility on the Tejo from Fracture, just doing it again here. Look at all of this chip damage. 2 players are at or below half HP, and now even seen by the recon ball.
And I think the brilliance here is understated, because Santi's a judge here on the choke point, so that's one shot. Body shot doesn't matter. And I think that's the difference as well. Like, we saw, like, okay, S77 started punishing Santi B-Bade off rip, but it was never, like, shock dart damage like this, right? And I think that's gonna come and haunt them in the late stages. Lemur, super low HP, doesn't want to hand off the Sheriff. Gonna go for the stage heal. Another difference in the Sentinels, right? It's a big plus to get your duelists back into fighting shape here. Rejoining the action in the later round. Right now, in fact, look at the contact.
All right, good for.
Whoa.
Oh, Lemur, you gotta be careful. You don't have any shields either. Right, they're banking on being able to
no.
buy the Vandal or the Phantom in the next round.
But it's 7-7.
Santi still gets to hold on, but my word is over on the other side. Oh my! Oh, Santi! Judge, jury, and executioner.
That's nasty, bro. Like, you realize, I'm sorry, but number one, it's every Sentinel's nightmare when a player slips through your utility and kills one of your teammates. You feel like you have, like, failed on a fundamental level, right? So the fact that A77 finds the kill on Cubby, and you saw Santi the immediate realization, they pull out their classic, because the judge is not going to get that long range kill lane, and then they still have time to get the judge back out and finish off the 4K to solidify the 7th. After that round, that B-side should have fully slipped into the favor of West Virginia University. That is absurdity. And the kind of goofy round that'll set the mental straight as you tie things up 7-7 and break the mental for West Virginia University as they finally get weapons in hand here and challenge the A-site for the first time off rip. It's not going their way.
And Santi's done it again, right? They push out through main. Over on the other side, Dings, you're stuck on an island by yourself, buddy. Blinded by the paranoia. Ostino at range with a stinger. Helped out by Pain. You're stuck in the corner. You're at 13 HP, but this wall is set up so perfectly.
Wow.
They can jiggle in between it all, but Inux still has the headshot. Frag. What do they realize? Do they know Santi on the flank?
Ooh, they probably got a different gun, too. I don't expect the judge in hand any longer. Cubby just tried to survive any wallbangs on Heaven, but Anox is just on top of everything. From the refrags, the shenanigans from Ostino and the Sage Wall to now playing the 1v2 with Excite. I mean, the damage was done, but CSP looking to get the round, and unfortunately, no heroics from Cubby this time around. West Virginia back in the lead.
Ooh, it's back in the lead, but a tepid one it feels like at that. Lemur, the operator buy. Been saving up for the entire half for this moment, this possibility, this opportunity. And West Virginia University still has enough money to make the rifle buys, but same can't be said for the full shields. 3 of them on that lighter buy. Survivors from the last round. Inox having to bankroll someone else to make sure that they can get the weapon
buy?
in hand. Yeah, get their buy. West Virginia University, it's a round they need to win here.
What is this? Anti-flash?
Ooh, Ostino. Ooh. And Payne gets out.
The shock barely clips them. I mean, the fact they're alive is astounding. Again, those are the best 2 agents to do so. You know, you slow, take the net off. Payne with the shot to step out, but a little bit of a reset, right? It slows down the death ball that was trying to take game main. Even setting some seeds of doubt that could sprout later in this round. Like the drone. Drones are gonna meet in the sky here.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, buddy?
They know, though, that this isn't a mid pivot, and the question now is, okay, where do you go from mid? And they have, checked off 1 box of safety, Sage Wall, Ostino. Heal back online. Ooh, was that from the box spawn? Wait a minute. Where did that op? No, it was A main.
Yeah, it was A main.
A Heaven.
It was A main. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
The TP, immediate. If
Yeah,
you're
quick.
off casters.
Yeah, Lemur doesn't want to take any chances here. That smoke, vital, pivotal, keeping them alive. Here it is, paranoia. Now you're seeing everything. Dinks making their own call-outs, right? Gotta know what they are. But Santi, again, trying to manipulate things through logs. A little too turn towards the enemies. Guck holding at stairs, spamming through the smoke, but Cubby's doing the same. You're gonna walk away with a frag onto them. Spike's gonna be planted in the final 15 seconds left in the round. Concordia St. Paul working with the 3 players. A77 inside a market. Jump back over. Draw the crosshair away. Pain. Oh, if there's ever a moment that Excite needed to do that, you play the manipulation game. 1 towards stairs, 1 at logs. And you chew them to pieces. West Virginia University. Pulling up the numbers.
Very, very nice. A rebound after the initial A main fight just spends a lot of utility. And again, it comes to the dimensional drift, right? Dinks settling into the Yoru. Again, it helps overcome a lot of the sassy antics, I'll call it, from Concordia St. Paul, like Santi playing with the cages, playing with the visibility loss. I mean, guided the additional investment of the paranoia instead of just like a straight shoot through. But a clean clear out of the utility players on the B site, and the round follows suit. So CSP, again, eco round. Maybe we'll even see a timeout next rifle round. We'll have to wait and see, but lineup doesn't catch anything, and as a result, Payne felt confident to swing.
This is good news for Inox, who's been the sacrificial lamb, it feels like, for each of these rounds. At West Virginia University, a testament to them, is still able to pull off the win, even down a player. And Concordia St. Paul, losing out on Payne, loses out on the smokes, loses out on vision denial across the rest of the map, and that's really going to start hurting across the board. He tried to deposit one there, maybe shoot owl drone dart in through that.
No way.
Listen, Santi's been crazy with the judge, but a Bucky, surely not right.
Standing ahead.
I mean, both are on the same side of the map now, right? We saw Sage over towards main with one. They're gonna get their opportunity at least to take a 1v1 here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wasn't ready for Excite. Inox continuing the train even further. Ostino running them down too with the Bucky, but Inox is pulling out ability. Ostino tried to go for the flick back around, but again, it's just a Bucky they're using in hand. And it's easy times here, easy site take. The spike to be planted at Jin. West Virginia University, 4 players to CSP's 1.
And I will say, I think the best thing West Virginia has done is punish the tendencies, the repetitiveness of Concordia St. Paul, right? Whether it was A77, right? Calling out Santi's Sentinel utility, right? When they were on the defense, to now, right? The immediate net over towards A main, because they know that Payne and Ostino have been fighting forward there. And it immediately pays off with the first blood. That smoke's gone and opens up that A split. So I think that's what my guess is the timeout from Chains here is going to be focused on a little bit, is keeping things fresh, you know, flipping a few pages through the strat book to unearth something that West Virginia hasn't seen. Because, I mean, right now, they're having a pretty successful half for running double sentinel. And I will say, like, comparatively of a Sage Cypher to a Killjoy Deadlock, I do feel like the KJ Deadlock is more catered to the attack, right? Like, out of the sentinel duos, right? You like mentioned, have the Annihilation, the lockdown that are going to come online and into effect here, and that net just kind of allows you to take deeper space like the other sentinels can't offer. So I'm hoping Concordia St. Paul, honestly, do you feel like Lemur's taking less risks because of this operator? I feel like they are. Look at the pistol round.
Yeah, I think so too, right? Especially when you look at how they played on Fracture, where it was these crazy plays that really shifted the tempo or the momentum back into the favor of CSP multiple times. But Lemur, with an operator, is forced to play conservatively. They can't go out. They can't do crazy things like they did in the pistol round and do things that you're supposed to be doing as a Yoru, where you could probably be getting away with this much better as, what, Jet. But when you're thinking of Yoru, you're thinking of those risky plays. You're thinking of the all of the risk for all of the reward. And when Lemur can't do that, Concordia struggles like this.
Well, they're trying to go for some aggression, right? Pushing them down tiles, but again, A-split, if it doesn't fail, try it again, and even finds out Payne again, the first blood, again the smokes are gone, and they were all the way deep in garden. But this is the difference, right? Santi play here, but it doesn't matter. There's the Annihilation I mentioned.
And Lemur doesn't even get to use the operator.
Wow. You just save it, right?
Yeah.
You have to.
Reeled in by the Annihilation from Inox. Spike planted a generator. CSP, they're just roaming around the map now. They could walk into Excite's crosshairs, and they better be careful of that. Left behind in mid, a battle about to break out in mid. Cubby thankfully wins that one, so has a chance to hold onto their weapon, but they're also at death's door.
Sage should fix that up in a jiffy. There it is. Buddy system just playing again. Maybe put up some exits if they search a little bit too deep into spawn, but no opera cover, just weapons. 11 gonna be found here for West Virginia University. Okay. Oh, Killjoy. Definitely gonna be able to clear this corner in time, so we are gonna see a definitive fight and a definitive end. That's res online as well, right? If they saved their weapon and didn't find a fight, that wouldn't have been online. So that's a huge blunder, it feels like, coming into the next round. But Dink's trying to repair it, but the nick of time, favoring CSP in the survival rate. But look, 4 ults. Like, this is far from over.
It's far from over, but Concordia St. Paul needs to get these rounds under control, needs to break West Virginia's stranglehold on this attack. And right, they've been in similar positions before. You look at the previous half, it was 4 rounds in a row before Concordia began their tear through the defensive half. Now, Concordia St. Paul on these ultimates in hand. Figuring something out here. Hunter's Fury just right off the bat. Inox. One player gets cooked by Hunter's Fury in the previous round. Now it's time to happen again this round.
It's like it's my turn. They find a similar impact. This time not the deadlock, not the smokes player, so it's not as catastrophic to an attack. But I feel like there's something else that I think we've seen West Virginia do a really good job of. Destroying Sentinel utility. Right? I feel like we didn't really get to see that a lot from CSP on their attack. And so it leaves a lot of question marks in the defense for Concordia, especially when it's a Sage over a deadlock, so you don't have as much kind of... Yeah, you can walk by a sensor, but it's still that point to play off of. Speaking of points to play off of...
Ooh.
Guk. Lemur.
I think Guk is not quite feeling that one yet. Don't want to take those chances by themselves. Go back around. Wall's been put up here too, so... If WVU wants to break out onto the site and had to make a lot of noise to get rid of it here. And Santi's playing at range with this judge, right? The wall's about to come down though, so they may not need to make any noise. Ooh, puts up the trip right here. Excite in the middle of util. Another opportunity. They see the TP over on the other side. My God, a judge has some range to it, man. And Santi's just going crazy with it. The classic. A77, they just walked back right up to Santi, and the 4K Demon for a flawless is back on the board.
I mean, I think my favorite part about that is there was a trip mid. There was no spy cam because you actually saw Santi, like, debating putting the cam out. And so you see the Sage wall, you're like, wait a minute, Santi's not going to be with the judge, right? It should be a safe choke point. They break the wall breaks, they're like, we're good to go. And then Santi is still there with the cages and the judge action, right? I mean, 3 rounds to go. You only utilized 1 ult, now is to get the opening kill here. So West Virginia, again, stay away from the B side as far away as possible. They're going back A. And we mentioned it. We wanted this dangerous play, and Lemur is giving it to us, right? The dart kind of helps with it. But again, you have to get a Jeffrey card. You have the dimensional drift as well. So you have tools to stay alive, yet the Yoru kit enables you to take these risky plays.
That's what we wanted to see. That's what we needed from our Yoru, right? The operator is flashy, it's cool. And yeah, Lemur's good with it. They've been able to get the kills they need with it, but not enough to make an impact or to swing these rounds back for Concordia St. Paul.
Deploying drone.
Aldrone going out through mid. It's devoid of life here. Concordia St. Paul. And we're talking about conservative plays. We're not talking about anything flashy here. That's kind of also been the downfall of what this team can do. Dinks.
Oh, please, wall.
Ooh, it's an idea for the... it was an idea here, but good timing from Ostino. Like you said, to put up their wall.
I mean, if they waited a second, right, Dinks would have had the dimensional drift and be staring down, no way to get past it, too. Whereas now they break it and get to use the dimensional drift, so... I think... If anything, West Virginia got lucky that they walled that early, because now they get all the info that they need on the A site. They know Paranoia is coming. They know where Pain's playing from to hopefully guide the wall bangs, and this should lead into a clean site take, but look at Ostino.
Wow. Oh, but it's still VVU. Lemur down below. First shot taken, right? Look at how low all of these players are. A77 coming out through a tree. Gonna close the door, but they don't have the spike, and that's pivotal too. They're gonna be seen here. They're running out of time, Zoe. There's not much left that they can do. They have to rotate back around. It's 6 seconds left on the clock. No, oh, just barely enough, but it doesn't matter.
No time.
They got rid of Lemur, but they lost the clock.
Almost lose their weapon, but recovered. 11-9, 2 rounds to go. We mentioned that we wouldn't be surprised if this went the distance, and starting to wind down towards that agenda. Silver lining here, Cubby utilized that Hunter's Fury very recently, so no real counter online for this Killjoy ult. Should make it an easier site execution, but that round, I mean, both Yoru ults getting utilized like back to back, nested within each other. Like, it fried my brain there. I'm like, who are we on? like Dinks found the opening, but then the immediate re-clear from Lemur was just also really nice out of tree, and it kind of facilitated that retake timeline for CSP. So, all right, here we go. Talked about those tendencies. They punish the A main aggression, no peek out potential. Santi, they looked like they were getting ready to sacrifice their life here for the cause, but the cage, having the angle, the lineup.
That swarm grenade. Santi gets out in the nick of time, even seen by that, but now you look over to the other side. Guk is running and gunning with the Phantom, and Lemur's missing with the operator shots. Moment that you cannot miss if you're gonna use a power weapon like that. Denied vision by the smoke. Lemur needs to swing out with it. Guk is gonna play on the high ground too. It's just extra added layers of pain that they need to fight out against. Seen by the Aldrone, though, that pushes them back to the ground. All right, Santi, Tanti, everything on your shoulders, buddy, but it's Gog! Eyes on tree, spamming through the floorboards with the Odin. Enough to send CSP packets, scaring them away. They want to hold the operator, they want to hold their weapons. Because now they know that West Virginia University is on match point.
They called the bluff gucked though. It was lethal that round. I thought for a second CSP was gonna receive that lockdown pretty well. Wait, they got the op back.
Oh, but they're not gonna. How long are they gonna be able to hold on to it for? Excite's there with the Odin. They gotta hit him with the operators. Fire through the smoke in West Virginia University. Kicking them while they're down.
Okay. And before the action picked back up, I was mentioning, right, the lockdown invested immediately. Makes sense. I thought CSP was going to be able to weather it really, really well, and then suddenly Guck is the solo player to follow it up, right? Finds 2, while Asina was fragging up a storm there as well, right? Like, looked like they were going to be anchoring it for their team, and... Okay. Map point for West Virginia University. The Verge is stealing each other's map picks and sending us to Pearl. 3 rounds to go for overtime if CSP wants this.
Narrow margins, right? The lighter buy. CSP. Only one ultimate too. It's Ostino's res that can maybe shift the tides back in their favor if they lose someone, but not if they lose Ostino. And they're playing a crazy game here. You get rid of the owl drone, they're just gonna back off. Not get spammed down by the Odin. Very important. You can see
changes go burr.
Yeah, sent changes go burr. Thank goodness here for them. But now West Virginia University really poking and prodding all across the map, knowing that CSP may be down. That's when they're at their most dangerous. They had to play against that. All about just finding the right angles, finding the right moments, and playing against that. But Pain, my word! A headshot
about a right
with a
moment.
wall. Inox is gone, and Santi walks inside of the smoke. The judge? Nah, they're gonna back away. All right. They know they can't lose any player.
Oh, but look at this. They don't know there's players in tree. That trap wire just now getting breached. And it's too late. Santi doesn't have time to pivot. There was no Sage Wall for delay like there normally is. So the A-site cracked wide open, but the timing again from Pain!
The ace extraordinaire. One more to go. It's Excite with the Odin spam. They cannot fall like that.
Time.
Excite's gonna switch back over. They know that they're running against the timer. They know they're running against the clock. Lemur. They jump on top of the generator, spam them down below from the heavens above. Concordia St. Paul stave off defeat. They need to do 2 more rounds of this just to bring us into overtime.
That was the hard round. I hate to break it to you, right? Like, that was the thrifty, right? They were broke. Like, the operator would have been the only weapon on the board, essentially. And the sheriff shots from Pain are just insane. And I mean, the economy's not fully repaired. Some light shields, a bulldog, but it's more for the mental. Get the blood pumping. And I'm gonna say now, I don't think that's the last challenge. Like, there's some ults online. That's gonna be the last hurdle to get them into overtime.
Yeah, because if they can win this here, right, it's setting themselves up nicely. Because look at WVU's economy too. It's also in similar rough tides. So this is an all or nothing, a do or die moment for Concordia St. Paul. And they're ready to start firing back. They cannot lose anyone to this Hunter's Fury. They cannot let anyone take any damage from it, and they do it just fine. They even put up the wall in the nick of time. Asina though, the reload, they're gonna let them know that they're here. A77, the execution sentence, but a double kill.
Down A.
Jinx has to trade to Lemur on the high ground. Excite, not ready for it. Concordia St. Paul has the numbers advantage, but VVU, these are power players. Guck is still alive. Dinks is still alive. It's still well within the realm of possibility.
And I just need to praise Concordia there. They faked the tiles fight and bait out the Hunter's Fury there. Right? It kind of sucks they were all bunched in tree a little bit there, so it did find, you know, some scattering impact, but over and all, it's done exactly what it needed to do. Secured numbers, denied the A main, or the A, denied any site take. And now, I mean, the remaining players, there's high potential situations these players are in, but they're so divided. It requires individuality, and it's delivering. It's delivering. Not like this.
30 seconds
Like this. Right, they deposited themselves each in the corners. I'm sure Guck made that call too. Dinks, look, clear your corners, clear your corners. Now it's all down to the 1v2 Lemur. They have the dimensional drift. They have it all on their shoulders to keep CSP in this game. Just go ahead, put yourself inside of there, clear all angles, clear all corridors, clear all possibilities. You've seen the first target, but now you need to know where Guck is. But you're running out of time in the dimensional drift. You gotta do something now or never. And Dinks is gate crashed over into Wine. So they just both get to swing off of this. There's no utility for Lemur. They play for the ping of the spike, but now you just keep going for the jiggle. And there's all hopes lost. WVU 13-10 against Concordia St. Paul. We're going to map number 3, Zobi. We're going to Pearl.
Ooh, and boy, oh boy, am I excited for Pearl. Another map that, just like Fracture, less played by by West Virginia, but a strong map for CSP. And I think that's the difference between these two teams, is that the side and the calling right now looks very, very clean for WVU. Like I mentioned, they're really quick to punish tendencies. They're really quick to adapt. And CSP, it's just these really fluke moments. It's, again, when they control the tempo, things go well. Yeah. And that was the biggest thing, is they held on to that operator copium for too long, and it really deterred them. When you already have a double sentinel, you need some explosivity, some color somewhere, it felt like, because, again, just the pacing was so well matched from WVU that the Util never found the true delay impact it was looking for.
Yeah, it's a close game here for Concordia St. Paul, but one that unfortunately slips out of their favor. Good news here for WVU. West Virginia University gets to hold on for another map. They bring us all the way, right? This is their bread and butter, Zobi. This is what they love to do. It's never just a clean 2-0, a clean 3-0. It goes all of the way every single time. So it's time for a short break. We will be right back. When we do, it's going to be the Map 3 finale between West Virginia University and Concordia St. Paul Blue.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with
never is, you're growing up. About time I read a book to distract myself from this reality. Oh, it's been a couple years, I feel the same. Guess I'll never really learn this fucking game, but I'm here to play it now. I don't wanna cry again, even if I lose a friend. You say you had good intent when you hurt me.
You sure do like to share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's so fun and games until it doesn't. Toss me out, I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Try to paint me like a no-name, so sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you, please forgive me, cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies, you wanted my demise, now you're watching me rise, rise, rise. Up in the window, smaller and smaller you fade out. Up in the window, you cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Up in the window. Up in the window. Up in the window. Up in the window. Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, levitate. Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. You cannot kill my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot kill my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in from the ashes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 CVAL Championship. It's been a crazy Map 3 series, but now it's right. It's a West Virginia University specialty here, Zobi. They just love their map number 3s. But now we do go on to our final map of Pearl, where both of these teams are looking to continue their upper bracket run and avoid being banished to the lowers.
Ooh. And Pearl up last. I mean, we went from map 1, similar compositions, similar dynamic with the double initiators. Map 2, again, same but different with the Sentinels, Speranza. And now map 3, finally differences in how these maps are approached. We're expecting a double duelist, actually, from West Virginia, and we're expecting a double Sentinel from CSP. And after what I saw on Ascent, I'm not gonna lie, a double Sentinel does scare me a little bit for the side of CSP. So I wouldn't be against it. They decided to change things up. I mean, they basically looked at the pro meta and was like, okay, the Killjoy comp or the Vice comp? Why not both? And I mean, if I can see these players get aggressive, maybe, but that scares me. But I also know they have a lot of reps on this map, and it's one of their best maps. So
It is, yeah, it's the Killjoy Vice for Pearl, especially, right? Big map. You think of a 2-site map, you think typically they're kind of smaller, but Pearl is massive, right? And if you as the attacker team can really utilize that to your best strategies, can wreak havoc on the defense. And that's where being the defense, where having the double Sentinel of Vice, of KJ really lends itself well. You use the wall sort of as its own trip to be able to cover one angle, alarm bot mid, and so that kind of takes away a lot of the avenues and a lot of the options. It's not to mention the thorns, the swarm grenades, the flashes, the everything else locked in on top of that, and the massive site-wide ultimates that both of those Sentinel agents have, right? The Steel Garden and the Lockdown makes it so difficult. And that's also where we look over at West Virginia University and their double duelist composition, which so far look like I'm thinking it's the Yoru and the Neon is what we saw when looking at the past match history.
and that's the thing. Like, that double duelist feels so equipped to handle a Vice, right? The clone triggers the wall, the Neon follows it up, and it's Inox that we're expecting to see as well actually take up the Yoru so Dinks can get on the Neon. We haven't gotten to see the Dinks Neon yet, but I'm excited to see it, hopefully here. I think the fast lane's a great supplement to the Astra as well, so like your Astra can focus on post-point utility perhaps with the stars instead of regenerating smokes. So I think the big thing for me is going to be, what side are we starting on? And the fact that the double Sentinel for CSP is starting on the attack yet again, I don't want to say death sentence, but it's definitely like an uphill battle again, like Ascent was.
And I'm wondering if that might be something that they have at the back of their mind, and they could go for a double initiator instead of the double Sentinel, but it looks like no, they're gonna stick with that on the attack regardless. And but I still think, right, that KJ and Vice lends themselves well to the attack. Like,
yeah.
Ostino can really. Santi uses their utility on the flank to protect them for flank watch, and Ostino has site lockdown covered. So the hard part is going to be able to break out onto the site, and we need to keep an eye on how West Virginia University is going to play with this double duelist. Wouldn't be surprised if Dinks or Inox is going to be in their face at all times.
Yeah, and I do think we got to see like glimmers of how it functions on the attack well for them over on Ascent. Particularly Santi on the lurks. They like very proactive utility, like you mentioned, saving the util. Using alarm bot maybe to fight through mid door, for example, could be a good idea. If they can get opening kills somewhere, which I think it lends well to, that's where we're going to see success from this composition on the attack. And just to kind of get a sentiment you said as well for the defense, I completely agree. Killjoy on this map is in our minds, going to be played just like a Killjoy on Icebox. The master of mid, so your players don't slip through the cracks, turret art, alarm bot door. Your Vice is going to pivot between the sites. Your Astra will be on the site, the Vice isn't. Maybe sometimes you see the Astra back haul in addition to a Vice, but I don't expect it with a double Senti on top of that. But what I need to see is, we need some hashtags in chat, and I love your lemur, but get rid of the lemur up on defense. I need that aggressiveness where the Sentinels aren't. But for now, like we said, it's going to be Concordia, St. Paul on the attack, West Virginia University on the defense as we jump into map 3 of the upper bracket round 1 sim of CVAL Championship 2025.
Yeah, this is just This is round 1 of the upper bracket, Zobi. This is the number 5 seed versus the number 12. First one was quadruple overtime. Second map was still relatively
digits.
close, 13-10. Yeah, so both of these teams giving us everything that they have. Smoke's gonna come up, but recalled to try and deny vision. The second anything happens here, though, and we're already seeing that KJ Util being put to good use. Hung a lot of attention over in this direction, but Concordia St. Paul is all just about making noises, all about picking up these ultimate orbs. I'm wondering, too, if Santi was able to hear the ult orb being picked up at A main. Could make that call out, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be played, I think, at least in terms of the main, so similar to Fracture, actually. Like, this is like the perfect culmination of what we saw on Ascent and Fracture, right? This double duelist is always going to be fighting for space, and you have to figure out how to re-clear it. If you remember, right, West Virginia was very difficult to figure out how to do that, but it looks like we're setting up for a quick B split, right? Stableness from Pain sets you up long, puts A77 off, so the players, when they filter through mid-door, can quickly overwhelm this site.
Keep him at bay. Keep him at bay for as long as you can, Santi. Left alone behind them by themselves. The wall is going to be tripped, and that's what we're talking about, right? There's so much flame quad. A77 had to weather Lemur. They get rid of that one obstacle, but Pain was the second that was just too much for them to get through. Cubby, keep themselves safe. That's what we're talking about. How are you going to get flanked when you have all of this utility that was keeping you protected? Santi's going to try and hold the flank for as long as they can, but now Cubby on the back foot. I'm going to move over towards this direction. Orsino has the second headshot there. Cubby supporting their teammate. And far too many players for Excite to chew through. Is Concordia St. Paul Blue near perfect on these pistol rounds?
Wow. I mean, impressive head on a swivel support from Halls as well after taking those site fights for then, like you mentioned, Cubby, that's fighting long isn't alone on that fight up against Nox. I mean, I was questioning, I'm like, how are you getting flanked when you have 2 Sentinels? Because there wasn't any utility there, but again, it's pistol. So you don't have the maximum, like, leverage of the double Sentinel, perhaps, but here we go. I mean, I think only 1 pistol round has gone to West Virginia University this series, so another buy up for CSP here. Nice proactive haunt as well, so they know that there could be a stack fighting a main. So the break is smart, a reveal, but oh, Santi's gotta feel good about that. They've been getting pushed around by A77 all series.
Yeah. But the double in the body bag. Orsino jiggle peek off the shoulder. Draws out the gate crash and pulls him away. Guck. Going for mid plays, but that's also where this turret is, right? The second they make any noise, Pain's gonna try and play off the contact from the turret. The Guck. Smart as always. Doesn't want to play for those odds, doesn't want to play for those chances. Excite, solid jiggle peeks all around. And this is what Concordia St. Paul loves to do. It's figure out where they need to go, how they need to play this. And this round is going on so long that has even drawn the attention of Dinks away from B. I believe Neon, though, so they're able to get back there up in heaven, and finally the utility is going to start going down. Dinks back inside of Hall as quick as can be. The Haunt back up in the nick of time is going to clear out everything on site except for the close corridors and close angles. Dinks has the shorty, though. They can go in fast with that weapon, but how many players can they get away with? Spike is going to be planted by Cubby. It's in safe yet again, not for long, Lemur. They played it so perfectly, but they gave Dinks a chance to reload. Sacrifices their life for that. Now you just play away, you play back.
Long.
Yep, it's not playing it for long. That's where you draw them in. Dinks gets the Bulldog, though. That's going to start hurting massively. Going to just stop Inox for just a second longer, but he's sticking the defuse. Someone's going to push them off. Someone's going to stop them. Inox needed to get off to protect themselves from Pain, but sacrificing it to Orsino. Concordia St. Paul gets the anti-eco, but it costs them almost everything.
Yeah, definitely close for comfort. And I'm starting to see, you know, some key standout ideas for how this attack's functioning for Concordia St. Paul. And I'm not going to lie to you, a lot of it hinges on Pain. One of the only forms of post-plant utility, because Santi, we haven't really seen the money of the swarm grenades, and we know he likes his proactive sentinel utility usage. And because Pain, like you mentioned, pistol, solo B main while the rest go through mid door. That round, it's flipped, right? And they are trying to survive while simultaneously being that pinch play. And it almost fell apart because they were the only player that could get eyes on the spike. So now, you mentioned it, bonus weak fight. Heavy to challenge a main off these thorns. Thanks.
Oh my gosh. I saw all the bullets peppering in through that breakable box. But you're alive. Excite's gonna go in with the owl drone. Big battle, I think, about to break out in mid with the sheriff. Inox has the flash set up. Oh, and Pain inside of the astral form. They get out in time, but now they
Whoa.
run over to the other side. They don't realize that Inox is still here, chasing them down. When simply walk your way over towards that direction. Asino gonna take a smidge of damage from that. Backs away before getting flashed out and taken out by Inox. West Virginia University looking strong here. Cubby still got some fight back, gets rid of Gok, but man, you're running low on time. It's 45 seconds left.
Yeah, that felt like we just are starved for info. We want more. And like mentioned, punished as a result, Guk going that deep. And that's going to kind of spur them. Maybe the Yoru's going to sell a fake on B. You walk onto A with that upgraded weapon. But again, Dings here. Looks like they are going to group for the end over towards the B side. That Astral Star no longer in play. No Killjoy utility here either. But A77 posted up. Gonna hopefully hear the TP land. And now Inox is there to support.
A77 over towards the other side of Halls. Inox is there with the first frag and the second enough to land the execution shot. And A77 has to put themselves up on the kill feed to West Virginia University. Looking clean to stop the bonus.
Yeah, some nice inserts, but again, just better weaponry. Nice team fights go the way of West Virginia University. Some nice coordination there to close things out from Belong, so even the plant gets robbed away. Repercussions, you know, means a regen shield or two. A light shield there, so they can get the spike down, but 1-2, this is where West Virginia can keep us close to the 2-2 mark. And it looks like, again, they're going for the double duelist commitment. The Sentinel on the opposite side. It's, again, textbook how this map gets played when you have a double initiator, a double duelist composition. And that's what makes it seem like CSP should have a fairly simple time trying to counter-strat it. And that's what I'm hoping we get to see now that that rifles are in hand.
Lemur farm their way up to the dimensional drift already. We've seen how impactful this ultimate can be for this Yoru. How many rounds have swung just off of that fact. But again, it's where do we want to go? How does Concordia St. Paul want to dissect Pearl? And so their attacks have always just been this layer of information gathering, draw out as much utility as we possibly can, clear out where we possibly can, not sacrifice any lives to make it happen. There it is. Santi throws the swarm grenade over on the top. Dinks quick on the reproach to make sure that's taken away. Dimensional drift used. Mid cleared. Guk seen. Get ready with a flashbang. Try to slow them down. Guk knowing that they had to take a fight here eventually. First flash is going to go in. Smoke comes up in time. They get back over for the fight. Yes, they do. Guk. It's unbelievable how fast they can take these fights. A77 is just going to hold this site down. Will will of fury on their own.
One enemy remaining.
The trades are good. Cubby has an opportunity, but that window is quickly closing. Pinched, not knowing that Inox is behind them. And it is a round good, stripped, sold and delivered for West Virginia University. Tie things up 2-2. And I liked the idea at its core there for Concordia St. Paul. When you're running this style, like hyper-aggressive A, your Sentinel on B, the gap is bound to be, you know, art or mid-door. We've seen them abuse mid-door. They faked an A art-heavy attempt. And I was going to question this. Okay, so what happens when it's a Vice comp? You just put your sheer wall in art when they're starting to run down art. So then we're going to see what the Killjoy looks like. So your Killjoy holds mid, you split the duelists. And I'm wondering, I was going to say, maybe that's when you get the op online, but it's still just rifles. This is like an anti-Geeko safe route.
Okay. CSP. Mains up there by themselves. Flashbang over the top. Excite's going to be blinded. Much even further back towards A-Link, but you still denied vision. You still denied the opportunity to push through smoke. Makes it so difficult here. And losing out on Pain makes Concordia St. Paul's rest of their attack round monumentally difficult.
It's kind of what I mentioned, right? The dependence on Pain to make ground for the team on these splits. Interestingly enough, Lemur, they snuck through art because that turret was destroyed. The pop and swing, so hopefully you can get a trade, but they both survive. That's a weapon down, but Guk also dropped by Cubby. This round can be more and more feasible. I mean, you know the Killjoy's A side, right? You destroy the turret early on. That gives you, like, maybe a draw towards B, but yeah, with Santi this deep, I have no info about what lies over the basic now that Pain's been taken care of. I'm so nervous for the exit. Please clear A main.
You can't let A77 get away with it, too. Santi's gotta see some of these trips. Oh, yeah, they put in the haunt. A77 tipped off. Look towards this fight. Oh my god, Inox. And Lima tries to rotate back around, but you left A main undiscovered. A77 charting new territory here for WVU. It's them in the lead.
And I mean, we kind of saw like what the panic button looks like for West Virginia University, and it's really clean, right? Like when they lose control of like all these nooks and crannies of Pearl, like Art, like mid door, like connector, what do? Post someone up spawn, post someone up A main, post someone down deep B main, and they get all the control that they need to fight back in, and it worked so well. And I mean, Concordia, you know, credit to them. They planted back sight. They cut off one of those sight lines, but Inox just pops off 8 and 3. I was looking forward to them on the Duelist. They are delivering, and the Odin spray. Okay.
Yeah.
But Pain. They got the opening kill. And the op. Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah. We've seen West Virginia University play like this, though. They may have a hole in the ship. That doesn't mean it's anywhere near to sinking. Concordia St. Paul still struggling to push onto these sites past the smoke. It's the tepidness that comes through showing in force right now. They got the one pick, and that's massive for them. They even got rid of the operator. This is Pain. Wanting to push their luck even further. Wanting to push the envelope as much as it possibly can be. And with Gok having sight lines locked in on A main, you have to know that this player is ready to go for that. Steel Garden time now, though. Deny weapons, deny firepower. Excites over there on the other side, but they still have the Odin in hand. Finally gonna swarm back over. They hear them get out, and Guk has no choice but to try and get away, put down a concuss, and play inside of the smoke.
Oh, every ult's going into this. They want this round. Cosmic Divide as well.
Oh my god! Lemur's head stays intact. The wall at the right possible second, saving them. But they're firing through. Cubby has the shots back onto them.
They messed
and now
up
we
the
have
wall.
Now we have the double astral
messed up the
divide.
wall.
But they messed it up, Toby. It's on the other side. It's still having to push into them.
They thought it was planted in the corner, safe. It would have been good, and they realized, wait, guys, it's not planted where we thought it was. I thought they were gonna go like Avengers moment, like all swing through the Cosmic Divide at the same time with Guk on the high ground, but that was the plan all along. That's one ultimate down the drain. You're not gonna get back for a while. And Concordia, St. Paul, keep it close. Tie us 3 apiece.
Whew. Yeah, that's gonna be sitting in the back of Guk's mind, I think, for a long, long time. A rare mistake from a player as seasoned as themselves. But
I mean,
it happens.
like, I don't think they messed up the wall, okay? They didn't like they put it where they wanted it to go. But they thought Spike was planted safe in the corner. Because that's the wall for that corner.
Yeah.
But nobody on their team got eyes on the Spike at any moment. They just assumed.
Yeah, you saw them too. They jumped on the high ground and they thought that
Yeah.
the Spike was in that corner. They just didn't realize it was not in that corner. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it happens. Now we're seeing another fight happening here. Excite pushed away by the Arc Rose and Thorn down. Inox, operator in hand yet again. We're talking about it, though. These Yorus and an operator. My goodness gracious. It's just not meant to be sometimes. Now for Concordia St. Paul, they dumped a lot of utility. They used a lot of utility. They forced some out from West Virginia, but it's all about these trades back and forth from these two teams.
I think Concordia's realized that the A main control for West Virginia University is all bark and no bite, right? They always give it up like immediately, even if they put players like seem like they're fighting deep. I think the deepest they fought was quite literally on their boat, or on the 3rd round, actually. Like when we remember when like Guk went like too deep and gets punished for it. Like other than that, they've never pushed through. They always give up the space as soon as there's any ounce of utility or aggression from CSP. And I think that's just the default now, is from CSP to like put that up that front of like a side focus. And I mean, now the flash deposited. Now you know there's some players still here. And it all's gonna fall, you know, the A77. Anchor, the B side, but you're caught in a lockdown.
Got in a lockdown. A lot of swarm grenades, a lot of utility. A77 in the corner.
Wait a minute.
Ooh, Dink's taken out though, but no one's looking at the high ground. You can't let this KJ keep getting away with all of that. And Asino's even been taken out of the picture. Spike still needs to be picked up. Spike still needs to be planted. But look at this lurk. Look at this lurk. It's playing it safe. But the time is starting to run against the lurk from coming to fruition. They're running. They're putting the speed on emphasis. But Guk is none the wiser that Pain had been lurking for that long, for that hard. Now you know that the final two are inside of Heaven Pain, looking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They saw the tip of the barrel. Little bit of adjustment from the spray, but they managed to land the headshot. Drop down below, Inox, the operator, and these Yorus. It is just not a match made in heaven. Concordia St. Paul, back in the lead.
It's like you've got two Sentinels. Which one's your lurk player? Neither. Pain, always in these high impact positions. You mentioned running out of time. I'm pretty sure they had stars on the spike. They were just, playing for the kills there. And the delay from the players on site, just long enough for them to find the opening kill as well onto Guk there. Who, honestly, like, we talked about the Brim fragging, Omen fragging. The Astra, they've been reeled in a little bit. It takes a little bit more focus, coordination. But speaking of coordination, it's an eco play. Overdrive popped immediately to Gamble. Unfortunately, towards the wrong side of the map. So, yeah, CSP gonna speed up onto A. A good shot to fight back in here, but it's gonna be disrespect from CSP that you shouldn't throw their way.
Yeah, and Guk too. Like, two players grabbed two from Concordia, and they're only able to trade out the one. Inox stepping inside of the dimensional drift. The overdrive losing some of its pipe, but Santi! The relay ball, they're being swarmed down. Weapons being gained. West Virginia University. So much more emboldened. Concordia St. Paul playing on the back of A site. But now they're gonna have to fight back against all of this. Ostino! When they swing, they go for the fences. And they even force the commitment of a lockdown out of WVU.
Walk away from the table. That's all I can say. Yeah, take the time out. Okay. Overdrive, understandable. Once they got the opening kill, the weapon, they're like, okay, let's also double down. Dimensional drift, invested. The lockdown, after they have numbers and take sight, was lethal. So they used 3 ults. Didn't find any round impact. Concordia up 2 rounds. Now, 1 round to go before your economy's shattered. That would be a Concordia 6, basically a guaranteed 7th. And this is the double Sentinel we're talking about. I said I was worried about how it was going to be leveraged, and it's basically like Santi is not playing this map like they played Ascent at all. Because Pain is that lurk player. Santi, I mentioned it in these aggressive mollies. They're always getting chucked, helping them initially. They're playing KJ like a deadlock, actually. That's the best analogy I can come up with, right? Like, West Virginia University, I want to turn this back to them because it is their timeout. Like, what do you change here? Do you need to just, like, again, they're giving themselves good setups, but then they don't commit. Like, they're not, like, with a double duelist, they're not, like, risking enough, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's the same topic that we were having, right, with Lemur on Ascent.
Yeah.
That now West Virginia University, they have 2 duelists, right? You have the Yoru who's using the operator. Makes sense. That's fine. Whatever. Because now you have the Neon that can slot in for those risky plays. But Dinks isn't doing that either. They're just, like you said, all bark, no bite. But finally, I think we might be getting that bite. They finally have the aggression in their heart. And the Hunter's Fury for extra measure. That's what we needed to see from West Virginia. This is how they have been needing to play. Abuse the weapons, abuse the duelist potential. Dinks finally needs to get out of there, runs away. Almost caught out by Pain, but yeah, the smoke's gonna come up, cover them over towards the other side. Stuck in the corner though, Inox ready with a flashbang.
No trade?
Could catch Pain. No, they're just gonna let the clone be the determining factor here, but yeah, it's just Pain at 41 HP. Now, listen, we know that they can ace, but this one's gonna be tough regardless. And Inox, final nail in the coffin. A good timeout for West Virginia.
And I love my job at moments like that, right? We lay out an analyst point, something that's going wrong, a timeout gets taken, and they fix it immediately out the gate, right? Like, it's like satisfying to be like, wow, the recommendation we gave actually fixes the issue. And I mean, you don't have a Hunter's Fury around, but I don't think the Hunter's Fury was like what enabled them to take that space. It really was just the full commitment, right? You have the utility here, like. And, I mean, the setup from CSP is nice. Like, they have, again, the arc goes through the wall. They have Lemur chucking a flash over the wall as well. But looks like they're running it back, right? Locking the deep A control. Don't just get stuck in the choke.
And finally here we have another moment of this. But Concordia St. Paul, learning their lessons from the last round, is not going to take that A main fight if they don't need to. And again, look at all of the utility set up to protect them from either a player coming out, swinging out of art, or someone coming up through A main. This is where the KJ is so valuable. Lemur seeing Excite inside of Link, but man, A77 is just, it's this one corner, the same angle over and over, and they still win every single time. 3 for 1? West Virginia University is going to take those every day of the week. Oh, wait a minute. These KJs are crazy.
Yeah, nice wallbang shot. Maybe going to give Cubby a glimmer of hope for the clutch. Especially if they catch a crazy timing here through mid door. Okay, Guck turned around. We're good. But Nightfall in hand, like... Definitely, there's a world, but they gotta get this fight first. And
yeah,
5 to 5, the timeout turns things around.
It's been close rounds, close times. And A77, we got to give it up to them. The Fracture was a tough map for them. Ascent, they did better.
Pretty good.
And now Pearl is where they've like reached full power, full strength. They're 12-5 now. They've been locking down this B site. Not even their utility, but they're just holding that one corner every single time. And Concordia St. Paul has been thrown off guard every single time.
And that's kind of what we asked, right? We're like, West Virginia, take risks. Like, A77 has been taking those risks the entire game. But this, they perfectly position themselves with this delay utility art. The exact round West Virginia is on an eco and is taking this as their approach. Guck, this position off of your own side smoke, lethal, but guess what? They're not running into your site.
No, they're not.
Not yet.
Oh, wait, hold on here. Ooh, Guck's on the other side. Again, the wall's gonna come up. But guess what? Guck has theirs. And I'm sure that they are going to make sure to plant this properly this time around.
Oh, the
I'm taking
wall?
any chances for that. Yeah, the sheer wall is gonna come up. Payne's been taken out,
Wait, Dinks
though.
is main.
Yeah, Dinks
They
has main
realize it.
control. You gotta, yeah, Santis coming back over towards boxes. Gotta play close, though. It's the Stinger in their hands. Wall's finally gonna go down. Again, we're talking about it. They do have one wall, but Cubby had to go big there. Not quite as big as they want as the one. Concordia St. Paul losing their player. Santi at least get something with the Stinger, but now they gotta, like,
No time.
fight through A77. Good luck with those odds. West Virginia University in the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, with the weapon upgraded, right, they were already sticking. And like I mentioned, and that was great. I'll say from a player who's been having a relatively quiet game from Dinks, right? Like, being able to find that one post-plant player, Payne, it really unravels the post-plant for that team. So West Virginia beat Concordia St. Paul to 6. We could have another 6-6 halves on our hands, like Fracture here, actually. Which, again, for Concordia, like, I don't think Fod's the end of the world with the double Sentinel. Like, that's what they had over on Ascent, and then things just didn't click in the second half. In terms of, again, we talked about the operator being a hindrance a little bit for Lemur, but for now, let's get through this last round of the half. A little bit of a different look, right? It's with weapons, but they're going for the mid-plaza aggression. They're like, okay, we know they know we're fighting deep A main now, so let's just let them have that space and maybe flank from the get-go. Again, destroy this Sentinel utility. They were good at that over on Ascent. They're carrying that over here. And they're going to get on a flank almost immediately is my expectation here.
It's really going to have to rely on making sure that Santi's alarm bot does not go down. Razorvine's going to be destroyed. Guck gets away in the nick of time, but they're blinded. So they're going to go onto the actual site itself. Santi locking it down. Oh my word. Guck is just going to try and hold this angle. They knew that they were hiding out there. They have to protect the lockdown, and West Virginia is just going to walk into the meat grinder to get it done. And props to Payne for keeping the flank defended while the alarm bot went down. Good presence of mind from Concordia.
Not only that, but yeah, there it is. The Lemur of Fracture is back, right? Take the site, push the, line of scrimmage further. And I think it was just the comfort of their team around them too, right? The sheer wall backside, like, they were pretty good to go. And you mentioned it, bolster defenses for Payne, not letting Payne, like, feel like they're fighting a one-person war. Like, that's what they were doing the first few rounds that Concordia was able to secure. And it ended on a team effort note, which was amazing way to get to your 6-6 half. And now, let's see if all of our, formula for this composition actually come true. Look, KJ utility mid, your Vice heading B, your Astra A. Looks like we did pretty well.
Yeah, looks like they did pretty well. They have a lot of time to spare. I'm sure having the best connection possible is going to help them out here. As exit lag ensures better and faster connection routes to game servers, eliminating connection issues with a single button press. Helping take their connection to the next level here in Zobi, so make sure to go check it out. They have a nice coupon code GGWP, get 50% off. You're playing at your best possible game. Both of these teams are playing at their best possible game. I mean, it's 6-6 again.
Hey, wait. That was like inspiring, right? Like, we were hoping Lemur would be fighting forward. They do. Yeah, they get shut down immediately by a lot of utility, but with the gate crash out. But the tendency is there. The players are there for the trade. Ostino still alive, still fighting.
Oh my
They
gosh.
take another down with them.
Okay. Right, you're thinking right now for Concordia St. Paul. It's a little bit tough to go up against a 2v3, but one of them is
2v2.
knocking on death's door. Excite has 10 HP. If they try to get out of halls, they're gonna sacrifice their life. They look back over towards mid. Oh my
Turret got
word.
broken, I think.
Pain. They're just gonna be able to assassinate this poor guy. There's nothing they can do there. In goes the first of the stars. Try to play for that. Pull them in with the gravity well. But it's on
It's
the
too
wrong
far.
side. It's too far, Zobi. Cindy's sticking.
Now-
Cindy's sticking.
I'm just gonna do whatever chatter is doing and every West Virginia member is doing, and just facepalm for a sec, you know, contemplate what just happened. I mean, the smoke, I felt like it was in the wrong place too for a second, right? Because again, they thought they pointed on the deeper default, and it just barely covers Santi, and that suck misplaced. I think that was meant to be a smoke, and they just had to repurpose it, realizing that was all they had left, honestly. But okay, little misstep, another pistol lost. And Concordia St. Paul reclaim the lead. They get another bye. We can pull ahead here, but West Virginia, thrifty demons. Let's run it back, run it down A, and see what happens.
This is what I'm talking about, right? You put all of the KJ util in art. The Astra is going to be playing as a pseudo sentinel anyways, and if you try to go through mid, the sheer wall's going to activate. So you know that someone has snuck by, or they've backed off just to trigger it. Now you're going to be looking back and forth. Hopefully CSP is calling something out here. A77 though has snuck their way so far back, and if CSP get caught off guard by this KJ player, that's gonna be big sad for them.
And if I can fast enough, first off, look at this A77! You had 2 sentinels!
I can't believe it. They had the sheer wall tripped. They knew that someone had to have come by, but because Excite didn't see anybody, rather Excite, it just could have cost them the round.
Was the wall tripped? I see it on the minimap. Maybe it just hasn't come down yet. I mean, was there a gap? Did they jump it? Like, I'm so confused. It's not coming down. I don't think it was tripped.
They jumped over it. Oh my god.
Concordia still could win the round, okay? We're not ahead just yet. It's Guk we're talking about, though. Gravel this time adequately placed. But again, you have no info. Did they also slip through?
Enemy remaining.
Oh my
the
gosh.
timing.
And Ostino has no HP. They're actually going to do it safer this time. They're going to try and go to the swing. Guk backs away.
It's not halved.
They didn't get to the half, so now they're forced to stick it. Oh my gosh. It doesn't matter. Guk, when it comes down to these fights, are always going to win.
All right, and what does that chat message say? Flank. Yeah, that's crazy with double sentinel. But that's the thing is, I was getting ready. I'm like, CSP, this defense, like this layout is catered specifically to like an anti-eco counter, right? Like they stack the weapons and the players on the sites, and then they have like each sentinel take a lane of like the mid space, which is where you typically go on an eco, right? You either go mid door rush, you go art rush. So they had the wall, like you mentioned, they had the KJ utility, death trap, microwave over towards art. And you know, West Virginia confident on their A main take. I still would need to figure out and ask, how did A77 get there? But for now, doesn't matter. We are tied. Economy for Concordia is shattered. Lemur still trying to go for this offensive. You're just gonna wait for Ostino, Arc Rosa. That's in mid, so the support has to come from himself here.
Yeesh. You're over on both sides. Yeah, Lemur.
50-50.
Looking over. Yikes. You're going to take the swing still with the classic. Enox playing that smart, backed away, making sure that there's no shorty to pull them back. And Santi tries to round the corner, but instead it's into the Inox Vandal spam.
Wow. And there's something to stall out the momentum of your double sentinel half like that. It's how the last round went.
Ooh.
Pain? I mean, this is an individual that's been putting up numbers and this team needs. Cubby? I mean, you got one sentinel, but they're on site. Your Astra's reflanking. They caught off for the timing! No way! Guk just shut down probably the only win con this team was gonna have.
Yeah. Dicey at best. They can't even go and pick up the Vandal.
They're gonna do it again.
Still has it all on blood, dude. Concordia St. Paul is the one with the double sentinel, right? I know this is the anti-eco, but they're the ones just being played so hard by all of the flanks, by all of the outmaneuvering from West Virginia University on their attack. And then the second they go for the swing, the second the turret hears
Guk, yeah.
anything, they're gone.
Aw.
And if Dink's lost that, Guk had their approach. West Virginia University back in the lead.
Okay. Okay, obviously losing your second round like they did dents the economy, stunts the growth of a lead. I mean, the economy here, again, they're about to be chucked into purgatory. They need to win this round, and CSP, I mean, you have the Visal, right? That's Steel Garden to do it. So I think in an ideal world, a storyline, they win this round, and it's tied again. We reset the momentum to mental. If not, we need that CSP timeout, right? Like, I don't care if it feels early. They need to talk. And with, again, the confidence, the speed makes players a main. Rotations are almost immediate from some of the CSP members.
And they're feeling a little scared, a little nervous about this. And look at how much more utility is set up in mid, Zobi, right? Instead of just the sheer wall, it's now the arc rows and the turret. No one is slipping by this time.
Look at the pings, too. The reclear of Plaza as well with the Prowler. Like, yeah, they're trying to be proactive in their information collection at this point.
Okay.
Lemur? We played this position kind of last time, but this is more of an off angle. That's what the drone's for. Make sure there's no operator, no funny business.
Whoa.
The gate crash, dimensional drift. I mean, gate crash out. You're not getting away with this. What are you thinking? That's a lot of util wasted. That's the silver lining here, but they know where your
they
TP
know.
is.
They know exactly where you want to go, and because you were concussed, you couldn't get away from Excite. Now they're going to try and
saw
hit the
that
sheer
flank!
wall, and they got the flank again! Thankfully, Ostino has a double kill, but then they swing out of halls. They're 24
Ow.
HP. Inox has the classic on lockdown with that weapon. A77 has done it again. The flank extraordinaire doesn't matter how many sentinels are there. A77 is going to knock you down, and Inox is going to pack you away. West Virginia University.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
And, I mean, there's two things that could happen there. I doubt Santi recalled the turret, so it's probably the latter, which is that they shoot the turret and then transfer onto the player that's visible about to retake the Ruby Link. Like, okay, that's crazy. Number two, I think the difficulty here, and I kind of mentioned this, like, you remember how on Fracture, Cubby was, like, always facilitating Lemur, and we're like, oh, they don't need that initiator to help them out. I think we're seeing that they need it. Like, not shortcoming of Lemur, but just they're doing this alone, and no respect is being drawn out of it from West Virginia University. It just feels like it's methodical, mechanical. They're doing the same thing, and it's not working.
It's surprising, too, that CSP hasn't taken a timeout.
I mean, it's 2 rounds.
Yeah,
It's so close, but
it feels like they've been more proactive on the timeouts than WVU has been, right? This feels
True.
like...
They're also up, though, in those moments,
That's true.
I believe.
But map number 3, right? You really wanted to make sure that everything's going to be won. It's not going to be a timeout soon.
Yeah, it would be 11-7, which I feel like is a standard timeout line. This is something else, though. Pain, maybe trying to give West Virginia University a dose of their own medicine here. They got past that alarm, but it got recalled. Very small radius. A77, I like how they like with the team and then they go for the late flank, essentially. And that's exactly what they're going to try to do here. Gok usually very aware, though, on top of this. Very high mechanical individual skill, too. So that door is closed. The sight control for B is sweltering.
Yeah, you really... Whoa, my God, Santi! They'd make that swing and get a double kill.
Whoa,
Then we have
okay.
another opportunity with the Bucky. You're kidding me here, right? Surely. Yeah, Guk's gonna plan for save. A77, they don't need to
They're
worry
gonna
about
chase
losing
their
their player. Pain on the flank, but it's just a sheriff, right? Needs to go for the reload and needs to fight into not only Inox, but also Gux. And the second they put down a star, Inox gonna put them into the stars. West Virginia University is now double digits.
Okay. Timeout now, timeout after the round starts. There it is. Okay.
Yep.
It was like a gamble. You know, I think that's what I've noticed from Chains is their preference is the buy rounds, not like the ecos, for them like to correct in the moment. Lemur, operator. Okay. I know we've been saying like, okay, Lemur, we want you to get aggressive, but they've tried that and it's not working. And if you notice, like we've seen the idea of using the drone to clear belong, but they never have actually invested it on the West Virginia University side. So, I think an op could work B right now. But, West Virginia University, they're kind of starting out, like, right now, towards the A side of the map. Well, then that'll weather the test of time, aka the timeout. We'll have to wait and see. But this round is everything, right? This is going to be, you know, 12 for West Virginia or your comeback.
I'm sure that's sitting at the back of their minds for CSP.
Yeah, let it sink in.
Yeah, Concordia, St. Paul. All right, you got to really get these ultimates in sync. Talking about the lemur operator again. So many question marks that are on board for this team, hopefully being answered from that timeout. And you can't let West Virginia University walk away with any more rounds. I mean, it's what? It's just 3 more now at this point, and they're continuing onward through the upper bracket. And CSP maybe feeling that pressure. Can't let it crumble you. Lemur blinded, takes a shot with the operator, but it's all just about pushing them away. They're not even going in that direction. West Virginia University poking in through mid, realizing how weak Link has been for CSP. They just put up the they got the turret, they got the wall there. Think he's gonna trip that there, but I mean, Santi just got hammered with all of the utility in the world.
I mean, West Virginia University players starting to aim. Small mistakes for CSP are adding up, like giving away your plan there before actually swinging to catch Dinks off guard. And look at all the players. They're just oversimplifying, right? They were so fixated on Dinks that now they're actually getting pinched between the players that are remaining in art from West Virginia University. So, I mean, 2v4. One of those players, I believe, had the operator still. Like, do you save at this point? Like, in my mind, you have to. I said it. That was going to be 12 if you are forced into a full save situation. And it seems like the decision's already been made. We've seen dire thrifty rounds from both of these teams. And no more than a map 3, round 11 one, I'd say.
This is what we talk about when it comes to West Virginia University and these map number 3s. They're so... Oh
my gosh.
when they get to this point, it feels like they're still operating at peak efficiency. The other squad is just starting to lose some of that steam. If WVU manages to make it this far, and if you can't close it out in map number 2, it all starts to go haywire. It starts to go awry. This is on a CSP map where they've had the reps time and time again. You may be able to take Inox off the board, but looking at how WVU is so far, the economy, really just a minor nuisance to them. I mean, Guk is at 8,300. They could bankroll the rest of the team at this point.
Like I say, it's gonna be difficult, but not impossible here. I mean, Cubby 1 off ult, Santi 1 off ult. Maybe, look, okay. I talked about how, it was getting stale a little bit on your defense. They're finally taking an A deep main fight here, perhaps. It does concern me because I don't think they have the utility really to do that. Maybe you see his flash combo it, but looks like, I was gonna say maybe a double duelist for West Virginia having none of it, but it's just the late refight. And I mean, Lemur just TP's out. It's on Pain again, solo.
Sheesh. They're really playing for tricky times here. Dinks having to use Neon movement to its utmost perfection, dodging and dipping through all of the Guardian shots. And still having to make their way onto the side that's going to be the difficult part until you throw in a lockdown. A77, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right coordination between the rest of the squad. Just be able to use that here. Yeah, now you're just having to back off, use some of this utility. Cover your escape.
Divide, yeah.
Like you said, Cosmic Divide.
The reclear of art here, the barrier as well, of where that KJ lockdown reaches is so smart now. No real reflood ability here. Concordia St. Paul has to get that extra layer of information. And I mean, you have Guk so safe off site going for the flank of all flanks. Like, they don't even have to get to this utility. Unless we get a ninja defuse again here, possibly. The gate crash in, they don't want that to slip through. Everything's gonna be invested just to keep them afloat here. They don't want that 12th to be reached, and it might just start to work. Time not on their side. The fast lane, the tap. The lockdown got destroyed.
They just swing back in there, and look who's on the flank. Zobi on the flank again. It's a West Virginia University player. Santi has to get out of there with their weapon intact because this weapon is going to be so necessary because West Virginia University match in series point.
Match point.
Perfectly balanced as all things can be, Sam. West Virginia University have a round where they invest like every single ultimate, right? And the round didn't go their way. That's what we thought it was gonna be the tipping point, like of no return towards Concordia St. Paul, maybe running away with the first half. And we still end things 6-6. Now, this half, 6 rounds in a row from West Virginia University. For the double sentinel, the number of flanks insurmountable. The ults utilized, economy smattered, tattered. Silver lining here, you're challenging through a sheer wall with the overdrive, but it doesn't matter because you just got a 2-piece.
The good news here for WVU is they've also gotten a 2-piece. Oh my gosh. Dings is filled with the fury and passion of wanting to close this game out. They even want to do it crazy enough with an ace. Now you're all over the place. Finally, they get a taste of their own medicine, but you left behind a player deposited in art that Lemur was not ready for. Santi, pull your weapon out! Pull your weapon out, buddy! Clear that corner, thank God! Because now it's down to the 1v1. But Excite has a Hunter's Fury.
They're so close, though. There's no way they use it. They're just gonna
run in. Santi! Oh my gosh! Get back over to the other side. This is gonna force Excite to have to use the recon bolt and maybe even expend the Hunter's Fury. Now they're running in with a shock dart. Santi, no HP! And West Virginia University does it with a shorty. 13-7, 2-1, and continues their upper bracket run.
And again, this is double elimination, so Concordia St. Paul not out of it just yet, but West Virginia University, your #1 seeds coming in from the South are not here to play. We mentioned it. They are your full series demons. Map 3, Map 5, you name it. They are go the distance, downloading your team and winning it out. It's like they play to the level of their opponent. They don't reveal more than they have to, and that's going to make them a dangerous team in this upper bracket. We mentioned players like Guck, players like Excite, each having their shining moments, being those experienced players, helping cool this roster and allowing them to have as strong of a debut as they just did.
Impressive showing here from West Virginia University. I'm so excited to see how this team is going to do throughout the rest of the upper bracket, especially with some of the teams that they're going to have to be going up against. I think we just got notification that Tamu manages to 2-0 Northwood. Yeah, right. That's the Tamu. That's the Tamu special. These players, right? They don't overplay anything during the regular season, but when it comes to championship time, that's when they lock in.
Now they're defending their title, right?
Yeah, they're defenders. So, but looking just all across the board at some of the rest of the squads, right? It's been crazy happenstances all around. Some of the more stock standard, what we're expecting out of the bracket so far. So none of those crazy upsets that we were hoping for yet, Zobi. But I mean, we're still only in just week 1. We're just on the first series, the first matchup of the day, and we still have another one to go through here, Zobi.
I mean, that was like if 5 versus 12, like it shows how close the top 16 are. Like it was so hard, like once you like get to like the bottom of each part of the bracket, like the top and the lower end, to like see these teams, like to figure out how close they truly are in skill level. When again, there sometimes isn't overlap in conferences that these teams play in, right? Like it's so hard to compare, you know, a West Virginia to a CSP when CSP has again gone on and beaten teams like Tamu, like you know, been map 3s against Northwood and against Baker, and now I mean, we saw that maybe West Virginia then can go toe-to-toe with players like, or teams like Tamu, like Northwood. Only time will tell in the next rounds of the upper bracket.
Absolutely. But that is going to be it for this matchup between West Virginia University and Concordia St. Paul Blue. West Virginia University taking the win 2-1. But we still have another matchup left to go for the day. That's going to be Baker College versus Cumberland Phoenix. Myself and Zobi are going to be hopping off and making way for Infernosis and Jackson 5K. We'll be back for that setup after this break.
Life can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. keep it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bonnet. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat. You'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious. Release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blow me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn. And I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted. Can't copy, printed. Can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence. So consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap and I'll be speaking. Listen.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Don't you dare say that I want it. Everything to fall apart when it's haunting me. 'Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. We're fighting fire with fire. rise. With ardent fire, with fire. I'm a hunter. Tracks in the snow and I'm friends with the cold rain and thunder. Frozen in my bones. I'll never get tired of the enemy. Got them both pulled tight in front of me. I'm a hunter with an arrow in my hand. Hear the shadows follow me over the hills in the evergreen. Trade my soul for a chance to carry on into the wild. Na 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 na. Into the wild. To the wild. Into the wild. Hidden fortress. I'm the attack and there's no going back. Hearing voices calling out my name. Got them path laid out in front of me. Sharp knife, headstrong, no time to think. I'm a huntress. I don't know who I am. Hear the shadows follow me over the hills in the evergreen. Trade my soul for a chance to carry on into the wild. To the wild. Into the wild. Na 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 na. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Into the wild. The shadows follow me over the hills and the evergreen. Trade myself for a chance to carry on into the wild.
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
It's championship season, baby, and we're looking forward to getting CVAL kicked off and everyone moving on as best as they can here, Jackson, to see if they can make it on into the LAN at the end of May. Technically June 1st for VALORANT, but we won't get taken too seriously here. My name's Infernosis, joined here wonderfully once again by Jackson. It's a pleasure being here, and this weekend is the start of everything for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of big name teams showing up again this year for CVAL. Most notably, we just saw two teams go head to head in a very, very close matchup. We saw basically a double OT to start and a match that went up to Mat 3, which I really was not expecting that to happen.
Yeah, West Virginia University, they're a team that thrives in longevity, and they actually faced off against one of the teams that we're seeing tonight in this second series, and they've lost pretty much every best of 3 they've played against them, but they won out in that South Final in a best of 5, right? They're a team that tends to thrive the longer these series goes on, so congratulations to them. They'll move on, and now you have a chance to continue to do that if you're the team that lost them in the finals. We'll touch on that a little bit later, but the way this works for our format, 16 teams enter into our upper round 1, 16 teams in lower. You get a second chance if you're on the upper side, but once you're down there in lower with a loss this weekend, dropping you down to the lower round 2, it's not really the opportunity you're looking for, right? So you have to play perfect if you're the bottom 16, and there's some wiggle room, some leeway if you're top 16. But Jackson, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot where pretty much any mistake at this upper echelon of play could spell an ultimate demise for your roster.
Absolutely. None of these teams are teams to be trifled with. I mean, they've played through their respective regional brackets, so there's a lot of information that they have on each other right now. But I really want to focus on today's matchup right now with Baker College versus the Cumberland Phoenix. But first, let's take a look at the prize pool. $16,000 in a scholarship will be going to the number 1 team, as well as $8,000 to the number 2 team. Not exactly any numbers to scoff at, Scott.
No, it's not. I mean, first off, when you look at second place, you know it's half of first place, right? That's just going to irk you with a loss already if you end up in second place. Thankfully, third and fourth aren't too much further behind from that 8K, but these schools are vying for a whole lot, and I'm sure the schools that are likely to end up getting there already have a pretty good portion for their scholarship and for, you know, the program that's providing for them. So just to add in that little bit of extra and maybe take off some of the groans and pains of college as a whole and the expenses that come from it is absolutely wonderful. We'll jump straight on over to our pick and bans for this series. We were talking a little bit about this before, Jackson, in our break. For map selection, we're starting off first with Pearl. Ascent and Fracture were banned off the rip. Icebox and Haven were banned later. You see Lotus as our secondary map and Split for our finale. Overall, I have to think that Baker actually got the better end of this ban phase. I do not think that Columbia made the right choice banning Haven as their final ban. I harped on this a little bit before with you. They're an exceptionally powerful team for this map, but I think Cumberland Destiny, their B team, is slightly better for it, but we've seen Cumberland Phoenix tear apart ridiculously good teams in the map of Haven and going to Split instead, something that they're maybe not as experienced with. They've shown that they have weaknesses for it. They obviously have close losses against WVU for that, for West Virginia University. I don't know if it's going to be enough of a leeway against a team like Baker College to feel super comfortable heading to that. But Pearl and Lotus, they stink at Pearl. This is arguably their worst map for them. But Lotus, they are so darn good. It's oppressive.
And I mean, the only reason I can think of for Cumberland Phoenix to allow Split to go through, it was shocking to me at first because not only is Cumberland Phoenix pretty good at Haven, but Baker College is notoriously struggles on Haven, right? So you would think that they would want to have a map where they would have the advantage, but perhaps it's because that Baker College has won Split basically every time they've played it so far in this tournament. So I'm assuming there's a lot of information that the Phoenix were able to catch out. They weren't exactly like blowout matches either on Split, so perhaps they have a good idea of what Baker College's playbook might be going into that deciding map.
And the agent selection overall for this map isn't too crazy either. Cumberland like to play the Jet, the Vise, Tejo. They like an Astra, like a KO, right? They don't really stray too far from familiarity for this map. They're not one of those teams that steps in with the big Yoru play. We've seen Yorus, we've seen Phoenixes, right? They're not one of those teams that steps into that. But Baker does. They really do like the Yoru, and you see Demon looking over to pick that. Astra as well. Astra's exceptionally powerful for Pearl, so you don't see any big changes. Sova is a big difference overall. They don't like to use the Teo. They still like to stick to that central Sova and KO combination. And then for their central choice, they go KJ. I think overall, Cumberland, this is one of the few maps where it feels like they are doing something a little bit different. Obviously, a reach for the new, having Teo employed, but Teo's kind of getting employed everywhere. But they're a team that kind of defaults back. They're one of the best Ascent teams you'll see in collegiate, and their win percentage typically construes that. But they don't play any of the new style of Teo. They don't bring out the newer agent selection a lot of teams do. They win off of simple, still using the Jet, still using Silver, right? They want to play the default of what they know for Ascent, and it feels like Pearl is a little bit of that with the value of having that Teo still over in the same way when they move over towards Lotus, where you assume that they'd have a Teo, but most of the time they don't actually bring it. So this is one of the few times we see them try to really bring in a bit of that new. But no major changes either for the Baker side. Like I was mentioning, the KO, the KJ, the Astra, which Nami is yet to lock in, but likely will be the obvious choice. And then the Yoru. The big difference is going to be, can Demon create enough opportunities off of the strange play style that Yoru can bring, the constant TP over, the movement, the viability for separating sight lines, the quick flashes and information you get off of your ultimate that's basically a VTOL, right? Like, that's where your difference maker has to be in comparison to, say, the Jet for Cumberland's side.
Yeah, and speaking of Demon, I think this is going to be a very important map for him. He's been struggling a little bit to start the CVAL tournament, but in the last couple of games, he's been putting up unreal first kill to first death ratio. Pretty much a lot of the rounds that Baker wins is snowballing off of those picks that he can get. And so for them to start on attack on Pearl, which is kind of a side that they struggle on, it's going to be very important to get Demon rolling early.
Well, get the ball rolling early. We just saw this map previously in the prior series, and we saw things go a little bit wrong in the second half for, well, not for WVU. They ended up taking the victory, but for the opposing side. And that's something I think Baker College are going to want to avoid when it comes to their second half. But this is a map that they were comfortable enough to choose. And Cumberland Phoenix, I have not seen anything too crazy. They gave up like 9 rounds against a Georgia Red roster, which is Georgia's secondary team roster, and Phoenix absolutely trounced their primary roster, right? Like, they were this secondary team put up the most rounds on them in that league. This is something that Cumberland Phoenix probably wanted to avoid, but they also just didn't know the maps prior in the band selection phase, so they had to kind of pick the worst of the two. And I really like that Baker at least look prepared taking that band phase that way and picking this map first, as they will also get the first blood to strike. A player did DC, but it's not too big of an issue. J-Phone looking to maybe prowl about. J-Phone in map control is like the #1 thing it feels like for Cumberland Phoenix. You'll see it later on map 2, but you'll see it a lot here as well. They just want to try to get in the face, try to dictate the tempo, find those first frags or refrag if possible, since they've lost it here for round 1, and just try to make it so that Baker College can't play in for the numbers advantage right off the rip and just go, okay, we're brawling as much as possible down through alley, or maybe a rush in through art instead.
Yeah, and I love that early takeover of mid coming out from Baker College. Usually on Pearl, the default attack is just slam B until something works, but coming out with something different off the bat, we see now it's going to be a B split coming through Link as well, and it doesn't look like Phoenix have gotten the correct read on the execute. They are able to leave site, however, because of the shear wall that will trip and let Phoenix know that the hit is actually coming to B.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're gonna have to make the rotate fairly quickly here. They'll have all 4 players that are still remaining to do so, but Vice Wall goes off, like you mentioned, it gives a bit of information, and the team will start to rotate in. The question will be, how many will split off? Likely a 2-2. Maybe you have 1 player go all the way through Disco, but timing will be a little bit tight for that rotate. They're going to stack 3 players close to Spike before falling back off of Spike. Keep in mind, it is a pistol round, so guns don't have there's no advantage, truly, in capacity, and the overall utility that is available will be limited, if any. But you do have that Arc Rose, maybe looking to use that off in towards back cubby. Wadi will take a couple steps back, really worried about that 0-point sent out from Baker. No one yet having been pushed, but finally J-Phone tries to get out into the open. Wadi does get one. Nobody has dealt with a player back of Cubby, though, and it's created too many easy sight lines for Baker College to hold on to this point. Yes, you have a Yor who's exceptionally low right now, but JV's not looking so hot either. And in a 1v3, it's just an inevitability at this point, as Baker College will conclude with that first blood in the final, with 3 players left standing, and will be plenty pretty, especially getting those ult orb economy in the early stages of poking both sites at the start of round 1.
It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a tech pause, as we are having some connection issues with some of the players. But let's revisit that round from the top. We said it, or at least I pointed out, that Demon had to start strong, and you see already 3 kills on the board. He was also the one that got that first pick mid, and they were able to snowball off of that. Now, the good thing is, because they were able to take that mid control, Scott, they were able to lurk over onto Link, and that in that way able to split that Vice Wall over onto the B site, even though they did get delayed a little bit trying to plant the spike, but so much heavy positioning being gained by them. The only thing that I'm a little concerned about from that first pistol round, even though it's just pistols, it's because you have double initiators still alive, and I didn't really see too many initiation coming out from them. They kind of just swung out one by one, trying to take fights. Wadi coming there with 2, but not really setting up their team for more.
Overall, Cumberland Phoenix fell for a lot of the bait that was going towards A, and the slow, methodical approach from Baker College has now put them in a position where you just kind of lap up small victories throughout the round, right? First blood, no refrag back. Cumberland Phoenix put 2 players through door in an attempt to try to reclaim that. Obviously, nothing there for them. Baker take that chance to move over to grab Orb over towards Disco, top of B ramp. They're playing this long game. They're trying to find instantaneous value that will eventually work in these later rounds. So they're playing the long con, which is the right idea against a team at this caliber, or any team at this caliber, but especially so for Cumberland Phoenix, who are one of the teams that tends to have so much map knowledge that you'll hardly ever see a smoke go down without them perfectly spraying through at the right angle for a step across, right? They just read into things level by level at a point that can really throw teams out of their rhythm, which is where their specialty lies. But round 1 was obviously a great success point for Baker College. You have the VTOL, the dimensional drift, a whole lot closer to being tallied up. Give some things over towards Nami. Maybe get that Cosmic Divide online a little bit sooner, which should guarantee you a round, or at least make the initial rifle rounds a whole lot harder for Cumberland Phoenix. Look, Phoenix playing for their own little battle there for the orb economy. They play into A, get the instant value. B long's been completely given up for their sightline, but so has Spike been left in attacker spawn. They want to play in, force Phoenix to say, okay, we know we're at a weak point for weapons. How many players, how many numbers can we send at the problem and hope we make some semblance of a step in the right direction?
You see engagements happening mid. Demon also spotting out JP there over on Heaven. I think at this point, that's enough information to know that the B site is the weaker site, especially with the Recon Dart pinging 3 on main now. Ladder moves, has to make sure they get at least 1. They find 2, but that gives up the Spectre for Wadi to recover.
Yeah, and Baker College say, okay, let them have it. Let them eat. We have another flank growing up ourselves, and this is the perfect chance to take down 2, and there it is, easy as can be, as Demon tallies off for the finale. 2 for Baker College, with only a single player being taken down in that round. I'd argue it's most definitely a round win for the side of Baker College. Not much consolation in the back pocket for Cumberland Phoenix. Maybe just a little bit slow to read in to the map mobility that Baker College have been working with, and their defaulting has been clean throughout first 2 rounds, and likely will continue to be the story as this evolves and moves forward. But Cumberland Phoenix will finally have their first actual rifle round in front of them, and we'll start to see maybe how they actually want to position themselves correctly throughout their defense the remainder of this half, as Baker College will have to close that distance in an exceptional fashion with only the true SMGs, maybe a Bulldog in the back pocket overall, and they gotta hope that the utility can create enough of a gap, and maybe the Yoru would be a great way to do that, to actually incise upon where the Cumberland Phoenix roster are sitting in, as there's 1 player bottom of alley, that's JP, and you'll likely see J-Phone over to the Vice in the next map. There's a great swing from J-Phone from the KO pop flash that deals with that Yoru who TP'd across. J-Phone looking to get 2, and very well may have a chance for a 3rd. They'll let JP swing nearly immediately afterwards, but Fate's waiting on top of Crate. The swing out has a great gun to counteract it, and even if you lose that, if you're J-Phone, you have another player just right there to kind of clean up house afterwards.
Yeah, and Demon this time going way too deep into the enemy spawn. Nobody there to really trade them out, as J-Phone was able to find 2 there. Now, they do need to try to close the distance with these short-range weapons. Meanwhile, Cumberland Phoenix playing the long game, making sure to maintain distance and maintain control of the map here. 2v5 left over on the side of Baker. I think at this point, you just try to get a plant and maybe some shield damage, Scott.
Where can you find value for the remainder of the round? Both players want to step in through alley into Link, but is this the right idea for them? Sting will be the first player to peek this. Shooter's up on top of Radianite stack and looking for a free crossfire, but you'll need your back cubby player to take that swing in the same fell swoop. It'll be a double. First one spotted, second one tangential, but Shooter still gets away with that one. Nami can scrape away 1 kill, keeping it from flawless, but at the end of the day, Cumberland Phoenix will be plenty happy with the result, still maintaining 4 weapons, and that 1 player will likely be able to buy up at least enough overall scrounging credits across the team to still be very much so fine for the remainder of the round, especially if you can maybe get the Annihilation online. If you're Wadi throughout this round, you'll fight for the orb over towards A. Maybe your team gets a frag in that department as well for the fight that looks like it's brewing up already for Baker College, and then that will make things much easier in the later stages if Baker College are able to get into a site and really demoralize what will be their first proper rifle buy.
Yeah, the ult orb on A main right now is the goal for both teams. As you see, the ping's coming out. Demon really wants to get the dimensional rift as well, but Wadi wants to get 1. J-Phone and Shooter will find 2 of their picks. So Baker College already getting their push stifled early.
Yeah, this is a suffocating approach for Cumberland Phoenix. They know that they can send 3 to 4 players here, a 4th one nearby just for the utility. win out the fight, and then everyone can fall back and rotate. It's easy to rotate on this map over to an opposing side. It feels a little bit like Haven, though a little bit more convoluted towards defender spawn to rotate across. But the speed of the mobility for the rotate is still something that cannot be underestimated for an attacking team trying to get into a site and try to play that long call and stall. Nami in towards B does manage to find a good pick. That's your vice of JP, who's kind of lagging behind once again towards Link and watching that exit out from Alley. You finally sent Rice all the way through over into B site to get this plant down. But Cumberland Phoenix still have Shooter up above inside Heaven, waiting for a peek immediately there for Rice, dicing up them once again, leaving Baker College just with the 2 remaining. One still slow, inside Link trying to rotate in, and Nami direct on site, trying to play back hall and find a valuable frag. But they know Sentry Drone will go off, ladder has been spotted, Cumberland will quickly drop into the position to deal with them, and now it's just Nami, and it's not much of a guessing game to find out where they are. You know they're hiding inside that smoke. There is no Stu, and Val and Wadi will easily get the defuse for the Cumberland Phoenix side to tie up this series 2-2.
Yeah, flashes, stuns, all coming down onto Nami there. And it's unfortunate because they were able to take so much space on that pick off of Vice, basically clearing B site by themselves. However, I did not like the positioning coming out from ladder moves there. Still playing double doors mid when they had a turret to kind of watch that, right? You get the B site, Rice Balling gets the plant, but nobody is there to really help watch that last angle that Rice Ball needs to clear, which was Heaven. And that basically, even though they were in a 3v5 disadvantage, it was a series of 1v4s that Cumberland Phoenix were able to just take out easily.
Eco round on the docket for Baker College. Their first rifle round fell through into the docket, so they'll have to try to find something of value, whether that be information about where Cumberland Phoenix likes to play their defense, or a couple frags here or there and get some ultimate tallies online. It does not matter. They'll use the Yoru clone to quickly, bring up the Vice wall and try to bait out that utility, but Shooter's hanging quite close, and yeah, Shooter does exactly that. Takes down Demon, and will put Cumberland Phoenix up for the first blood, and another one almost immediately afterwards as ladder moves go down. J-Phone wants to play in, tries to push through Art, and Annihilation goes online for Cumberland Phoenix, and while no one's there for Baker College, it's not going to keep things too strong. Shooter avoiding most of the damage that comes with an updraft, pocketing out towards Cubby and Link. They get a third frag for themselves in the round, hunting for more. Wadi pushes through with the drone, hoping that they can maybe get a bit of information for Shooter, who's hunting for their 4th kill. But both players, Nami and Rice Ballin, are trying to hold the tightest of corners. Sorry, Fate trying to hold the tightest of corners. And this will be an easy rotate in for FSAL. That's one player's head. Easy, not the one I was expecting of all things, but the second one soon to fall after a buddy ace between the 2 of Shooter and FSAL, and it's 3rd for Cumberland Phoenix.
Shooter's gonna shoot right now, putting 3 on the board. Frag leader of the lobby at the moment, and that's all just from patience and crosshair placement. Nothing really setting them up there, but after Shooter got the first pick, all of the utility came through. We saw the armor getting ult to try and make space, perhaps get Shooter another kill, or even just protect them from being pushed. So well done by the rest of Cumberland Phoenix, just watching, making sure that they're able to protect their jet player from getting traded out and giving up a weapon.
Once again, default KJ turret placed in mid. Cumberland Phoenix, the team I said, loves to play into map control. Baker College know that. They're trying to counter read it, so they want to have utility there for info. This is where the VTOL, the dimensional drift for Demon, comes out, and they're trying to get as much information as humanly possible, and they'll even TP back to also get intel towards A. Hunter's Fury for Rice Ballin. Nobody really at the other end of that. You did get maybe a little bit of damage off the tail on Cumberland Phoenix, but past that point, no value for you, and Shooter even shuts down Rice Ballin, who is still lagging off towards B long. SL on site, trying to hold into the back. Ladder moves through a smoke, has no problem finding the tracers from those rounds to deal with them, and Ladder moves will make sure that this wall either goes up or they'll get a frag on a JP nearly moments after, as the salvo from Wadi and a Vandal in their hands gets 2, and Nami's now left alone off towards Art. Close assistance of Cubby from ladder moves, but Wadi, what a round from you. It's 4 to your name, and Cumberland Phoenix, that's 4 rounds to their name as a whole.
And that was a very, very nice trick play coming out from the side of Baker College, using the Dimensional Rift to try and fake a B site execute and then instantly teleporting over to A. But I believe that round comes off the back of FSAU peeking pretty aggressively on that A angle and spotting 3 off the bat, realizing that B was a fake almost instantly, and that was what allowed Cumberland Phoenix to honestly rotate quickly to save that round.
How will this next one pan out for Cumberland Phoenix? Keep in mind, it's another eco coming out for Baker College, and while they did have to use an ultimate the round prior with the no command, it's not a big deal for Cumberland Phoenix. Lockdown could be pretty valuable for Baker College if they opted to use it in eco round. If they get 2 frags with not really refrag value back for Cumberland Phoenix, they could get those weapons to their name. That could set them a stage, so to say, to play out for either site they play into. A site would obviously be the preferred in this capacity for a quick, close fight and hoping for a brawl with a sheriff shot or 2 on a double swing. But Cumberland Phoenix will wisen up off the initial, barrage of utility, the trade for weapon shots, and go, okay, I'm not hearing any rifles across the board. Let's take a couple steps further back, try to play the value for the long distance that we would have with rifles in our hand, and make sure we're not giving up anything for free, especially since if you drop a player and you drop a weapon, that's a rifle they can now have that will likely be a bigger thorn in your side than anything else in the final new 30 to 40 seconds that remain.
Contact being made now on that A main angle. But it is the weak side hit coming out from Baker College. As you see, they're trying to take more control over here on mid. We see the connection on link. Shooter able to get away with their life, 1 HP. But this gives up a lot of control over onto that mid side as Tsunami already lurking into the sewers.
Baker College have already moved Spike a little bit too haphazardly towards A. They've gotten a frag here. They'll use the lockdown. Even though they don't really have the space to grab that weapon, they still want to use it to force them away to make the weapon that much more obtainable. And here it is. Shooter having to take pre-fire shots through a smoke that goes up. Does get Demon. Fate, though. Sheriff on the line. Deals with them in a counter frag. And now it's a 2-on-4 from an eco round. FSAL, what can you possibly do from back of sight? Player not too far away. JP hoping to be the main player to watch that sight line. They just have to clear away Nami if at all possible. No command used for Baker College. They put all their eggs in this basket, and there's even a flanking player coming in from JP. What can you do? Head easily visible. The shot's not great from Rice Spawn, but eventually the job gets done, and JP has to somehow make a miraculous recovery. And a 4v1, you just got to try to drop a weapon in the opposing side's hands, but your eco's probably sitting just fine for it. You can get 2, almost 3, but Cumberland Phoenix will eventually fall, and Baker College will get their 3rd round to their tally.
Almost, JP, almost. But that was brilliantly done by Baker College. I mean, investing the ults in an eco round is maybe something that you don't normally do, but recognizing that after getting the 2 picks, they were not going to be able to get those weapons. So if they can't get the weapons, they might as well clear the site with the ult. And of course, these picks come out. That allows Rice Balling to just slowly lurk up on the flank and recover one of the rifles to have that crossfire. It was beautifully done, well disciplined by Baker College to not just swing off of any noise. They really waited until the last possible moment that they needed to swing out to secure that round.
I mean, keep in mind, Cumberland Phoenix, the one thing they're going to want to do is get the weapon to be unavailable for Baker College. They can make a whole lot of noise picking up and throwing it behind him, or they're going to try to hold that position and keep them back. So what's the best way to stop that? A lockdown. Flush them out from sight instead. And even if they can move one weapon, which they were capable of doing last round, what's the chances they can do all of it? And if they wanted to extend for the second weapon that was dropped just behind dugout, that's at their discretion, right? They didn't have to. The Sheriff's can do plenty fine in that post plant, so there's no real harm or foul. As the operator in this series is now obviously off to a solid start. It was a little tumultuous of a journey in the previous series we had just a little bit ago, but it gets the first in this round and secures Cumberland Phoenix a solid start, with Shooter being the proprietor of that success.
And as you see now, the concerns now come from Baker College of really struggling on their rifle rounds. All 3 rounds that they have won have come from the pistols and that Thrifty we just saw. But Demon trying to put a change to that, gets 2 there on that mid lane, and they now have control of the B site. Are they able to support on this rotate earlier than they did last time? Nami gets an aggressive pick to get the numbers advantage, and now Cumberland Phoenix will have to try and retake this with the op.
What a really rough way to lose a player's life for this retake for CU. 2 players back at pillar for Baker College. Just want to avoid the longer capability here for Cumberland Phoenix. Demon still has full control towards Link and will be a dangerous threat that Cumberland will have to deal with at some point, but they just don't know anything for sure. They'll tap onto a moment, force out the Whirlpool, maybe looking for a frag to Demon. There it is. Operator at range, and the team will make the call out. Yeah, this round is done and over. We drop one more weapon from their hands. We'll let the series tally to a tied 4-4. But past that, We just got to make sure we're not losing that tied man advantage. The 3-3 off of our player of FSAL getting absolutely eviscerated by a phantom through a box while they're moving, might I add. That shot just goes slightly too high and somehow pips through to the skull on the other end. But Baker College are happy with the results, and we'll finally be in a spot where, yeah, we can lose this round and still be fine hanging into the next, because we're finally getting things back into control in our back pocket.
All tied up now, and that final kill by Wadi there does not really hurt the economy right now on the side of Baker College, but yeah, it does keep it from snowballing, right? So now if you are Cumberland, you've lost 2 rounds in a row, and I see that they're trying to get aggressive mid, which is a really good idea because that's what they've been losing. And guys, Shooter swings aggressively in ladder moves, gets taken out again 2 rounds in a row.
Map prowl, map control, Cumberland Phoenix, they want to be as diversified as possible when it comes to where they're laying these agents. Baker College now have 8 rounds behind them. Only 4 left, right? They have so many different genres of which Cumberland Phoenix have played their defense, and so they need to keep it a guessing game. They need to make sure that no matter what happens, there is no perfect explanation for how we're going to deal with the Cumberland defense setup, whether it be where these agents are in specific or the weapons that they have in hand. So move Shooter around, a lot like you would on Haven. Be as unexpected, as less static as possible, and try to get a first blood off of an unexpected view. And Baker College losing out on their KJ, I mean, it does hurt quite a bit. It will make a post plan a little bit less viable, so they may want to look towards an opposing site. They had an in view off towards A, and with that 0 point finding nobody for the side of Baker College, they may start to move one player out of the 2 that are holding on to A off towards B, or at least have them watch that door that's connecting the arch out through Link. Maybe keep them back as well. Demon has full visual, says no one's on A. Would we like to go there? I don't know, because we can TP just as quick back towards B, where, yeah, there's absolutely no one remaining for Phoenix.
Yeah, and so far right now, that's 2 for 2 from Demons. So able to sell and execute just off of the Dimensional Rift. 13 seconds left, though. They're gonna have to get the plant down on site, and Baker this time quick to rotate. Have the ultimatum online right now to lock down all of the weapons. Shooter has the knives out, chasing, but Demon finds a pick, and Fate gets another with the classic. Numbers dwindling on the side of Cumberland Phoenix.
Well, nobody's watching Hall. What are Cumberland Phoenix supposed to do? What is Shooter supposed to do if nobody's cleared out Hall? J-Phone's got it, but it may be too little too late. Cosmic Divide maybe could set themselves up for something here, but you still need J-Phone to be able to clear out this direction, and you just don't have any idea about what you're supposed to do. Demon's the only one on Pillar. If you clear them, it's just gonna be the same problem you had last round. If you deal with the 2 players here towards Link, you just still gotta deal with Demon. FSAL off to 1. Off they go with their head, and Demon gets a 3rd to their name. Baker College are making a major comeback in this half. They start off strong, couple of dicey scenarios, but they are back in control, and Phoenix says, all right, we got to talk things through. Let's get 60 seconds in the docket to figure out what we can do to change things up.
Timeout definitely needed there, as they gave up 3 rounds in a row after taking the lead. And honestly, something that I pointed out earlier on that first pistol round was Cumberland Phoenix's struggle with that retake. You're playing double initiator. You had the ultimate. They did not have weapons to contest your flood, and yet there was no initiation utility to come out. They did not clear halls, no 0 point to clear halls, and they were able to get these picks using free weapons. That honestly put them in such a huge disadvantage, not being able to capitalize on that ultimate and losing the numbers advantage after Shooter gets that early pick. It really hurt them, and by the time they were actually able to clear any of the angles, there was only about 10 seconds left for them to defuse the full spike.
It does look like Baker has done their homework for this map. Just trying to make sure that they found a map that was bad for Cumberland Phoenix, like I mentioned previously in that ban phase. We were highlighting it in the veto. This is arguably the weakest, if not just one of the weakest maps for them. Giving up quite a few rounds to comparatively bad teams, but it typically came off of the struggles they had on defense. And getting 4 in this is not too bad for Cumberland, but Baker College can make this a whole lot worse for wear if they continue with the tempo right now. And I think that's the name of the game for them. Start off strong, get those first few for freebies. Yeah, Cumberland can get a little bit good, find themselves some value, but like I had mentioned, there's only so many different ways they could play. The depth of the strat book will be tested, and Baker College are starting to read into it exceptionally well. And it's just a matter of time until Cumberland go, okay, we just got to start throwing things swings at it and hope the wrench sticks into the wall. We threw it hard enough to find something to work out. As another different style of approach here for Baker College. Leave Spike back towards attacker spawn. Don't put anybody in A main, and have 3 players here in courtyard that are taking as much time as possible away from the bank and the hole towards Art, and they want to burn as much utility as Cumberland Phoenix are willing to give up in this versatile utility trade. And maybe a frag, as Nami was hunting for that one, and JP will be given the free space to get behind Pillar, but hesitated. Come on, it's a free kill for Baker College.
And I think that's just some anxiety there, not really trusting J-Phone to hold their angle for them, and they just were a step slow behind the Pillar. Now J-Phone trying to peek out, gets the revenge frag, evens up the numbers here, but this might be just enough for Baker College to execute now that Vice is gone.
Second smoke also down. This is a way to close off and ensure that J-Phone can stay alive. Shooter, really close call with that op shot, but Demon does go down. Cosmic Divide as well. Smoke will dissipate in mere moments, but Cumberland Phoenix need to play as close as possible to this bubble in hopes that no one spots them. Pop flash really good, and J-Phone will have to hesitate close to the wall, waiting for any chance of an audio cue. Nothing going the other way. One player back hall. Spike goes down. Salvos were a little bit slow here, and J-Phone's gonna have to move and will be kept back from initiating because the fact the salvos came slow. As Nami lines up too. Wadi and Shooter can't be so simple like that. It's a 2v2 now in a post plant scenario. The offense quickly turns to the defense, and it's a slow prey in once again for the Astra of Cumberland Phoenix. You have to be a little bit more efficient on the step through. F-Cell hiding out. One chance, gets an alley player, but can't take down ladder moves. J-Phone now knows they're there, will send out a 0 point, will suppress, touches onto Spike, hopefully to force this KJ to step towards them, but ladder moves isn't falling for it. Knows to hold back. What could they do in this spot? J-Phone has to win the fight, and though they will, time will be tight, and J-Phone knows they can't do it. It's 6 for Baker College.
Nami, they're pulling one out from the trenches with that 2K, trading out the KO that got taken down by Shooter. And this time ladder moves, while they were lurking mid, they were able to rotate into that link much earlier, and that allowed Nami to just focus on one solo angle, not having to worry about anybody else sneaking up onto that Halls angle there. And well done, well played by ladder moves there, not buying the fake and just waiting out their time, being patient, checking at the very end to make sure that there was not enough time for Cumberland Phoenix to win the map. I mean, around actually, but it's a little concerning that out of the timeout, they weren't able to convert on a buy round, and it looks like there's a bit of a broken buy coming out from the side of the Phoenix.
Good teams will not just look to the next round in a timeout. They'll look on past it, though there wasn't really, and still isn't, much remaining for this half. 2 rounds, one of which is including this one. Well, that's just 3 you have to think about if you're Cumberland Phoenix, and you have to be ready to play into both. And this is a poor attempt from Wadi and F-Sao. You maybe had a chance to get at least one there for a 2-for-1 with Shooter finding ladder moves, and now with JP taking down Demon, you would have been in a much better position to stamp your foot for the round in an eco or a thrifty, technically speaking, against this Baker College roster who has just barely the edge over you right now. But Baker College, off of the success of 2, off towards A main, they take the gamble. They say there's likely no one on A, so let's go for the commit. But J-Phone once more. Shot with a Guardian off with Nami's head. No command out. Rice has to look 2 directions, and they'll trade JP for J-Phone any day of the week. And it's a 2v1. J-Phone still watching. Cubby flash. Fate has to take a step down here. Wants to edge closer and closer, but J-Phone's got the cover. They'll get both! No way for Baker College! J-Phone and Shooter line up, and it's 7 to their name. They go positive guaranteed.
Oh, and that's just unfortunate timing coming out from the side of Shooter and J-Phone. I think they played that perfectly, honestly, right? Because J-Phone was there to hold that close angle in case they swung, and they were able to get alive with the first headshot being a wall bang. And Shooter did the exact thing that they needed to do, which was swing and trade. Unfortunately, they just lined up for a double headshot, and man, I really think that Fate was on Fate's side there as they were able to sneak away with that round.
Sometimes you have to have more than just father time and a little bit of lady luck on your side, right? Sometimes it can turn into a 7v5 or an 8v5 if the Fates join in as well. Baker College, though, they're plenty happy with this half result already. They'd like to get it to 8. Cumberland Phoenix, I say comparatively, are pretty good at on attack for this map, though obviously pretty good for them is a lot less than they would like in comparison to some of their other maps in their repertoire. But it's still a recoverable position to work from, and they are the higher seeded team, so statistically, you would argue they should be favored, but Baker College are nothing to scoff at. It's only a difference of 3 in the overall seeding. If Phoenix has lost to teams that they knew they could beat, So it very well could turn into the exact same thing like Western Virginia, right? Like they did not expect to face a loss, but they are a team that thrives in best of fives apparently. And if they, even though they can't win 3 BO3s, they can win a BO5 pretty quickly afterwards. FZAL forced to take a couple steps back. JP has cover for them. This is where you're in the stall game for Phoenix, making sure all of these smokes go down, like burn out as much utility as possible. If you're Baker College, you're happy for it, but problems are coming through, and it's going to be a 4v5 for this retake if players are having connection problems still.
Tough times to have connection problems there. You really want to make sure that you get this 5th round if you're Cumberland Phoenix. All right, Ballin finds the first pick onto Javo in there, opening up the site for them. That's a no command offline now. And we see JP now lurking into dugout area, spraying through for the bomb plant just to even up the numbers. Time dwindling here on the side of Baker College. They need to try and get this plant down. Ladder moves, finally able to get it down and survive. So 4v4 on this retake. Nami gets a pick on the flank. How did they get back there? JP though trades out. So still, it is going to be a 2v3 since we have one AFK shooter. Comes back now on the flank of their own.
No,
Do they find Fate? Fate reconnects at the right time, but it's too late. Shooter already gets the pick. JP there, really the hero, buying so much time and getting so many frags there for Cumberland Phoenix. So they avoid disaster. It's 5-7 there on the defensive half. Pretty good for a map like Pro.
If you don't want to disconnect in the middle of your matches, a lot like we're seeing right now, being so troublesome for the Baker College side, then maybe you should check out Exit Lag. It ensures a better and faster connection routes to all your game servers, but especially so for Valorant. It eliminates connection issues with a single press of a button. Take your connection to the next level and try to stay consistently in your matches. Well, it's a problem that plagues all online shooters, Jackson, but there are definitely ways to try to help alleviate those concerns and problems, and Exit Lag is definitely one of them. And also, if you can make it through all these problems and all the way through the championship ringer, you could get into the final, and that's on land, baby. So you don't even have to worry about the connection problems that could plague you. And a lot of teams swear, they swear that they are a land roster. They always think, well, fight us on land, take us on land. We'd win that any day of the week. That was proven to be still a difficult battle just last June/May when we had the previous CVAL finals.
You have to, well, first you have to get to land, right? And in order to do that, you got to make sure that you're winning out all of these, I guess, online matches. If I'm any of these players, we've seen disconnection issues come from both sides of the team. After this game, I'm getting Exit Lag right away just to secure it. Make sure that that does not happen again.
Oh my goodness. And we saw a big discrepancy for this map at the end of the first half in the previous series where certain players were kind of lagging behind Guk or Gucci, whichever side it is, right? They were having problems. They eventually started to clean up a little bit. But it's almost the same story, right? Your controller right now for Phoenix, that being FZAL, is struggling to find as much impact when it came to their defensive side of things. They needed to stay alive, but it felt like every time we saw them transition for a retake, Jackson, they fell apart. They were almost the first one to die immediately, and they should have been the last one close to sight, so they should have even been a potential point for concern. But Baker College do what Baker College do. Tons of map control, lots of prowling, a player off in no man's land. Nami, last round, you screamed it. Oh, from all the way on the flank, how did they get there? They prowled all the way through Link. They stepped into sewer. They went to defender spawn. They played the long con. Even when your team is down a player off a disconnect and it's essentially a 3-player rush through a single archway that is a main, they still let Lami off on the leash, let them move around the map, shut down important pivotal players, and essentially ensure that Cumberland Phoenix can never sit or rest on their laurels. And the only way that they found control in any semblance or fashion was when Shooter plays into the flank and does the exact same thing back the other direction. And that's where we're hoping to see both sides kind of evolve that level of play, evolve that style throughout the remainder of this half. Because if you're Phoenix, you know they did that, and so you're looking to also bring it in. And for Baker College, yeah, sometimes the thing that you're best at can also be your undoing, shockingly enough. So you're really looking to shut that down and make sure that that statement can't be coming true.
And honestly, what I saw coming out from Cumberland Phoenix that got them those 4-round wins in a row that they had earlier in the half was this contention for different points of the map. We saw them fight for A main, we saw them fight for mid. Every time they were able to take some space away from Nami to just lurk throughout the whole map, they were successful. So I really want to make sure that that carries over into the next map. Even if it does play a little differently, the philosophy is still there. Here, what I want to see from Cumberland Phoenix on the attack side is I want to see Shooter continue to be aggressive. There's so many times when your duelist player is a lot more aggressive on defense, and then when it comes time to execute, they're a little scared to W key onto the site. And I really hope that that doesn't happen for Shooter. I hope they continue to shoot.
Well, whether you consider Phoenix get gifted that round in a silver platter with the DC, or you think that Baker College may have already lost that round anyways with the troublesome position they were in, no matter the case, it's a 7-5 split as we jump on over to our second half and officially get this timer rolling once again. And for Phoenix, like you said, Shooter needs to be as effective as they were previously, but at the same time, you have to have somebody willing to be able to follow through on that, because Shooter will likely lose their life on these rushes in towards site. Probably 6 out of 12, if not like 8 out of 12 of these rounds, right? It's just going to be the name of the game for a duelist. Sometimes they'll fall into precarious positions. That's why Yoru, who can be more unexpected, more versatile, shocking to a defender's sightlines because they're TPing every which way, right? That's why they have a lot of value for this map, and their mobility overall is so much higher with these TPs. But a Jet can tailwind in, and a Jet can be super strong, but Demon shuts that down, out-duelisting their duelist, and then a little bit of a matchup. A great flash from J-Phone. The pot flashes have been very clean on the KOs all day. Fate gets 2, but eventually gets refragged by FSAL, and it's a 2-on-3. Baker College in the lead for the brawl now for the retake on site. A jump far away, forcing FSAL to turn. Slow engagement from Nami, but Wadi still has a plenty fine shot to get themselves another, because ladder moves stepped out a bit too soon, and Nami goes down just the same. Phoenix saved in the 13th round of this series by Wadi using the Ghost at quite the distance, and ladder moves trying to set up utility, maybe a little bit past its due date.
Nami has been playing well, but that might have been a questionable decision. There's so much time to work with, right? And they had control of the spike. Wadi had to push all the way into dugout there. So I really think wait for a cooldown, maybe reposition with a fake smoke, just something. But Wadi, they're finally able to save a round for the side of Cumberland Phoenix. And just wanted to highlight real quick, Wadi has been going crazy, leading this team in both kills and ACS throughout this tournament. So definitely having a hand in every single round, as we saw there.
You're likely to see the Tejo go crazy for Cumberland Phoenix. When there's a Vice in play, they work so well together. A tandem duo of utility. Their effectiveness is nearly doubled individually or together when they're both in play. And this is where Cumberland Phoenix really love to see it. They're also likely to see that over towards Lotus. It's just the super strong value, being able to use the salvos on offense, cut down a player for the retreat. If they're trying to escape from the salvo, you're also going to have to deal with the damage that comes from the vines on the floor below you. It's so powerful, and it also is an extra initiator that has a flash, because there's a sentinel with a flash, right? There's so many extra steps when you're having to worry about a KO pot flash now being so much more viable in the current state of the game, with an arc rose out the other direction, nowhere to run with a Teo salvo. You're forcing them to sight lanes that are under your control in the offense. Assume that Cumberland Phoenix's offense will be a little bit more effective on flushing players into directions that they feel they're under control with, in comparison to Baker College's, who are much better at just flushing players out and getting easy frags by having crossfire staged up because of a Yoru TP. But it's an A-site take for the most part on a bait. J-Phone is all the way deep out, now close towards Art, watching that close link to A. Yeah, a lot of the defense is kind of bit on that bait for Baker College, but it's not as effective as we saw Baker College's offensive baits go. Cumberland Phoenix don't have the spike down by the time that they're actually making the rotate and staging now for retake on B. Instead, Baker College still have all 5, have a good spot to retake in from, one player coming from Disco, and J-Phone actually coming all the way in from defender spawn and getting a freebie frag of the Bulldog just the same. The only question mark's going to be the one player now coming through B long, and look, 2 players from Cumberland Phoenix are watching that direction, waiting to shut down ladder moves, and it's done and dusted. Flawless in nature for Cumberland Phoenix, and you want 1 to 2 kills in the 14th round, and you find none if you're Baker College.
All tied up now for Cumberland Phoenix. But going back there, I think that's a very interesting decision coming out from Baker College to 5-man or 4-man hold in spawn. They really got no information whatsoever. I guess the plan was to try and retake as a team and have the KJ flank, but they just gave so much room for J-Phone to just lurk up mid for free, and that's ultimately what got them the win from Cumberland Phoenix.
Another thing to point out is that with the KJ, instead of something like a Cypher, you don't have a spy cam, so you can't get free intel early, which for this map is more default, right, using the KJ. But same fell swoop in comparison, the Owl drone for the Tejo Sentry, right, it's faster. You get more information out of the Tejo, and it has a little bit more effectiveness in the overall state. So you're looking at a Baker College side that will be a little bit tough to, in good time, you're already late to a site retake, to gather enough information to feel really strongly about what you want to do, because you also need to get the lineup for the recon dart. to try to pulse out where offense are currently lying in the retake. So Baker College need to sniff a lot of those problems in the bud, and if they can't, Cumberland Phoenix will now go from a deficit at halftime to now being tied and maybe, go an extra step beyond, as here comes that drone all the way in through A main, and you've given away everything. Nobody's there for Baker College.
Now, off of that information or misinformation, they're going to rotate back the spike over to the B side. Hopefully, that tail drone was enough to draw rotates. As you see now, B is the weaker site. See Vi's slowly lurking up, probably about to make contact with Nami in just about a second. The smoke will go up. But on the other side, Demon finds the pick on a lurking shooter. They're just alert though. The execute's coming over onto the B side. Nami finds one, gets the support that they need, but they will get taken out. Wody and FSAU take 2 down. They'll get the plant and be able to recover some weapons, but HP low on the side of Wadi here as they try to play this post plant.
Yeah, Shock Dart's trying to flush them away. Now a fragment. Oh, you had to peek that if you're Wadi, but FSA was a great angle. Just needed to not shoot above the head there of the Yoru of Demon. And they'll pay the price. 8th round now for Baker College. A wonderful retake, all things considered. Yes, it did cost them an ultimate to do so, but you're still happy with the results. You needed to get a foothold. You needed to hold on to weapons. You needed to make sure that this round was as effective as possible, considering the complete lack of success you had the one previously. Because you're now stepping into the 4th round of the half with 2 players that will be a little bit more pressed in terms to buy out their full eco, their kit, as long as a weapon. And so because of that, they'll make a sacrifice in ladder moves department, a judge, and they'll have to keep that KO in a very close space. So they'll either be off here towards connector, watching the doorway in towards split, or they'll leave them close towards art. No matter what it is, Baker College will be 1 player effectively short for a long-range fight, and Cumberland Phoenix will have absolutely everything they need. Proper rifles, actual full credits, as much utility as you could ask for, alongside actually having full armor instead of regen shields. They are going to stage up, get as many kills they can, and helpful with the utility department as Shooter does what Shooter needs to do. Gets that first blood and shuts down a Yoru who could have had a free TP out. And here's the combo for your Tejo and Vice. You're stuck in the thorns if you want to escape. Fate's already down to 77 HP. Did not get flushed out. Slow from Shooter, shockingly. The Armageddon got damaged, but not enough to be any point of emphasis. But Phoenix are at least able to get the spike down. And it'll be a slow stage in for ladder moves, who has a judge and just can't fight that thanks to that.
Shooter there taking advantage of all of those situations, finds 3 on the board right now, will get pinged out as Rice balling and Nami try to do this 2v3 retake. Nami hearing all the steps, they will get Shooter, but JP trades them out. It's gonna be Rice balling now left in the 1v2. I believe they only have a shock dart on hand. Recon dart not gonna come back in time. It's just so much utility that they have to try and fight through. Tina Gravity well, FSAU not peeking. The well missed, but they don't know that. Rice balling pushes Art, gets the pick onto JP, now in the 1v2, has no idea where FSAU is. Deduces that they're perhaps main, but they had to stick. I don't even think they had enough time to defuse the bomb. FSAU there to close out the round and even things up for Cumberland Phoenix.
They get a round win. Tie this thing up again. Round and round the merry-go goes, and unfortunately, looks like we're about to see the same thing. Or sorry, I should say fortunately. That last series was great. About to see the same thing we saw in the previous series. A very close overall map of Pearl, which is something that a lot of Cumberland Phoenix people who know their roster and know how they play in this map maybe weren't expecting with how tumultuous this map can be for them overall. But they've always been able to pull things out in the end. And that's going to be where Baker College have to step up with their game. This round, though, how many questions are on the docket? Didn't have the best of ecos going into it, so they may have to make a couple sacrifices just the same as the one prior. And that sacrifice from ladder moves ended up being a major problem for them, right, Jackson? The judge couldn't get the shot off towards Shooter trying to step into Link. They have to find a different variation, a different way to process this. And a lot of that's going to come off of the double tandem from ladder moves and Demon. But ladder moves was not there to help at all. Demon stepped up too quickly, and you lose a player off of a major miscommunication, and it turns into 2.
That was the hero rifle too coming out from Demon. And I don't think it's a misplay on ladder. I think it's just Wadi well aware of the trap setup that they were trying to do. Putting the missiles out, making sure that ladder moves would not be able to trade. So J4 gets the pick onto Fate there here in Link. Nami there with the Bucky as well. And Cumberland Phoenix want nothing to do with these shotguns. But the recovered rifle by ladder moves will find the pick on the Shooter. Still numbers in favor of Cumberland Phoenix.
Now has null command though, and just go ahead and use it. Why not? Just get shots off for ladder moves. They're flash. J-Phone refrags. knows that there's no way Nami can use utility that close to sight, but JP's been watching on the prowl. Now here towards mid, and it's a jump from Nami of all things. And JP goes, yeah, I've played Duck Hunt. I'll gladly deal with you floating about here. I don't need anyone to retrieve the corpse. You'll just have to wait till we get into this next round, because Cumberland Phoenix are now up to 9. 4 out of the 5 in the second half have gone to their name. And to make matters worse, it hasn't really felt like Baker College have a full, I guess, understanding of how this offense is really breaking in. A lot of the successes we've seen have come off of individuals. Ladder moves in this last round, shutting down 2 on the approach in towards A main. A couple ones before, Demon being really solid and just getting lucky off a couple duck swings, and Phoenix not being able to take the shots in an effective way to counteract that. It hasn't seemed like they've found the ticket answer that can elevate this defense through, and Cumberland Phoenix, they're not a team that's going to sit back. So Baker College, lots of questions and plenty of answers still available with the lockdown, the Cosmic Divide, and a null command to counteract a push coming out from Phoenix as they are ready to go here towards A. Spike actually close to Art, but still possibilities to step back because they know they want to have multiple options in front of them.
Yeah, and this time Baker College playing a lot more safe, but still having enough utility to hold map control. As we see here, haven't really given much up besides Art there. As we see J4 going to be lurking up into that link area, spots the Killjoy utility, and will be able to take them out with minimal damage. So this is going to put some pressure now back onto Baker as they have to commit a body to watching link.
Shooter. Cumberland Phoenix going to try to bait out a couple shots. They want Baker College to commit for the rotate. 2 have fallen back. Shockingly enough, it's semi-worked. Ladder moves will take a couple steps forward, and this is where that Teo I mentioned previously finds so much more. You're forcing players to sit in spots you want them to be in and where you know they're going to be in. And though Nami does kind of break away for a moment and get themselves a kill, it's still Cumberland Phoenix in control, now having that player advantage with the refrag, and arguably should have had control of it towards sight. But 2 players are slow to the tick. Another kill now for Rice Ball, and Wadi, who's trying to step in through Link. Doesn't have an answer. Tons of shots from Rice Ball, and you don't know if there's one off towards Hall. You can't really escape off towards Spike, and you won't be able to get a plant. Wadi just wants to try to survive, tries to stun Fate, can at least get the kill. And maybe you can have a sewer rotate here for Rice Ballin and try to get in through water, but no such luck. Baker College, though, they get their 9th.
I think that was a round that Cumberland Phoenix just dropped on their own as we see the timeout come on the side of Cumberland Phoenix. They definitely need to talk that over. It's another, like, the situation there was a 3v3, right? They had control of the B site after they got the pick off of Nami. And yes, Shooter hears all of this rotation coming from the spawn. And yet they decided to leave FSAU by themselves to plant the bomb in what's essentially a 2v3 situation. Wadi was not there to protect them. And it just so happens they 3-flooded out of heaven and got the picks that they needed. And it completely changed the situation around. Now they have time to deal with Shooter, who they thought may be lurking, and confirmed that they were. In a blink of an eye, Wadi was left by themselves with just 5 seconds left. I really think that perhaps they should have fought a little bit more together on site instead of trying to worry about catching rotates in that scenario.
And it's another state where you look at it and say the agent difference can actually play against Cumberland Phoenix. Seen a lot of success in the Terran Vice. You can't really harp on that at all. But the duelist difference, I think, is the big one. If you're Shooter, you're playing as a distraction towards A all the way through Art. You have Link on that side. You're trying to get through to Connector, maybe even to Defender Spawn, which is eventually where you rotated towards. But at the cost of that, since you're not a Yoru who can TP over to get back with the team by setting it up first and foremost, you are slow to get back to the fight. You're hoping your team can hold on, and look what failed to happen that last round, which means you're slow. The team is falling apart. No way to get in for yourself, and what's the next option in front of you? Well, a bullet to the brain, it feels like, and that's just going to be the difference that comes off of a Yoru to a Jet. Though there's been plenty of good things in front of Shooter. We've seen a lot of value from the Jet pick. There's still plenty of scenarios where maybe the Yoru would have been better. That's just one from we've seen. As look at the rush from Shooter. Bladestorm out, does get Rice Ballin. Wants to step into the smoke, knows there's one close, gets assistance from J-Phone, able to collect that Phantom on top, and now you've earned a 5-on-3. Everyone with a weapon. Ladder moves was stuck in Art, pincered from 2 ends, 1 in Connector, and not sure what Fate can really do here because they don't have the best of straights. Down they go, and Cumberland go, okay, we gave you 9, but we're very well gonna pry up for a flawless to get our 10th, and it's double digits in the future for Phoenix.
Yeah, Shooter heard what we were saying about him lagging on those rotates, and this time says, you know what, I'm not going to lurk anymore. I'm just going to dive straight in there with the Blaze Storm, finds the first pick. Beautifully done, like just recognizing the Sova ultimate, locking them in position, and revealing where they were. So Shooter there getting that first pick that allowed the rest of Cumberland Phoenix to flood the site and pick up the rifles that they needed.
And if you're on the side of Baker College, the lone Astro, you can almost treat the remainder of that round as a timeout, kind of talk things through. You could also call a timeout right now if you absolutely wanted to, but overall for Phoenix, this was exactly what you needed. An eco round on the docket for Baker College, though, and like I was anticipating, they will still call a timeout. Since they have like 1:30 worth of time after that to try to capitulate how they can improve. But a lot of the times we call double digits the checkpoint or chokehold, and for Cumberland Phoenix, it looks like it's going to be just the checkpoint for the time being, unless something ludicrous turns around to give Baker College once again a tied point in this map and get to 10 with really no eco to work with, but plenty of ultimates. And we saw that happen in the first half. We saw them turn an offense that was literally nothing in front of them into crazy opening kills and a lockdown that separated so many players from the weapons they wanted to strip away from them, and the eventual hold onto that site. But they're on defense now. It's a different game. It's much harder to keep an offense that's closing that gap already really efficiently, with Shooter that last round being the main proprietor of that. It's much harder to keep that back, especially when you can't even hold steadfast at an angle to fight back when you really only got sheriffs to your name.
Now, I think in this moment right here, if I'm Baker College, I really need to try and switch the pace up on defense. It seems so far the defensive plan has always been to try and set a trap and see if Cumberland Phoenix falls for it. But they're doing so well in trying to clear all of that trap with their initiator utility. The pace is even like just squarely in Cumberland Phoenix. They get to control when they attack. They get to control when they use their cooldowns. And now I'm liking this from Baker College, posting up mid here, looking perhaps to get aggressive, see if they can get any early disruption.
They're taking the gamble. They think they're saving, so they want to try to commit. They'll fight up. They'll let everyone into courtyard. This is where you have Shooter with a cross. Does go down, but a player, J-Phone, not too far away. Ladder moves though with a frenzy, and they are snuck and tucked, shockingly enough, and Rice ball in, it gets another. Now it's just JP. Phoenix, they've fallen into the ferocity of Baker College, but that one, no way! JP comes out of nowhere, lines them both up. They're not expecting them to still be that close, and it's another spot where Ladder Moves is trying to do something, this time not placing a KJ turret like we saw previously on the A site for a defensive hold in the first half, but trying to collect a different weapon, and their gun's not looking up, and it costs them despite them being so good on the 2 kills they got away with in that round. But Cumberland Phoenix, they now get kills, they die for ult orb economy, and they still get the round win, and they were already plenty fine in the eco. They come out majorly positive at the end of that, and so they can just look to this round saying, we've got the Armageddon, this will clear out majority of the backside of A, or the players up in heaven that have been such a problem for us on B. They've got so many options in front of them. You could also use it as a way to breach through art and the connector that goes from there. There are so many available options in front of Wadi. It's just a matter of keeping them alive, which you can't do for JP, because Demon gets the first blood.
Oh, man. And JP giving up all of that space on B main. It's going to make things a little bit difficult now for Cumberland to try and take that one flash down. As you see, it's going to be an A split coming from Art and main. Majority of the team, including the Spike, hitting that Art side. Shooter's going to dash right in there and find the first pick onto Fate, evening up the numbers. Now, with the no command in place, there is no defensive utility to try and wean them off the site. This is going to be huge coming out from ladder moves. Do they get that late flank? But they're being pinged by Shooter and FSAU as well. They're aware. Shooter finds yet another kill, and now they complete control of Art.
And J-Phone's got so many suppressed off that 0 point, knows they're all close. It's just a matter of keeping them at bay. And this connector hold has been gorgeous for the Cumberland Phoenix offense, and the 2 times we've seen it. Bad tailwind out, though, for Shooter. But still, plenty of utility. The Armageddon's here. They'll stick it. Not yet to have. Waiting things out for the time being. Finally will go down. Rice Ballin will likely die to this, but they stuck it half. Nope, they'll just go ahead and fall back. No problem for them. They've gotten it to half. Well, the salvo's coming to keep them back. They're trying to stick it. It's gonna go! Wow. And even though it was dangerous, they still managed to survive afterwards and get the kill. What a hold for Baker College, because the Armageddon was too close to the link because they wanted to protect the players instead of just going, okay, keep them 100% off and ensure that it stays there for the long game and they can't fall back towards dugout.
Rice Ballin with the nerves of steel, sticking it to half. despite that Armageddon, that's really what run them around. I don't think FSAU was prepared to swing in time, thinking that the bomb was still not tapped. And right there, it's a huge play coming out from the side of Cumberland Phoenix, but I saw a questionable rotate coming out from the side of J4 stuck on site and just decides to knife out and run out. Losing the pick there, a bit questionable, but that's a big round coming out from the side of Baker College. If they lost that, they would have to face up to match point with another eco round. So keeping themselves alive and in the fight for just a moment longer.
We've seen them be effective on eco rounds, but it does feel like that's kind of the nail in the coffin. Thankfully, they're not there just yet, but it's looking worse for wear for this round. FSAU and Shooter each get one, have full control back a hall. Cubby's completely yours. You got Link. The only place that Baker College can now step in from is going to be directly below from Arch's defender side or up above inside heaven. And though the shock drop from Rice Ballin does get themselves a frag, J-Phone was already low, and they weren't your primary point of hold for this site. The utility's nice, but you still got so much more in that back pocket. And the Tejo of Wadi can just say, I'm not even going to peek this all the way in from B long. We know where your two players are, and we can just lock down absolutely everything from here as Rice Ballin tries to do a demon. Crouch just around this corner. Shooter baited away with a force. 0 point not tagging them. The tailwind still allowed to go off. Rice Ballin looking to fall back with Fate. They both know there's no chance in this round in a 4v2. Yes, Cumberland are at match point in map 1. Not even their map pick. It's Baker College's pick, but at least they'll have a fighting chance coming into this next one.
Looks like they were trying to spam out, see if they can take these weapons off, which would have been huge, giving them match point right now. It's been tough. I think despite them losing that round where they tried to take mid on eco, I really believe that that's something that Baker College should be looking more to do. None of these trap plays have actually really worked for Baker College on defense. They've all been sniffed out. They've all been cleared with the double initiator utility, and they just don't seem to have any control on the pacing of this map so far. It's whenever Cumberland wants to hit, wherever they want to hit, they're just going to do it.
Shooter will pop the blade. Storm has a shorty in their hand as well. Clearing away a lot of this KJ utility and learning where Baker College are moving from. You got Demon just around the bend, and Demon pre-fires with the Bulldog, but that's not a weapon you can actually use if you're Demon. The Bulldog's better than what they had. They only had a Spectre, and yeah, you traded, I guess, but it's not as good as it could have been. TP just a couple steps away. J-Phone slow to it. Demon's trying to lock in just beside ladder moves, and with this Astra Smoke placed on top of the crate, there's no real visual there for you. Security will force you to take a couple steps back and meander a different direction. That's where JP is doing. What a pop flash and gorgeous execution. Once again, JP is just getting eviscerated in these 1v1s on B. Whether it be all the way up towards Disco or down on site, it feels like there's always two there for Baker College. And even when it's just one, it's Demon, and Demon's not losing that fight.
Yeah, beautifully done. The setup by Fate there, and JP may have just tried to bit off of more than they can chew, not really expecting a second person there for support. As we see now, this lurk up onto A gets taken out by Demon. Ladder moves, finds the pick onto J4, and this was supposed to be an easy match point, Scott. I mean, this was a broken buy. We saw Spectres, we saw Judges, we saw Bulldogs coming out from the side of Baker College, and for once, they got aggressive. They set the tone. They did not allow Cumberland Phoenix to get into their little nerdy lineup spots or whatever, and really just set the tone from the beginning. We need to see that. Even if they don't win this match, we need to see that continue throughout the rest of this match.
Yeah, why did Cumberland Phoenix play into Baker College's game? That's really the thing that lost them it, right? You're in a scenario where they're kind of ecoing, right? It's a semi-thrifty.
Yeah. And they continue to push hard.
They're trying to control the pacing, the distance, everything, and you're playing into that? You literally just ate from their hand, and it was poisoned. This is the exact opposite of what you'd like to see from them. Overtime very well could be on the horizon. It's the last round in regulation for this first map, and Cumberland Phoenix of all teams, not their map pick, was able to reach match point first. They're being gate-kept, and Baker College look primed to secure a chance at OT, especially if they're able to pull it on a thrifty like that. Who's to imagine what could come here for this next site take, which looks to be a pretty heavy hit towards B, as all 5 for Cumberland Phoenix are taking their way towards B long.
Yeah, man, I think this is something that Cumberland has not done in a while, which is just W key onto a site here. Nami, though, is going to be the site anchor. Smokes off early, gets spotted out by the 0 point, and quickly moves into cover. Cosmic Divide being invested in. Nami with the fadeaway shot onto Shooter. Somehow finds that opening pick. Will that be enough? They will still be able to get the plant down, even though the fragment grenade there, taking a lot of damage onto JP. Ultimate now invested as well to buy some time.
You got a dimensional drift online here. Look at the freebie bits of information you're really hoping for, but it didn't do enough. It's already gone. Rose Garden as well makes it worse. Eventually, all weapons will be back in hand, and Phoenix have a 4-on-5 lockdown. Plays close. This is going to flush everyone back, but you could tell the Cumberland Phoenix knew this was coming.
Yeah.
They can fall all the way back towards long, play to their advantages, and have so much more utility available because Wadi's all the way back towards Disco. Pre-fires through. They're sticking it towards half, trying to whirlpool them off. They're still sticking. They're still on, just barely pulled away. Lining through.
Whoa.
One more on. They've got the stack. No!
Oh!
Wadi with the salvo in the last final moments. 13-11, and Cumberland Phoenix pull it out on their opposition's map pick despite the adversity that they faced in the tumultuous first half scoreline and kind of the gifted freebie round of the last one, if you want to look at that way. They only won by 1, and that could have been enough of a difference maker.
Yeah, and honestly, that round started off pretty good in terms of game plan. They wanted to hit B. I'm pretty sure they were not expecting shooters to go down so early, but like you said, beautiful reads coming out from Cumberland, understanding that there was a lockdown available on the other side. So you know what? If they're going to invest it, we're just going to plant long. We don't need to peek. There's the shears. We have the whirlpool. The fragment grenade, the tail missiles, there's everything online for them to just delay the plant and spam through the smoke, and that's exactly what they did. Beautiful mid-round coming out from the side of Cumberland there.
Yeah, and it's a closure for them, and I'm sure they're happy to have. Is there a third map in front of us? Will we be seeing split at the end of the day, or will we see it end in a 2-0 series for Cumberland Phoenix? We head on over to their map pick of Lotus, a map that plays very similarly to Ascent, and that's arguably their best map, and that means Lotus is one of their best maps as well. Time will tell. You've got to prove us wrong here, Baker College. You have to now dictate and control the rest of this series, but we'll see that after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? On my mind, so say it with hope and you were sure I couldn't agree that we were meant to be, but our love is what they talk about in movies. Our love is what they talk about. Yeah, we were wild and free, and you know everything about me. So wild and free, and you know everything about me. 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 Save me from myself. I really need your help. I'm going under. Save me from myself. All I really ever wondered is if I'm really going under. Yeah, we were wild and free, and you know everything about me. So wild and free, and you know everything about me. 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 You know everything about me.
Baker College now have to do what seems impossible and take down Cumberland Phoenix on their map pick. And the difference between them on map 1, just a single round between that was needed to force overtime. The storybook has been written, the tale has been told, and now map 2 has to be where their fairy tale either ends or begins. Can they get the job done here, Jackson?
It's tough because Lotus is a map that Cumberland Phoenix is very, very dominant on, and at the same time on the other side, Baker College struggles on Lotus quite often. It's based on what I've seen today, though. Baker College, I honestly didn't think the first map would be as close as it got. They do tend to struggle a bit on the offensive side, which is very important on a map like Lotus. But seeing that they were able to win out the half on Pearl, I think that you know, maybe they're just firing on all cylinders today. Anything can happen at this point.
I think Lotus is a map that is pretty comfortably Cumberland Phoenix's if they play to their strengths, but Baker did a great job, honestly, of counteracting the strengths of Cumberland Phoenix on map 1, so I think that it is still anybody's game. I think Baker College very well could take this map and force us over to map 3. It just is so reliant on them shutting down what makes Cumberland Phoenix great, and a lot of that's going to come off of what our agent selection looks like for this map. Cumberland like to go for the Omen, the Viper. They like the Fade alongside a Vise, as well as having things like a Raze, right? They like to play to the strengths of where J-Phone can be oh so impressive. One of the best games I've ever seen in Collegiate Val for Lotus was actually J-Phone's almost individual performance to elevate this team on this map. And Baker, they've got a couple ideas. They still love to have the Omen. We see that locked in. They like the Viper, though sometimes they'll trade that out instead to have the Breach alongside Teo and Yoru, but slight change overall, alongside the Vise, Yoru, and Teho, but slight change overall, so they trade out that Vise pick, which is super solid for this map, over instead to have that Viper, which is still a very good option for you, and maybe a way to stall things out, knowing how good this team is and how the Prowl is overall for them. The Snake Bite to completely cut off a corridor, make it so they can't swing, try to stall a push in through B, or even to rotate that direction, right, to give your team an option or a chance to go the other way. Waterfall Snake Bite towards back, toss in a Poison Cloud as well, activate it. You've now kept default away from them. And it also could be a great way to cut off the possibility in a post plant, even a plant itself, for a seaside take. This is where you need to sort of keep the mind rolling and the brain kind of moving and hoping it's not too smooth, right? For your Viper, they have to be very versatile, and a lot of that's going to come off of counteracting what Cumberland do, which is the same way we saw them play really good on map 1 when they started to counteract it and then couldn't figure out what was going so wrong in the second half when Cumberland went on offense, and it felt like no matter what you really did, they still felt somewhat in control. And the hemorrhaging you did at the start of that half, losing the pistol, turning into eco rounds that shouldn't, getting close but just not yet finding that clinical edge, if you let that happen again, then this second map is going to turn into another problem child, and to be looking at yourself joining the likes of the 16 that are already there in the lower round, which will become 8 after the series this weekend.
I think that might honestly be the case. I'm not one to like count out any comps, right? I don't believe that games are won or agents alike, but it really does kind of feel this way. I think this reliance on the Yoru might mean that they are gonna give up a lot of map control that Cumberland Phoenix is able to do. If you look at all of the utility, those paint shells are gonna cover a lot of ground, and having that Fade to play to ping out enemies through the smoke is gonna be huge here on what's essentially a quadruple smoke matchup right now.
You're almost looking at a quadruple initiator lineup overall for Baker College, right? I mean, the Yoru's semi-initiating as a duelist. That's why you typically have another duelist nearby them in a lot of ways. That's just where that value is for them. But the Fade is super strong for Cumberland Phoenix's defense. They can place that on offense very well towards Waterfall. That can close things out. That makes it a lot easier for your Raze to actually set up utility to paint shell Waterfall or back defender spawn, boost pack in towards Cubby, towards default, and get control of the majority of site. Shooter's role and responsibility is tough to manage. And it gets more tough if you can't keep the player count high, and that's where JP goes down. You did get a whole lick of damage off towards Demon with the Roomba finding a huge hit against them, but they're still alive, and Cumberland Phoenix will have to rotate towards A to try to help out J-Phone over here on this Vise and get there as fast as humanly possible, as the offense for Baker College not only still has the toxic screen they can set up and use as a way to cut off top of ropes towards back of sight, but also still plenty of utility for a pistol round of all things, as they'll try to either move as a point to force them to think it's going to a garden, or break down door and even step over to go for a B plant. Is it a trade for fights, and it goes still positively in Baker College's way, and you're praying Waddy can get 2. Look at that! Maybe more! 3, and it's a 1v1! A doppelganger matchup, and look, the rotate's already been made. You're close towards top of B. Spike will go down. Nami will tease it just a moment in B site, forcing you to make the decision, FSal, if you're going to engage direct for a site and a retake towards B, or maybe hope that they're rotating towards C. Time will tell. Nami had a right click, but I don't think a single round of the right click from the Classic actually made impact, and it cost them the fight against FSal.
Unlucky RNG there. I mean, the right click of the Classic is no longer the sniper that it used to be, and honestly, I'm not sure if early swinging on that A main to try and make contact there from the side of Cumberland Phoenix was the right move. I feel like they gave up a lot. And honestly, it came from heroics from Wadi to get 3 to really even out that round there. So I understand what they were trying to do, maybe try to even the numbers a little bit, but it probably was a bit too risky for my taste.
Risk sometimes is what's required, though, and if it doesn't work one time, doesn't mean it won't work another, but I will tell ultimately if that's going to be the case. Outlaw on hand. At this point, you just need to make impact with a single shot, knowing what's in front of you. Players deep into the back of sight. What an initial push through for Nami and Demon. Spike is still close for the door rotate off towards Mound. FSAL's there, though, and it's not flawless for the Phoenix roster, but it is as close as you can ask for. Only one player to be felled, and you'll still have the potential to collect anything that they had past that point. It's Baker College now that need to close into a gap and a distance, and they need to make full committed for armor because there's still an outlaw on the board for Cumberland Phoenix, and the player that did die still opts to buy. They want to have as big of a shot for round 3 as possible, and they're going to do so at the possible cost of the next round of round 4, when they should have a standard rifle and rifle round because they committed with such heavy rifle choices in round 2.
I do like this though, because you're on defense, so you can get away with some of the shorter range weapons on that 4th round if you aren't able to convert this bonus. But this is a very, very strong bonus at this point. You have about 3 Bulldogs, a Phantom, and the Outlaw online. So a lot of damage can come out, and already all of this A main aggression to try and take control of Rubble, prevent Baker College from any advances whatsoever.
Trying to change up variation in height on the C side. Sit on wall, go to the rafter boxes, and hide within smokes, no matter what it is. There's the Guardian, a solid weapon choice, and something that was going to be easily in the mind for Cumberland Phoenix for where they wanted to hold at length, use that longevity advantage the Guardian has over other things, but you get the right player at the right spot. As for your Bulldog players, they just need to make sure they're able to play on a transit in towards an opposing site. Nami trying to bait out the wall, does so, but no, didn't get the wall down. Instead, it is a free push through for the secondary retake. Rush out, Demon has control now over C site. J-Foam, not sure what exactly was happening there, but Spike was collected and still held by Baker College, so they'll be able to rotate off towards C, and it's a 2-on-2. You don't know where the player is just yet, and you know no one's on A, and a close enough player towards B. That means when the spike starts to go down, that will scream to shooter. They need to make that rotate, and the question's only going to be where will you rotate in from, as the choice should be obvious. Through attacker spawn in some capacity to have off towards Mound. You could go through B to get there instead, but then door switch gets pulled and makes a lot of noise, but you'll take that decision and try to make sure nobody can sit off towards Mound, because JP doesn't have the best way to get in towards site. Keep in mind, they only have an outlaw, and with the Roomba trying to go out for shooter, costing them their life, this round may already be over. Thankfully, a Bulldog has been collected for JP, but both players are sitting back behind. There's that snakebite I mentioned to kind of keep them quartered off to one spot, and JP's life will be forfeited by another headshot from Demon, their 2nd of this round, and basically the sole proprietor of creating and engaging to give them a round win.
It feels like J4 just kind of forgot that Demon could still be lurking around C there, just jumping out of C site without clearing any corners. I mean, they spotted Demon on the jump spot, so probably was not expecting them to lurk that hard. And that's really what turned around for Baker College there. Still, if I'm Cumberland Phoenix, I'm very happy with that bonus round. As you said, like, they can still force up the stinger here and still be very, very formidable on the defensive side.
They dropped 3 weapons out of the hands of Baker College as well, so tomato. There's something to look forward to. That's the future for this. But Demon got so many kills and has been so good about getting the ult orb economy, playing that macro game, that they were able to secure an ult, the Dimensional Drift, but they weren't able to secure this kill until finally a swing comes back the other way, and J-Phone goes down. 2nd one comboed with Fate. They're the final frag, though, and JP falls apart. Cumberland Phoenix left with just 3. They've got some good damage across to 2 players, but is it enough to stamp themselves as a potential retake for this site? It's going to be in the hands of really shooter at this point, who needs to wait for a teammate or 2 to now join them towards defender spawn and figure out the best way possible to retake this, as they could use the Garden to try to engage with an ult. That may be something they're looking forward to. Oh, sorry, the Nightfall, I apologize. Engage here to look forward to, but they just go in fairly heavy-handed. Shooter only gets 1. FSAL has to get a stinger, trading now a Vandal. But did they actually go through in time? There's Demon, there's the salvos from your Teo on top, and it's so hard to retake knowing that Teo's online, and now Wadi just has to play for time. Up above, tries to frag him, but Demon has been playing lights out in this map here through the first 4, and secures not only the round win once again off of the C take, but also gets 3 more pips back to their ultimate.
Yeah, that was going to be a very, very tough retake there. Losing 2 heavy weapons immediately from the jump. We mentioned earlier that when Demon 1 gets rolling, the rest of Baker College will be right there as they get the first blood, and they had somebody, I believe it was Fate, to trade out on that second one. I really think a save would have helped Cumberland Phoenix there. Maybe they would be able to pick up a 3rd rifle and go for a bit more of a fight here in this 5th round, but they got close. Wadi was able to clutch it out almost, but here we are all tied up.
Fade's a great counter to the Viper for Baker College. They're going to constantly place that toxic screen towards A, and you don't know what's behind it. It's a little bit too dangerous to try to play around it so much if you're on the defense for Phoenix, but the haunt over the top can make it so that anyone that is near the wall on either side will be spotted and can give you a whole lot of information, and it can stall. Baker College know it's coming. They're going to counteract it. They're going to avoid it. And eventually, when they don't avoid it and they go full heavy-handed into that position to rush through A, it may be a little too late. It'll be hard for Cumberland Phoenix to really try to move past that. But Nami does get first blood. That's towards JP. It's an eco round for Phoenix. Mound play to try to keep them there with a salvo. You're anticipating if you're a shooter that somebody is going to rush you, but no such luck because Baker College are taking the rotate off towards A, and they're going to go for an A-sided plant.
Yeah, we'll see now. Demon with the Outlaw opening the door onto Tree now. After shot gonna come through in that dugout area, J4's gonna get taken out. Now with the 5v3 advantage, they get the plant down, and they do have the range weapons to kind of stave off this flood.
There's not much utility either for Cumberland Phoenix. There's not so much utility left for Rice Ballin. Salvo will recharge here in about 2 seconds, so you'll have that to stall. Shooter wanted to get a freebie off towards Nami. Knew they were there first, but the Vandal comes out on top and just couldn't collect yourself fast enough for that frag. Demon baits out a jump peek. Body though, and F-Sal makes some payday. And oh, wow. Demon tucked off towards into box right next to Spike. We'll get a shorty frag, and it's all up to Wadi, who can at least make this expensive. Another one to their name. This one, Rice Ballin. Peeks knows that Demon is there. Tries to deal with them again, but wow. Demon has been hit or miss with the shorty shots throughout this series, but oh, they nailed these in this round. That's 2 to their name, and though they will fall, it's a shorty. You don't really care that much, and you also, once again, got a couple more pips to your ultimate, which has been super effective for you throughout.
And just like that, the economy coming out from the side of Baker College, struggling a little bit there despite winning 3 in a row. A lot of it comes from the heroics of Wadi just getting multiple multi-kills those rounds to try and keep the economy quite even. Now they have a chance to tie this up as we see the hit's going to come out over onto that C side. The Demon trying to flash out early, see if they can get any information. This is going to force FSAW back. Now that's mound controlled by Baker College.
Trying to use the combo with the Vice and the Tejo to keep them back if they were to rush you. The Tejo salvos from Baker College, but your own Vice trying to keep your team alive. J-Phone been really good about that. You also had a dark cover laid in, and though it dissipates now, you still decide to go pretty heavy for the commit. This is just J-Phone trying to do J-Phone things. They're so effective as a fragger, but I think Cumberland Phoenix need to respect the Baker College team a little bit more at this point because they're winning out these gunfights, and that's something that you don't have the lap of luxury to kind of mention for yourself so far. As a great smoke laid up right in the corner up above on default. Puts it in a spot where you can see the legs of the player peeking waterfall, and they don't really have the best sight lines towards you. It's a free kill past that point, and a plant on C that is nigh unstoppable, and there's nearly no reason to rotate to that side. You're going to treat the next 30 seconds as a timeout.
Actually, a great smoke. I'm going to use that for my ranked games. It's been a while since I've seen a creative smoke placement like that one from Nami. But yeah, this is going to be a save round coming out from the side of Cumberland Phoenix. I wouldn't even say this was a bad round coming from them. They double swung, and Demon was able to somehow get RNG body shot kills on 2. I don't think that's going to be something that happens often, and I hope that this doesn't rout the confidence of Cumberland Phoenix there. I do agree with them trying to take aggression. They have a composition where on the defense, they're supposed to be able to take control of these areas such as mound, such as rubble, and so far, I've really only seen that happen on the pistol round.
Seeing is believing. So we got to see a little bit more. It'll be a timeout, though, from Cumberland Phoenix. And not only did they treat that as a 30-second timeout, they're going to do exactly what Baker College did when they had that one save, and we're treating it like a short timeout in that 1v5, or 1v4, actually, if I recollect correctly. And now also call the timeout immediately afterwards. Use it or lose it, right? You have it per half, so might as well take advantage of it at that point. And for Cumberland Phoenix, I think the big things to point out is just how effective Demon has been. You've got to shut down this player. You cannot let a Yoru go 10-2 within 6 rounds. They once again have the Dimensional Drift. They've got 4 to 5 ultimates. Ladder moves is a single pip off, and you've really had no solid footing to deny the ult orb on towards C, which means that's a likely choice from the head there once again, just off the rip to get that, and guarantee that they've got 5 ultimates to work with. And a Viper's Pit is really, really annoying if you're on the side of Cumberland Phoenix and want to avoid having to step into that. Though you have a great counter to it, if you can at least figure out where the Viper did use it. You have the Showstopper online. A Nightfall could also give you plenty of tethers, which would be a great way to get into that space. There is possible counters, but the team is struggling as a collective. JP's 1-5. They haven't really been hitting their sight in a way that lets them counter. JPhone, who was single-handed the best player I've seen on this map in a very long time for Lotus, has not been able to light up in the same way. It feels like they put JPhone on a leash, and at least in my mind, it feels like they put them on a leash and not allowed them to prowl through map control. That'll likely change when they move over to offense. But Cumberland Phoenix, in the ways that they thrived, it felt like, despite how they played overall on defense for Pearl, we're seeing the same problems, but in even a bigger capacity for this map. A shooter, what a way to engage the Showstopper out. And despite Baker College looking so desperate into the depths of where Cumberland Phoenix's defense lie, they get punished for doing so.
And we finally see that aggression come out from the side of Cumberland Phoenix as Ladder Moves does find a pick for Constellation. Are they able to get any more? It is going to be a 1v4 with no control of the spike. Now, I like the plan that came out from Baker College, right? They used the from the shadows from Omen, the Dimensional Rift, to try and get this split there. But it was a little bit miscalculated as we saw the Showstopper come out on the side of Cumberland Phoenix, finally taking control of Rebel there. And despite the crossfire split that Baker College was trying to set up, as Ladder Moves finds yet another. Still a lot of time to work with here, Scott. Let's see if they're able to get another caught reloading out in the open. J4 closes out. But yeah, like I was saying, they were trying to do the split play. It just, the show was stopped literally by Shooter.
And that's 2 ultimates actually for Baker College that go down as well, right? Nami uses the From the Shadows. Demon used the Dimensional Drift. They get all the way in towards upper side heaven, towards rope, right? And get dealt with just next to box. It's so much for Baker College. I feel like they, proverbial too many eggs in one basket, then they tripped and go, oh no, all my eggs. Which I guess kind of fits for Easter Sunday, but not really the point I was trying to make. Baker College just weren't really ready for how effective Cumberland Phoenix was going to be. That was a lot more of what we saw kind of from Cumberland Phoenix's offense, and that's where they find a lot of strengths, when they control how they want to fight, when they know that they have an advantage in this next engagement. That's what you want to see from this Cumberland Phoenix side that is so clinically talented. But a great TP from Demon gets in just to a spot for 2. There's really no way that Cumberland Phoenix knew that was going to happen, so they need to look towards the next round for it. Ults for ults, though, and I guess they're burning a lot, and you could say, yeah, this is good, but you want to get at least 1 kill, and that's not even on the docket. No, barely. Waddy does get it, but that's hardly on the docket. And Baker College, so yeah, you just dominated us last round. Let's go ahead and throw that back in your face once again.
Yeah, beautiful counterplay coming out from the side of Baker College there. Just utilizing the Yoru teleport and flashes to get these crossfires that they need. I almost feel as if J1 should not have utilized that ult. If they were going to do it, they needed to have done it early when all of that utility came out from the side of Baker College, but just ill-timed and wasn't able to capitalize off of it. Now stuck on yet another broken buy coming out from the side of the Phoenix.
You need to see a whole lot from the Sentinel for Cumberland Phoenix on this defense especially. Though I do think that it'll be a whole lot more of a highlight reel on their offense. If JPhone can't start to gain a little bit of confidence, that may not matter at all, especially when they come over to split where Cumberland don't even bring a Sentinel, right? Like, what's the role and response going to be for JPhone? They like to bring out, a Breach. They like the Omen, Raze, Teo, Viper, right? Like, I guess you could treat your Viper almost like a Sentinel, but my goodness, it's going to be a a difficult and tricky scenario.
Oh.
But Nami will pre-fire through a Viper's pit. Down goes JP, who's already had a tough half to this point, and it just gets worse. Ladder moves is a moving highlight reel. 2, 3 now to their name. Down goes Wadi, and a single kill is all the Cumberland Phoenix are hoping for, and they're hunting like rabid animals, but they're being put down, and they're only left without J-Phone, who has, well, too big of an ask in front of them, so they'll treat this once again probably like another timeout and hold on to the weapon. Well, they'll run over.
And this is like, this is just like a warm-up exercise, it seems like, coming out for Baker College. Every shot that they shoot is hitting, whether or not they see the enemy or not. Jflin now probably going to be in a safe situation or just try and play for some exit frags. But it's just, we have to remember that as well as Baker College is doing it, and I'm not trying to take away anything from them, this is a T-sided map, right? And they are doing surprisingly better than I thought they would on Lotus attack. But if I'm Cumberland Phoenix, right now I'm going to try to make sure that my mental is still sane. I'm not tilting too much at the scoreline as J4 finds yet another one. I don't think there's enough time really there for them to defuse and win this round. But like I said, it is a T-sided map. They really need to just try and get their 4th round, and they'll be in pretty decent standing for this half.
So all things in front for Cumberland Phoenix. They're likely looking to the second half, but they have to survive the first. You know, on 7-5, I believe, was the split at the end of map 1 halftime, where Cumberland Phoenix then turned it back around on offense and played very good. But they also only got 7-5 because the last round, Fada disconnected and they were losing out on a KO.
True.
And Shooter went crazy to not deal with the KO and give away where they were, but get the secondary player there first before dealing with the KO, where the team cleaned up the rest of that A site. It was almost a freebie, and the difference was that one round, it felt like, for that map. 13-11. It was close. Way too close for comfort if you're Cumberland Phoenix, but way too close if you're Baker College, because that was your map pick, and you really wanted to come away with the victory at the end of it, how unfortunate as that is. The Aurora clone goes in deep here towards B site. JP looking to either shut something down or not fall for anything past that. They want to get some assistance, maybe towards A link, as there are 3 players pushing into A main. Could be a great way to shut down Fate, the Tejo that's trying to watch this direction. Oh no, sorry, Rice Ball that's trying to watch down this direction. And there it is. Spike is on the ground. Fate will be able to recollect it, but at the same spot, you don't know if Cumberland are going to try to push back into that, and they won't. They will fall back wisely towards A, hoping for the long con of the round and not just a win condition of getting a couple kills here and there, which has been the ultimate problem child for them throughout.
An early pick from Shooter, forcing Baker College to play a little bit safer, losing one of their initiators. But as you see how Nami has lurked up onto that C site, and they may be able to get a plant off of this and perhaps try to play some cheeky positions. Can they get the pick onto J4 though? That's going to open up the site truly. Paranoia going to come through from FSAW, and so far they are still going to be able to get the plant down.
3 players stuck in the back of site, though. Where's your 4th? Lapping all the way in, defenders spawn, but they know when Wadi gets that frag. So now it's 3 stuck on site, not able to leave towards Mound, and they're all walking into the line of sight of J-Phone, who's built up some confidence. 2 to this round. Fate stuck. Trimmer in the other end, wanting to go for it, and J-Phone pads the stats even higher. Finally getting confidence, feeling like they can take swings and get a frag or 2, and in this state, 3. Cumberland Phoenix now at 4 rounds. 2 left in the half. They can get maybe a 5-7. If they go positive at the rest of this, maybe it goes a little bit better, but Baker College don't like that they're seeing these rounds eke over closer towards Cumberland Phoenix's side, especially in ways that they theoretically should have had an advantage for, knowing they're in a post plan and the agents that they have in their back pockets. So they want to call a timeout, talk things through. The responsibility here is that Rice Ballin's role is pivotal, and they can't get back to hold for a post plant using the salvos and the barrages and everything else in between. They can't hold back if they can't safely exit site, not knowing if anyone is holding Mal in the other direction.
Yeah, and this is where this composition coming out from Baker College really hurts. They don't have the Sentinel, right? So they don't have the luxury of just steamrolling onto site and not having to worry about a flank. Once we saw ladder moves go down on that lurk, it made things a little more difficult for Baker to try and commit to a mound play. They were forced to play on site now. They did not know where that 4th person was going to be creeping up on, and it's just having that anxiety of a potential lurker is really going to mess with how you execute your post plan. Shooter getting that pick early really set the tone on that round.
And that's kind of the the ultimate move you'd like to see from the Cumberland side, right, is getting these first bloods, controlling the macro economy, and trying to dictate the pacing, which is a big responsibility for defending teams. I've harped a lot on Shooter before. It feels like sometimes they don't take part in information they gain off of audio cues or utility exchanges to guess about where a location of a player is or anything of the sort. Last round was a lot better for them, and it's something that is going to be a little bit harder to divulge through with a dimensional drift. We don't get much information from this, but they're trying to body block as best as they can. Demon goes for it, shorty out, and what a gorgeous execution. But Shooter's still there for the refrag, and they did not clear that cubby, which means that FSAL can use door. Nobody in B main, and you've even got 2 players there to try to deal even more damage, and that completely keeps everyone out of C, and Baker College will have to lap away from Mound and now head off towards A, where yes, J-Phone is the only one here, but we've seen J-Phone be lights out, and this is not the player to peak when you know how confident they're feeling after the last 3.
Yeah, and that was a very, very, very cute play coming out from Fate and Demon there. Luckily, Shooter was there to get the trade out now as they try to fake through tree. J-Phone's going to get spotted out. Luckily, does have the vines to keep them safe. They're going to try and span them out, and they will throw so much utility over there towards that tree side. J-Phone quickly moves out of the way into safety. Ultimate online. Viper's Pit also invested as well. So this is a lot of stall coming out from the side of Baker College. J-Phone gets the pick onto Fate, though, to maintain the numbers advantage.
Unfortunately, you don't get the Viper down in the Viper's Pit. They were tethered as well to make matters worse. She didn't feel comfortable pushing into that despite the weapons advantage. Classics are hard to deal with a right click. Free gun, by the way. They can work just as good in some ways. But they weren't blessed by it 5 rounds ago. They may have a chance here. Shooter. What a move. Showstopper. I said this is a great counter ult for the Viper's Pit. And while it isn't the way that they deal with it, it flushes them out of it and can guarantee the round win now for Cumberland Phoenix. And they held off the defuse to tally things even higher for the players that are in need of it at that point. This could end 6-6. And with the map being attacker sided for a lot of teams in collegiate, this is not looking great for Baker College, and they don't have any ultimates for wiggle room in this round, but the same thing can be said for Cumberland Phoenix. But both teams have 1 player, 1 pip off. And Fade and Wadi as the initiators, these ults could be the make it or break it points for them. It's just going to be a lot harder for Wadi to get theirs online in comparison to Fate's, because this team's been so lights out for Baker College, winning that ult economy and the orb economy off here towards Mound.
We see them fight now towards Mound. Shooter getting aggressive. Is going to get hit by the fall line. Won't be able to come out, but somehow they're able to protect them. FSAL also gets a pick as well. So 2 down early from the side of Baker College. 3. Look at all of this utility control that they're throwing over onto Mound. Spike has not been spotted yet. Nami's going to try and do their patented lurk. Will spot Wadi, but unable to get any picks there. So Cumberland Phoenix wisely pulls back to maintain the advantage that they have.
They know they've got this round in the bag. They just need to hold on to it. Layer some dark covers. That one placed just above box. So you have that one way for the reproach. FSAL can lock that down entirely by themselves now. They don't really have an initiator anymore if you're on the side of Baker College. They can't flash that way to kind of counteract and keep your sightlines away from it. And even when they did, having the Teo, it didn't work, right? They didn't have a flash nearby with the breach. It wasn't effective at least enough, and the salvos didn't keep them off of Mound. It just pushed them on to Mound, and they were a lot more effective in the fight there. So problems. And the 6th round for Cumberland Phoenix looks to be on the horizon. His ladder moves is the only one here. We'll bait out the wall from the Vice. So J-Phone, and we'll try to move this Spike in a spot that maybe is a little more unexpected. They'll use up their thorns, and ladder moves is hoping that there's something new to come in front of them, as they are stalled by their Viper screen, the toxic screen, and hoping that maybe Shooter won't ring around the rosy then through that door. But it's no chance for it. 4K for Shooter. In the last round of this half does not end on a connection issue, but that doesn't mean there aren't connection issues out there in your gaming scene. And if you want better connection overall, and you want no lag, no limits, check out Exit Lag. It ensures better and faster connection routes to game servers. It eliminates connection issues with just a single press of a button. Take your connection to the next level with Exit Lag.
Scott, I think they took my advice.
Yeah, maybe.
Between the break. Yeah, nobody having connection issues now. Everybody on that exit lag this time. So things get a little bit tricky now if you're the side of Baker College, this being a T-sided map after all. However, the one caveat that they do have is that they actually win about 70% of their defensive rounds. So we're going to have to see if this comp without the Sentinel can hold out on defense on a triple point map.
A lot of stacked up for Baker College. Pistol rounds turn into brawl for the most part on Lotus. And a lot of what I've seen from Cumberland Phoenix is just trying to send Shooter as fast as humanly possible in through B main and the team rushing to B site. But they play a little bit more stalwart, slower, long con. You're now off towards A into main and past the toxic screen layered up from Baker College. It's kind of just both sides trying to have that HP pool drain ever so slightly and maybe hopes that a Ghost or a Sheriff at distance can get the one tap or two needed to finish the job. Shooter is pipping that they want to go through door, and this would be a link rush, but Ray very heavily countered by Fate, and pretty much all of Cumberland Phoenix was hit by that, bar a single player, that being J-Phone, who's waiting for the timing to swing through that toxic screen, and while they will pay the price of a little bit of HP for the moment at swinging out, the team overall goes very positive, especially with the paint shells to zone and control, cordon off the top of Upper Heaven. This is a Cumberland Phoenix now spike plant where your post plant control for Baker College is limited to none.
You see now, JP gonna find a pick onto ladder moves, taking out yet another Demon. Gonna try and make a different play here. Flashes themselves by accident, unable to get the frag. JP putting up so much pressure onto Demon. Paranoia is gonna come through to push JP off the angle as Rice Balling gets a pick with the Ghost. JP unable to stave off Demon, but FSAW is there to save the day. Wadi now does have a shot onto Demon, and they will be able to win out the pistol round.
Man, Demon is so scary. It's ridiculous. Like 3 HP in a dream, gets a wall bang, assist to the second. This player just refuses to go down, and the issue is, you move over to Split, Demon's gonna be just as good. They're a Yoru one trick. They're gonna play Yoru again. They like to bring out Yoru and Erase. They rock double duelists for that map. So you're not going to be done with them just with map 2 and having to deal with the oh so big of a nuisance that Demon is. You also have to worry about who's going to play the Rays, who's also going to be sharing the role of closing that gap, finding the fights first, and being just as much of a threat as Shooter has been throughout this. The pistol goes to you, Cumberland Phoenix. You now can enforce your role throughout the rest of this. You've got better weapons, but anyone that did hold back will need to play smart. And it looks like Cumberland Phoenix held back in a pretty large capacity. Both JP and J-Phone bring nothing to the table for this round, bar a little bit of utility, and it's still a Ghost in their hand. And they just want to try to win this in a fair encounter. Great use of the paranoia. Nobody's able to act fast enough on that if you're Cumberland Phoenix, but Wadi wants to engage through the breach util and gets paid dividends for it. 3 to their name. And you even won the fight off towards C with J-Phone, who I said was going to prowl, was going to lurk, was going to be let off a leash, and it's already coming true in round 14.
Man, despite getting the first pick over there from Baker College, at the end of the day, it was the difference in weapons that won Cumberland Phoenix that round. And plus, it was a bit of a throwaway. The strategy there for Baker College was just to push for a main control, see if they can get some guns. They got a pick, but there was probably more enemies there than they originally thought, and were not able to recover that weapon. But now, it's the buy round coming out from the side of Baker College. Demon playing true to their name, unable to teleport out as Nami will get a trade out. Numbers now evened up. FSAW gets a pick onto Nami as well. So the hit's still going to be coming from the A side as Fate is going to have to solo hold versus the Flood right now. Gets the first pick onto FSAW. Can they find the next? No, JP to even it out, and this is getting very expensive for the side of Baker College.
Ooh, JP. A little bit of assistance from a Prowler up through staircase. Gets a free point to levy themselves onto site. Spike will go down. Plant in the same spot we typically saw go for Baker College, just on the outside of Hut. Not by box. JP will hold in for staircase. Both players actually coming here for Baker College. But the toxic screen could have been a major problem. And you're going to go ahead and send the snake bite early. One player will have to rotate back up towards rope. Rice Ballin wants to get a salvo to make sure JP can't continue to stand there. And Wadi doesn't have to worry too much. No, they actually clear both sides. Lower rope just below and also towards drop. You get tons of damage if you're Wadi, but JP is so low they have nowhere to go into. They can get a ton of damage towards ladder moves though, and Rice Ballin just has to hold, but time is running out. Stuck now towards default. Tucking into the wall. Hut an impossibility. Just has to spray through the box for JP. Does he know there? They do! But there's no chance for the defuse in Cumberland Phoenix. They rise from the ashes. It's a clutch win. And Rice Ballin still dies to the spike detonation afterwards.
The bonus round being converted by Cumberland Phoenix there. JP doing so much work on that anchor. Just finding the picks that they need. And listen, they're not doing too well in terms of the frag, but talk about impact frags, Scott. I mean, just winning the round on the bonus there.
Now you're looking at another round with Cumberland Phoenix being in the lead, and you break the stereotypical mold of Valorant. The 2-1 splits we've seen every time. It's now 3 in a row for Cumberland Phoenix, so we knew their offense was going to be good, but not in the capacity at which Baker College was incapable of shutting down. And that third round of the second half looked pretty darn clean. Even when JP's down to like 5 HP, it doesn't seem like there's a problem. And here's the combo from Cumberland Phoenix. Using the util to flash out, the fade so valuable towards Waterfall, let Shooter close the gap, then boost back in to get upper sight. F-Sal can Shrouded Step as well. They close the gap so clinically that Baker College, even if they only lose one, which they have in this round, they don't really have a way to get back onto sight super effectively, and the plant goes perfect. What a flank for both! JP and F-Sal keep Demon and Rice balling at bay, and it's a flawless to this point and flawless in nature as a whole. 10 is acquired, double digits held, and the checkpointer chokehold. Man, oh man, it does not feel like Cumberland Phoenix are going to stop, but Baker College got rifles in their hand for hopefully shutting down the 11th on the docket for Phoenix.
Oh, and we're really starting to see that lack of a sentinel truly hurt Baker College there. Viper no longer really able to stall the way that she used to, now only down to that one snake bite and being unable to move that poison cloud. So we're seeing now whenever Cumberland Phoenix decides to start flooding, there is nothing on the side of Baker College to stop that, to just mitigate some of that pressure and wait for the rest of their team to rotate. They're losing sites almost instantly.
There's a reason why KJ and Viper were the big two for holding down C in the old meta, right? It's just they were the best. They had the combo, the snake bite alongside the nano swarm. They just did so much damage. It felt like it was an impossible task to try to get through, and they dealt enough damage that the retake was that much easier. Viper, obviously, big nerf, and the change up for sentinel options for this map means that you have plenty of options. You could go for a scythe if you wanted to. Vi's is super strong. They also deal damage. It's like having a nano swarm, no matter the case. They don't have a sentinel to go alongside the Viper, which makes Ladder Moves' job that much harder, and Ladder Moves has been so good on the frags throughout this map. Unfortunately, when they're not, gaps are created, and it turns into more than just a simple utility issue, more than just a I can't move my cloud anymore, I only have one snake bite. What do you do past that? Nami will go ahead and use the From the Shadows. They'll get in towards attacker spawn. Wadi will be the first player to meet them there, but 2 players will go through Link, which means Door is on the horizon. Nami doesn't want to peek this just yet, knowing that likely story will be Wadi close by. They've cleared out all of Garden now with the Dimensional Drift. Toxic screen up, and they know there's a player here. So much stun utility, and it should be a free kill for Demon, and it is. JP's down. Comboed, taken out by a single ult and a little bit of utility, as it'll be 3 on 1. Taken down as Demon, peeking around the corner. Shorty's gone, but can't pull out the gun in time as Nami handle up. Defuse through as well, and Baker College will keep Phoenix at just 10 for the time being.
I like that ult. I like that attempt.
You tried.
Yeah, it's hard to say like how close they were, right? If Baker College was not that pushed up already, not so aggressive off the moves of Demon, there is a scenario where J41 does get the ult off and is able to find the 2 picks that they need. And their economy is so good right now, like I think it was worth that attempt. And then we saw on the C site that we talked about how the lack of sentinel utility or lack of utility in general to stop the flood, it forces Baker College to hold much more aggressive angles. So I hope Cumberland keeps that in mind and are able to utilize their utility or even be able to trade out any of these aggressive angles and punish them for the side of Baker.
A lot of this map feels like you're so reliant on the Teo when you bring him that it's kind of this like monkey's paw, right? Like if you bring it, you gotta hope you keep them alive because their value is there on the post plant, whether that be on offense or defense. If you can't, what do you do? And that was a big problem for Baker College in the first half. I honestly feel like their offense was a little bit lackluster in some ways. That's why we see Cumberland Phoenix get so close at halftime, right? Because it felt like Rice Ballin wasn't able to stay alive in very important points or able to fall back in ways that would give them instant value. But when you can let them off a leash a little bit on defense, let Rice Ballin push forward, know you have the advantage, take a huge team fight, Rice Ballin does what they need to, get big kills, and it leads to a flawless round win. Buddy ace between the two, Ladder Moves and Rice Ballin and Cumberland Phoenix are still once again gate kept past that point, but they'll still have rifles after a very solid start. In Baker College, defensively are starting to key in maybe a little bit, which was the big thing we mentioned at the start of the series. They have to be able to read what Cumberland Phoenix do in good time because the team that adapts first is typically the team that finds themselves at victories gate first. Cumberland Phoenix was the team to do that on Pearl, and they eventually had just enough of an edge to close out without needing to go 2.
And this time, the difference coming out from Baker College, was the awareness that if they aggress and try to fight for map control, because they don't have that sentinel, they leave gaps in the defense, allowing for the enemy to sneak up, and that's how they were to find J4. J4 was actually in a good position to get multiple there to turn that round in their favor. FSaw with from the shadows into spawn, checking on ladder moves. I just feel so bad for ladder moves right now because they are responsible for about 60% of the map when the rest of his team is trying to get aggressive, because that's how they need to play.
Well, now you got all of A side. If you're on the side of Cumberland Phoenix, you've cleared out pits. The only question is going to be how much can you lock down when it comes to escaping up towards top rope. FSaw needs JP to get this kill, and they won't. That's an unfortunate spot to be in. The Armageddon would flush you off of the spike plant. Time is not on your side if you're Baker College, but the win condition still requires the spike to go down, and Cumberland Phoenix are playing fine with kind of waiting things out. Demons in a spot, they can't go anywhere. They took drop. You knew that. The call-out was made from your player engaging the 1v1 and JP losing that fight. The rest was just, where could they head from? And you know it can't be rope. You got FSaw up there, so it's got to be downstairs. And it's a trickle game and a trickle economy. And Baker College, who felt like they were starting to finally see the momentum maybe tallying in their favor, it turns to more fervor from Cumberland Phoenix. They come out with a vengeance, and they come in with a pretty cheeky tongue-in-cheek style from FSaw, using the from the shadows into defender spawn to get a freebie onto A and do what you said, force ladder moves who's responsible for so much of the map to be relegated to having to watch their teammates inevitably fall at the gates into the site of A that they even used an ultimate to keep them off of.
I think even in that moment, you just don't clear it. Like let FSaw just be back there, right? You can't. It's too much responsibility coming from that one player, and it's really like nobody's fault. This is just how this competition has to play. They have to take advantage and take aggressive angles in order to get any stops. And shout outs to Cumberland Phoenix. Honestly, it took them only about 2 rounds to make that adjustment to find those gaps and to play off of them. So it's really good coaching and play calling coming out from the side of Phoenix.
11 rounds under their docket, hoping for the 12th. That'll be match and series point in the upper round. One for them could already be this close to being over. But Baker College still have an ultimate in the back pocket of ladder moves, who's been lights out, a super solid player. And the few times they get unfortunate, like that last round where they do go down early, we see Baker College kind of struggling to reclaim that control. And essentially, you're having to treat your Viper as if they are a Sentinel, right? They have a wall. It's kind of like a Vice, Cope, right? A snake bite, you can kind of cordon off. It's like a snake. It's like a nano swarm, right? Even more Cope. Like, huff it as much as you want, but that Viper needs to stay alive. That is kind of the win condition for you. Alongside Ateu also needs to stay alive. But Rice Ballin can get some good kills. They get 2, actually. Shooter and J-Phone knocked off and humbled, layered down 1 peg. Nami holding into Waterfall is should be a free frag because 2 players are hit by the Rolling Thunder, and Baker College have stamped a pretty solid spot to say we want our 9th, and there it is, finally confirmed with the loss of life of JP.
Yeah, momentum still in favor of Baker College, despite Cumberland Phoenix putting up 11 there. I mean, this is like 3 out of the 4 rounds that they won so far. Really starting to find a footing here. Seeing a bit of a struggle in economy coming out from the side of Cumberland Photos. Not really, Cumberland Phoenix, sorry, not really any ultimates to work with here. So if Baker College is able to continue putting on these aggressive angles, fight for this map control, and ladder moves, is able to really stay alive, not get caught up in any of the lurks, they may just have a chance at a comeback here. And I'm not trying to jinx anything, Scott.
Yeah, don't Caster's Curse already. That's ridiculous. They're not going to allow you to cast Baker College at any point in the future. They're going to ask for you to be on a different broadcast. I had somebody do that before. It's people are very esport people. They are very superstitious, as sometimes you should be. Sometimes you need everything to line up to come away with a victory, and we're edging into the toughest matchups possible in Collegiate VALORANT as we're into our championship series. You need every little bit of luck, every little bit of an edge you could possibly get. And for Cumberland Phoenix, default round, and of all things, from them is a little bit unexpected. But J-Phone way off into deep space. They've got Mound. You have a Nightfall coming in to try to bait away that it's going to be an A-site take. You forced 2 players on the rotate, one kind of lagging towards top of stairs, but you have not forced the Viper away. But this is where that Raze, a shooter, can do that nearly by themselves. No snake bites sent out just yet. FSaw will play a dark cover in towards the Waterfall side, or sorry, back of defender side once again. Waterfall smoke will dissipate soon, and when it does, that will be a line of sight that's available, but the utility you're waiting for, the breach util, has to come out at some point for Baker College, and when it does, it's keeping them off this spike. J-Phone doesn't feel comfortable for the plant attempt, and ladder moves has a perfect lineup, but didn't stick to the initial shot despite it hitting. They just didn't know. Nami, though, gets there first. J-Phone has to get... Whoa! Rice ball, then ladder moves. 3 for J-Phone, but Nami's still standing. Bad spot if you're Wadi. Has to hit this next. Nami is 6 HP and just needs a single hit. The shorty, and there it is! Keeping him off. Wadi can't stick that close, buddy, and it's now 10 for Baker College.
Despite everything, great round coming out from the side of Cumberland. They really tried to adjust and not play into those aggressive angles. Even tried to sell a fake onto that A Rebel site with the Nightfall. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough of a commitment to get Baker to really invest bodies to rotate over to the A side. They were able to stay over on C, and ultimately, at the end of the day, they wasted so much time with that fake. They didn't have enough time to really get the post plant positions that they would have liked, and they didn't have the weapons advantage, so Baker College was able to take advantage of that to flood back in. Now, we see yet another broken buy coming out from the side of Cumberland, and things can get dicey here if they allow Baker College to tie it up.
And around like this, where it's an eco for Cumberland Phoenix, a lot's on the line, but they have to step through. Shot great to Rice Ballin, but JP and Shooter are once again standing directly next to each other. And Fade has no problem getting a Colad on top of the Vandal. F-Sal up above towards Heaven. Ooh, nice towards Demon. Spike, though, a little bit hesitant here to step into sight. They're not sure where to go. J-Phone wants a Guardian hit and will pay the price for the attempt with a lot of HP lost. Rose Thorn as well afterwards. Fate wants to try to go in. Maybe you swing far if you're Wadi. Maybe you don't. Gun barrel's been spotted, and I don't know why J-Phone's continuing to swing that. You got Wadi going on the backside. You're baiting, but Wadi didn't really give you any attempt past that. It's now a 2-on-3. FSO has 76-ish HP. Low, but definitely still a contending player. Wadi had a Guardian. Would have been great at that distance to play a little bit further away. Maybe have a Haunt if it was still in that back pocket. Who knows? They have Spike, and they can get into the B site for a plant here if they choose to do so, and they'll commit. Wadi now going for this just below a Heaven side, and you have a Waterfall player very close, and this looks to be where you want F-Sal to get this kill. They're holding really edged into the corner with a Phantom, but this didn't go exactly where you wanted it to be. You wanted to sit all the way in the corner. Unfortunately, you just couldn't, and that forces Wadi to prowl for a frag off with Fate's head. No more kills for you in this round, and F-Sal wants to go in, needs to hold up and clutch, but Nami gets their doppelganger down, and Wadi has to get a 3K. Smoke above. Nami dropping down. Noise made. Shorty's there. Don't they get the hits? They don't have a chance, and Wadi saves Cumberland Phoenix, requiring 3 to get the job done.
Oh man, that came down to the wire there, and I know the shorty was good the first time, but I don't know if that's necessarily the time to break it out. What ended up being in Wadi's favor was that regen shield, because I'm pretty sure they called out that they had those shields, but was not expecting that extra 25 HP that really saved them from the shorty blast, Scott.
It feels like everything is being saved by like minimal margins. There's never a large enough gap to differentiate these rosters in a major capacity. There's a huge rush forward here for Cumberland Phoenix, unfurling this utility closer to Baker College, and they've really given up a whole lot of map control here towards A main. Nobody into Cubby towards Link Door. Nobody sitting on Staircase, which means they could have stacked towards box if they wanted to. Instead, it's 2 players on site, one at Link Door finally being there, but it not being broken up to that point, and then kind of stalling. You had bigger questions to be asked, but Rice Ballin pays the price. This is your huge post-plant agent. You don't have them anymore. Knocking down ladder moves, you have your semi-sentinel that's off the board, and you've got Demon who's got a Bucky and a Prayer with a Sheriff. I'm sure they're good for J-Phone, and there it is. You kind of expect it from this player, but man, oh man, does Baker College look like they're pinned up against a wall, and Cumberland Phoenix are pushing the button to try to win out this series in a 2-0 fashion. Shooter, showstopper. What do you expect? Nami will get the refrag. F-Sal up, and Nami's all alone, trapped into the back of Hut, can take down JP, but there's F-Sal! Omen on Omen, and only one can come out on top, and Cumberland Phoenix rise from the ashes of a somewhat difficult first half to make sure it's them at the end of the day. See you, Phoenix, are your winners.
Oh, very, very close calls there coming out from the side of Cumberland Phoenix. It honestly, the last round that they just won, all that came down to was gun advantage that set them up from previous rounds. Even though Baker College was able to win out those rounds and sort of hope for that comeback, they were losing so many players each round that the economy just wasn't there. And the moment that they lost one and gave up match point, they went into that with just half buys. They didn't have the weaponry to stop this aggressive push coming out from the side of Cumberland Phoenix, and that really was what cost them the game in the end. It almost feels like it's just like a stroke of luck that regen shield came out. If we run the replay for Wadi, I'm pretty sure he had literally 20 HP after those shorty blasts, and that was all it took, was that regen shield for them to win and get that match point.
Cumberland are plenty happy with the ending result. They maybe weren't happy with the result of CVAL South Grand Finals against WVU, so they're trying to make a statement piece here. And with the victory 2-0 in the upper round 1, they're sending the losers off to lower round 2, and you get to continue onwards. You're one of 8 teams that get to do so. So you are very happy with the result at the end of this, but there's still more matches to go in their future, and there's still plenty more matches overall for the weekend. We've got more coming up tomorrow, and Cumberland get themselves a little bit of a break to kind of think things through. We know they've celebrated before heading off to a restaurant. They had posted on their socials the other day. Whether they go back there again, I don't know, but they said they don't like any team that holds them back from being able to celebrate with the rest of them, and they made sure to get the job done in a 2-0 fashion like they have done previously before. And what a way to do it. If you lose out on your map pick against a team like Cumberland Phoenix, well, you better pray you can pull off the impossible, it feels like, on map 2, because they got a map they wanted. They got Lotus, and they sure played like they knew it was going to be theirs from the get-go.
And then obviously from a fan standpoint, I mean, both matches today were so tight. We didn't see any blowouts. Even the first match, we had double OT and it went into mat 3. So it coming from like, these are teams, the first round, it's always like the powerhouse versus the underdogs. And it's nice to see that these matchups are so close, right? We're not going to run into any short days for you and I guess.
There's still plenty more Valor in our future, but that's all we have here for tonight. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. Once again, another broadcast resuming 3 p.m. EST, so stay tuned. Tons of action in front of us, but with that being said, that is it for us tonight. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name's been Infernos, joined here by Jackson 5K. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Now the feeling's lost, blind to notice we've been losing touch.